that they have so far disbursed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded area.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far disbursed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded area.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far disbursed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded area.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of
Revenue deficit. Now, this is also a term that crops up very often with respect to the budget. Now, we know that the government earns money from various sources, so whether it's taxes, whether it's profit of government companies, all of that are ways that the government earns money. Now, every year, the government expects or projects how much its earnings or its revenues are going to be for the next year. Now, sometimes, as is the case, expectations and reality can be quite different. So when the actual revenue of the government turns out to be less than what the government had expected its revenue to be, it's called as revenue deficit.
Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far disbursed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded area.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far disbursed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going.
You are on top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
Good morning, a new India, that's all we are all hoping for, and we hope the Finance Minister lays out the vision for an India that emerges fresh and ready to go after a pandemic and recession. This is the special broadcast on the day of the Union Budget. I'm Tanvi Shukla. Stay with us through this day. Let's begin with the top headlines. All eyes on Finance Minister as she's all set to present the most challenging budget of recent times, a budget amid a pandemic and economic recession. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman up against mammoth challenges, from reviving the pandemic-hit economy by increasing demand and spending to tackling the growing unemployment and nursing the ailing sectors. Will Nirmala Sitharaman be able to deliver? Ahead of Budget 2021, Aam Aadmi hopes for tax relief and more jobs. India Inc., on the other hand, expects a boost in government spending and tax break for industries hit by COVID crisis. Will Budget 2021 at least now focus on the ailing healthcare sector, which has been ignored for long? Government might also look to assuage farmers who are on warpath due to the new farm laws by putting more money in their hands. Let's also take a look at some of the other top headlines we'll be tracking today. Amid revival of farmers' anti-farm law protests, internet suspension in 14 districts of Haryana extended till 5 p.m. today. GST collections and filing touch a new high in the month of January. Nearly 1.2 lakh crore rupees collected in a single month, exceeding last month's record collection of 1.15 lakh crore. Lifeline of Mumbai, the local trains resume for everyone from today. Trains to run only in 3 time slots. Strict COVID protocols in place. Myanmar de facto leader Aung San Suu Kyi detained by the military. Ruling party suspects an army staging a coup. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting Budget 2021 today, the most challenging budget perhaps in the recent times. And in our own words, we are all expecting a budget like never before. On one hand, Finance Minister urgently needs to revive the Indian economy, which is battered first by a slowdown, then by a pandemic, and a slowdown effectively becoming a recession. On the other hand, all are expecting government to boost spending and demand by bringing in some relief for all kinds of taxpayers. Then, of course, there is tackling the jobs crisis that's been plaguing the country long before the pandemic hit us, and it's only been worsened by the lockdown. Focus also, we are hoping, will be on the COVID hit sectors and the industries that are now looking towards the government for more relief beyond the Atmanirbhar stimulus package that was announced. So we're going to get you really a roundup of what are the expectations, what we believe can be the focus and should be the focus for the government in such times. And starting now, it will be a roundup with experts, economists, senior financial journalists, political representatives who will be joining us. Let me first say good morning to Vinay Tiwari, who will be with me through the day in our studios, our managing editor. We are also being joined by Gopal Krishna Agarwal of the BJP, Pallavi Sharma of the Congress Party, Mr. Siraj Hussain, former Agriculture Secretary, M.K. Venu, founding editor of The Wire. But before I go across to panelists, let's set the tone for this conversation and let's go across to Avni Raja, who's actually going to be in the newspit through the day and will be getting us all the updates and special elements that we've designed to get the conversation going. First, of course, Vinay, the focus has to be on, what are we going in with? The fact that it's been an unprecedented year, really. And the hopes from Finance Minister are also unprecedented.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're expecting magic. I don't know how much headroom she has for that kind of magic, but I don't envy her at all. I mean, I don't think anyone else would want to be in her position that she is in today. To use a cricketing analogy, my favorite one, I mean, this is a very unusual game where the pitch has slowed down. It is also spinning. The ball is also jumping up. We don't know how it's going to play in the next few sessions. The bowling is fairly hostile. And there are, very difficult field placements all around the government. So all in all, this is possibly the toughest task the government has undertaken, I think, in the last 7-8 years, ever since the India government came to power. Certainly, this is the most difficult budget in many ways because you have lots of problems and there aren't enough solutions for all of them. Now, how does one balance between the two? Will it be a budget like we've never seen before? Or, as the Prime Minister then later on slightly tempered it down by saying, expect a more continuation of the kind of schemes that were announced during the pandemic and during the lockdown. Right. What will it be? I think we've never had a bigger suspense than we've had today.
And I'm sure this morning it's also playing on the mind of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. The first budget that she actually came out with, there was quite a bit of backlash and pushback from the industry. And effectively, a few months down the line, a lot of what was announced had to be undone. And that was 2 years ago. And then the next budget that was announced effectively had to be undone because we went into a pandemic mode and priorities had to be realigned. The entire plan had to be realigned. So the third time around, it's going to be interesting what she comes out with.
Absolutely. And I think one of the bigger problems that you have for this year is that there isn't also enough cogent data available to measure what success one measure had or not. I mean, there is some data, of course, available. But a lot of the data in terms of, various indices is not available. So it's very difficult to assess, even over a last 2-year period, of which scheme actually ended up benefiting how much. And, however much we may argue against it, the fact is that data is one of the biggest factors in determining allocations and, of course, the efficacy of allocations. Without authentic, solid data analysis, it's very difficult to understand if your money that you're allocating is good money or bad money, because you can make allocations, but those allocations actually worked, trickle down to the last mile that you expect it to, is what determines the success of any scheme. So yes. That again is a challenge. And
the same data can be interpreted in many ways.
It can be interpreted in many ways
It can still be your version versus mine, which is why we will be having an exhaustive set of experts through the day helping us before and after the budget to really analyze where we stand. Let me go across to Avni Raja to put this more in perspective. Avni, the big 5 challenges that Finance Minister faces today, take us through them.
Yes, absolutely, Tanvi. Good morning. Now, of course, there are multiple challenges that are going to be facing the finance minister in this particular budget. So here are some of the biggest challenges that we're talking about. First of all, reviving growth, creating jobs, spurring demand, spending and fiscal balance. That balance is going to be very important as well. And obviously, the entire overhaul of the health infrastructure. Now, just to, put all of these are interlinked in one way or the other, but just to throw a little more light, let's look at each challenge here, starting with the growth part of it. Now, we do know that this year we're going to be seeing a contraction. We might get into the positive territory by the fourth quarter of this financial year, that is the Jan to March period. But nonetheless, for the entire year, it is going to be a negative growth a negative, a contraction that we're going to see as far as the economy is concerned. So in Q1, we saw minus 23.9%. In Q2, it was minus 7%. And for the entire year, it is likely to be minus 7.7%. So this is going to be the key, because this is going to be what will drive the economy going forward. That's the first big challenge, and what the government is going to do to ensure, growth comes back. The second challenge, of course, is now creating jobs. And this is going to be the most important part of it, because there have been millions of jobs that have been lost in this entire year. More than 38 million jobs have been lost so far in December alone. The unemployment rate was highest in December at about 9.1%. And that's been the highest unemployment since June. So even though the economy is, recovering, the unemployment rate is, has been rising. The other part, of course, is spurring demand. This is obviously linked to the economy, to the growth, all of that, jobs. And this is also crucial, because how is the government going to ensure that demand comes back? Consumer confidence is not very strong right now. Whether it's going to be putting more money into people's hand, incentives in the form of taxation, obviously increasing the number of jobs. All of these are, ways that the government needs to look at to sort of increase demand. And then you, of course, have the spending and fiscal balance that needs to be maintained. Now, all experts, as I'm sure on the panel also will tell you, that fiscal, is not so important right now, the fiscal deficit target at this point in time, because the spending is what is most important. But at the same time, the government has to ensure that it doesn't spiral out of control, because eventually we will have to come back and get the fiscal deficit number back under control. So what are the other ways that the government can shore up revenues? Increasing the focus on disinvestments is the other aspect as well. And finally, of course, very importantly, the health infrastructure overhaul. So far, we just have about more than 1% of GDP that is spent on health infrastructure. So hopefully this pandemic, which has brought to the forefront a lot of issues with respect to our health infrastructure, those issues will be taken into consideration, and we might see innovative ways of improving health infrastructure across the entire country. Tanvi.
All right, Avni, thanks so much for really putting that in perspective. Let me just straight away take it across to the panelists who are joining us right now. And I actually want to start off with Mr. M.K. Venu. Mr. Venu, often the media is blamed for, hyping up the budget before and after. But this time around, do you think it's worth pinning a lot of our hopes on what can be done with this budget exercise?
Well, Tanvi, you're right. India is probably the only advancing emerging economy, you might, if you want to describe India like that, where budget is such a big event, such a big publicized event. I don't think budgets are discussed or anticipated or speculated upon so much in other emerging economies like China, Brazil, South Korea, other peers. So while what you say is true, this year particularly budget is more eagerly awaited, Tanvi, in order to figure what will the finance ministry or the government do in terms of kickstarting demand. Because so far, Tanvi, in the last during the pandemic, what we have seen is government has come up with a lot of supply side measures, in the sense that they have bulk of the 20 lakh crore stimulus package had to do with providing credit to the MSME sector, providing relief to the corporate balance sheets, as I would describe it. So corporates have gained a lot. Corporates have reduced their interest costs. Interest rates have gone down. RBI has done a good job of providing a lot of liquidity in the system. And before the pandemic, you might remember, Tanvi, the corporate sector had got, in 2019, got a huge stimulus in terms of a corporate tax cut. So corporate taxes were reduced to, for new investment, 15%, otherwise 25%. Massive, there was a massive boost for the corporate sector, again, supply side. Company balance sheets, Tanvi, have improved, particularly of big companies. But the household balance sheets are still very weak, are still suffering. People's incomes have suffered during pandemic.
Correct.
Employment levels are still down. There are surveys which show that that's nearly 70% of those employed have either partially got their salaries have been reduced, or 50%, 35 to 50% salary loss. Now, all this put together, what it tells us is the economy will not pick up unless we generate demand, unless people go out and buy.
Yes.
Now, this has been stated by none other than the economist, not economist, a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, Nilesh Shah, who's a corporate sector guy. He works for Kotak, mutual fund. He heads Kotak's mutual fund division.
Correct.
He actually came on in an interview to The Wire. He said that the corporate sector cannot revive investments at the moment because the revival of demand has to come from the household sector.
Yeah.
So household sector needs to start spending. Now that is what this budget has to figure. And I don't know how she will do it, whether she'll put more money in the hands of people.
So, Mr. Venu, let me pick up that point, because that's a very interesting point that you made. And in fact, you very correctly said that's for many of the corporates, at least the big corporates, their balance sheets have improved. But honestly, if a lot of it has come at the cost of a dent on the household balance sheets, because people have either lost jobs or have had to face salary cuts and had to do, face the brunt of it for many of the big corporates to sustain and get through this crisis. So then, Gopal Agrawal, I won't put you in a spot by asking you exactly what can be announced today, but let me ask you to help us understand what's the idea with which we are getting into this budget announcement today.
Thank you, Tanvi. Taking cue from Mr. Venu, I would like to just say two things, important point that economic survey has also brought. That you don't push demand when there is a supply constraint. And COVID had been one of the biggest challenge where supply constraint had come from, because many of the industries were not working, the supply chain was disrupted, lot of things had put restrictions on the supply side. So unless the supply side regains, if you push demand, it will not help. So now that the supply constraint has been removed, the government did push for the government spending. In the November, we saw the increase in the government spending to the tune of 248%. So now the thing is that the government will now push further in the demand, creating demand. Second important point I would like to mention here is that many people were criticizing government that government had not announced one large chunk of stimulus in one go. We did was staggering the stimulus packages, and that has also helped. Those sectors which required support at any particular point of time, government gave stimulus to that sector. And initial was to push money into the rural and agriculture sector, which was in deep distress in the initial phase of COVID. Then second was the unorganized sector. Large chunk of money was pushed through bank and other channels into the unorganized sectors, and from there the economic growth has come out. We are seeing that there is a growth of 3.4% in the agriculture sector. Now the thing is that also I agree with Mr. Venu that and you also said that the fiscal deficit will not be a big constraint for the government. Government will continue spending. And if you look into the current status, the economic recovery is quite encouraging and strong, and that gives us confidence that now we have to sustain this economic recovery. Unless we catalyze this further, we sustain this, and from here we are borrowing, fiscal deficit, inflation, these constraints will not bog down the finance minister, and now
well, it's
we
good to
will,
hear, Mr.
put
Gopal
more money
Agarwal,
to
the BJP saying this, because I think for far too long we've heard that, well, we don't have the money, we have our own constraints, revenues are down, and the government can only do so much. So at least what you're saying, and I know you've now been mentioning this for the last couple of weeks at least, that you've had joined us for conversations, that shows that the government now understands and is willing to spend more than what it may be earning. And that effectively is an operative point to focus on. Mr. Siraj was saying, what Gopal Agarwal was saying, a lot of government's initial response was to focus on the rural sector. During the pandemic and the lockdown, the poor, the vulnerable, the agri sector and the rural sector, to what extent do you think we were able to tackle the problem at hand? And now, how do we take it from short-term relief to a long-term revival?
See, generally speaking, we can say that agriculture was not much affected by COVID-19 pandemic. Primarily due to the wherewithal of our farmers. However, in the last few months, I can say that the mood in the agriculture sector is very somber, and it is extremely conservative, because even the journalists who have been covering the farming sector have been arrested. So there is a lot of concern, more concern about that rather than the budget,
yes,
as far as the farming sector is concerned. But I must say that I would like to see in the budget a large allocation for agriculture marketing, because it is feared that the government now wants the APMCs to wither away. So the government should show by making a large allocation that it would rather invest in agriculture marketing, so that the facilities for APMCs actually improve and farmers realize a better price for their produce when they bring it to the APMC markets.
Let me in fact ask you to elaborate a little bit more on this, Mr. Siraj Hussain, and simplify it for our viewers. When you say spend more on agricultural marketing, what all does that entail?
Basically, what it means is that the APMC mandis should have better infrastructure for drying, sorting, cleaning, grading, packaging, storage. You see what happens, take the example of Punjab or Bihar. Of course, Bihar has no mandis, so there is nothing which one can expect in Bihar. But let us take Punjab. You know, when maize comes to the market, it has very high moisture because it has been harvested just after the monsoon season. So the APMC should have dryers, but very few APMCs have dryers, as a result of which the farmers are forced to sell at much below the MSP. So this year the MSP for maize was 1850 per quintal. Farmers sold it for 1100 or 1200 rupees per quintal. Similarly, the facilities for grading, especially for fruits and vegetables, they are hardly existing in most APMCs. So while the government may expect that private sector will come and invest, it will, in my view. I've written about it, but I think it is the government which has to invest in APMCs, especially for perishables, because in my view, and I have written about it, it is unlikely that the corporates will come and invest in fresh perishable sector. They would much rather be interested in more expensive non-perishable sector like pulses, etc., where they can make more profits.
Oh yes, absolutely. Vinay, before I go to Palvi, this is an important aspect that has been raised, and we've also repeatedly spoken about it, that you know, when we're trying to open up the markets, the agri markets, and at the end of the day trying and helping the farmers, we have to ensure that the necessary setup is there, the necessary infrastructure is there to really enable it going, and that's something that the government will really need to step up on.
Oh, absolutely. And look, for me, the big worry is this. We've never, ever looked at agriculture sector reforms in the last 60 years or so. And the biggest misfortune now is that the first attempt that was made by the government by introducing these three laws have run into all kinds of controversies. And that, to me, is a double whammy. The first whammy is that it slightly puts a roadblock on any more bold reforms the government may have been thinking. And the second part of the double whammy is that I have a sense that the government may slightly overspend on farm sector this year, in a difficult year, simply because they now need to also show a political message. Because, you know, we've been arguing and debating about it for a long time. Budgets are also political exercises. They're not just economic exercises. And I have a feeling the government will feel that pressure because they've just run into a difficult situation with the farmers. The narrative is very awkward out there. And I'm sure that the government's budgetary announcements would try and look at that sector way more carefully, and though it would have been required. But in this year, the challenges are just way too many. There's a healthcare challenge, there is a spending challenge, there's an infra challenge, there's a real estate. There's virtually every sector is in a challenge right now.
Yeah.
So that, I hope, doesn't weigh too much on the mind of the government. I hope we still look at it professionally the way we have. But for me, the big worry is that the reforms, boldness of reforms in the agriculture sector, which should have happened long back, may get a little stunted with what has happened over the last 3 months or so.
Well, that's MOS Finance there, praying early in the day before he, along with the finance minister, go in with their budget and present it to the parliament and to the country. Anurag Thakur on your screens. Pallavi, at the end of the day, you know it and I know it, Congress party will find some of the other issues with this budget. But let's begin this morning by asking you what it is that your party expects the government to do. It's a tough task, so many issues to address. Prioritizing will be a challenge.
See, Tanvi, I don't think it's about finding faults at the end of the day. You know, the Congress party is fully aware that at present nothing is going well for this government. You see the farmers' protests, they started from Punjab, they've spread to Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, and now they've spread like wildfire to other parts of the country as well, right? Then you have China on one side, which has dug its heels deep into the Indian territory and is refusing to leave. So the Congress party is fully aware that this is a very strenuous situation for the government right now, right? But having said that, you know, also it's important to mention the fact, since everybody on the panel spoke about how the pandemic has hit the economy. But we must not forget and let the people of this country also know that even without the pandemic, if you see, the economy had started going in a downward spiral, even when the pandemic had not started. So in the first quarter of 2018 and 2019, we saw the pandemic started going, the economy started going downward. It continued for 8 successive quarters till 31st March 2020. And we must also not forget that the current finance minister also has the distinction of being the only finance minister in the last 40 years to, present the budget of an economy that is in recession. The Indian economy has not gone in recession for the last 40 years. Then it has gone now. So we've seen in the first quarter, and we also have the IMF chief now come out and say that things will only be pre-COVID or in pre-pandemic situation only in 2025 for India, right? So right now the Congress party, keeping all these scenarios in mind, all we wish for, because we see there is a universal demand for 2 sectors where the government needs to pump in funds. One is the health infrastructure and second is the defense. I think both these sectors the government should keep priority because there is a universal demand for funds to be pumped in both these sectors right now. So that's what we're hoping for right now. Let's see what the government does. And let's also hope that it does not become a disaster like the 2020 and the 2021 budget, because the finance minister herself had to come out and unroll a lot of announcements that she had made.
No, that is true. And that was because of a large amount of backlash that came in. And then the second time around, obviously, we went into a pandemic and it's locked down, so things had to be redone again. So there is a lot riding this time around. Gopal Agrawal, would you like to respond to what the Congress party is saying?
I would like to say 2 things. One thing is that when Vinayji was saying, I would like to respond to that agri reforms, the current status will have a hampering effect on what the government will do for reforms. I would like to say to his comment that these reforms, etc., are coming from convictions, not compulsions alone. And those convictions show that agriculture reform, the 3 reforms, are urgently required, and we are committed to those reforms, though we will give some space for the farmers concerned, but overall we firmly believe that these agriculture reforms are good for the agriculture sector, and we are committed to doubling farmers' income, and this will be a strong step in that direction. One thing. Second thing is, the Prime Minister has said that we are seeing a series of multiple smaller budgets over the period from starting of COVID. And the health and the wealth, these two sectors have been brought out very strongly after the COVID crisis, and the government has sufficiently taken care of all these sectors. And it is not just that in isolation that this recovery, etc. are coming. So we are committed as a party for reforms. They will continue, and budget is one milestone in that reform process. We have labor reforms on the card, then many policy reforms, etc., all those things. The importance of V-shaped recovery is that the sustainability has to, the challenge is to sustain that. And this will be a major step in this direction. That's what I would like to say.
Okay.
And IMF and other RBI report, IMF report, Ministry of Finance monthly economic monitor report, PMI data, IIP data, all show that the corporate results across segment, automobile, IT, infrastructure, cement, steel sector, all are showing very healthy growth and GST figures now. So these are the strengths on which we will build the figures. And when there is no, we are not taking into consideration about fiscal deficit and the borrowing at current level, because economic survey says that interest rate and GDP growth rate, etc., inflation and fiscal deficit have to be balanced, and there has to be a counter-cyclical measure.
Yeah.
So we are going to do that. When we will require further focus on fiscal stimulus, we will do it. So I think we have sufficiently good roadmap, and our staggering of the stimulus package has also contributed to the sectors which require at one particular point of time support.
Yes,
from the
but
government.
a lot of that, Mr. Gopal Agarwal, was actually help them sustain in the short term, to borrow more, to have some cash in hand, to continue with their businesses and somehow survive when the business is in a lockdown setup. But clearly you know it and I know it, the demand is that more than enabling them to borrow, we have to figure out now other ways of restarting economy and saving the businesses. Saving lives part is done, saving livelihoods and restarting economy is the other part. I'm going to take a very short break. I request our panelists to stay on with us. Lots more to chat about on the other side. We'll also get you the latest updates and quick comments coming in from MOS Finance. Stay with me.
Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome, and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome, and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas.
Visuals coming in from outside the residence of the minister and the lady who's going to be in focus today, who's going to be presenting the plan, a vision of the government for a new India, of how we emerge from this slowdown after a year of pandemic. And Nirmala Sitharaman likely to step out in just a bit and then head to the finance ministry, and after that for the pre-budget cabinet meeting. Let me go across to Avni Raja quickly to also help put in perspective why, Avni, this budget is going to be very different from anything before, and every year we usually compare the announcements and the allocations to previous year, but why we can't really do that this year?
Yes, absolutely, Tanvi. And like you know, we've sort of put everything on hold even at our end because we can't keep things ready from the previous year when the new budget does come out for comparison's sake. Because obviously this entire year has sort of thrown everything out of gear. All plans had to be put on hold because of the pandemic. In fact, India, as far as 2019-20 is concerned, India saw 4% growth, and this is pre-pandemic. So the economy was already going through a problem in terms of not as strong growth as we've seen in previous years. And now, of course, we are in a contraction mode. We are in a recession. So we are obviously going to be trying to come out of that. In fact, in June, the government then barred new schemes. Existing schemes were also put on hold. Obviously, all kinds of projects were put on hold across the board. Now, as far as the Atmanirbhar, announcements are concerned, the stimulus package, the government has said that it was about 15% of GDP as far as the stimulus packages were concerned. But economists and experts say that it was not more than 2%. So obviously that has been a bit of a discrepancy in terms of what the government says and what experts say. Borrowing, now 13 lakh crore, the government has increased borrowing to 13 lakh crore versus planned 7.8 lakh crore. So borrowing obviously has gone much higher, and public health expenditure could be doubled this time round. That is something that we have to wait and watch out for, because remember, COVID expenses itself could be about 80,000 crore provision that we might see. And then, of course, there is the funding that is needed for the vaccines, the COVID vaccine drive as well. So all of these are, various reasons why it's going to be a complete, we'll have to look at this budget more or less in isolation and not too much in comparison with what we saw last time round, Tanvi.
Yes, absolutely, Avni. And I'm going to pick up on each of those points separately and take it to our panelists also to, go into further details. Mr. Venu, first to you on the fact that how, usually we have a planned exercise of picking up the budget document, comparing to what was done earlier, how much of it actually got done this year, and what the government now plans to allocate or spend. But this year is going to be very different. The government came out in March itself and said they're going to put everything else on hold and only focus on necessary expenses.
See, Avni, two things, Gopal Agarwal just said that that the government did not come up with a bigger fiscal stimulus, as in creating demand by putting more money in the hands of the people, because supply constraints still existed in the latter half of 2020. So he's right. If you had put more money in the hands of people, it would have led to inflation because supply had not come back. But now that supply has come back, I expect that the government will, which the economic survey also suggests, government will be a little liberal with its fiscal deficit target. But having said that, my overall assessment, Tanvi, is that as far as resources are concerned, I think there will be resource constraint. Government cannot borrow beyond a certain point, even if it is borrowing liberally. It cannot borrow beyond a certain point. And Mr. Modi, Prime Minister Modi, after his first meeting with the economists, suggested that big reforms announcement should also be seen as stimulus. So I expect that when the finance minister says that this is a once a 100-year budget, what she's talking about is not like putting huge amount of resources, fresh resources to pump demand. I think what she's probably talking about is a whole lot of announcements, reforms announcements, which might create an overall impression of the economy ready to take off as the global economy also comes back on stream. Just remember one thing, Tanvi. India cannot grow isolated from the rest of the world economy. The world economy has to come back. There was a statement 2 days ago from some European finance ministers, central bankers, that Europe is weakening again, and one doesn't know when America will recover. So we are actually joined at the hips with the rest of the world. So first of all, just perish the thought that India can grow completely, isolated from the rest of the world. Only globally, the only positive sign is China is growing. In 2020, China is the only economy which showed positive growth.
Correct.
About 3%. 3%. The entire global economic growth, incremental growth in 2020 is provided by China. So we'll have to look to China, we have to look to Europe, we have to look to America, because exports are also an important part of our economic growth story. So the whole lot of factors. So therefore, I'm a bit puzzled what the finance minister meant when she said once in a 100-year budget. Now I'm waiting to see what sort of announcement that will come.
Yes.
I don't think on resources it can be once in 100 years, because resources are by their very nature very limited.
Oh, you're right there. But I'm just taking cues from, and adding to what the finance minister said in terms of a budget like never before, and what's also been mentioned in the economic survey, where the chief economic advisor also seems to suggest that we need to forget about the fiscal deficit worries, and we really need to go out there and spend more. He's also specifically mentioned healthcare. And for justified reasons, that healthcare needs a lot more importance and focus. We are still in the year where vaccination will be one of our biggest focus. We're bringing in more vaccines, and on a fast basis, taking all of those vaccines to ensuring that more and more people get vaccinated. Because unless we break this chain, economic recovery is going to be very difficult, Vinay. So that's one aspect, and we'll discuss about healthcare in just a bit. But like Mr. Venu was mentioning, high-profile announcements for various sectors. Schemes, of course, we need to see how they get implemented. But it is literally starting from scratch with a blank slate where you can announce what you want today.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, we've been in a survival mode last year. We have to get into a revival mode. I mean, it's as simple as that, right? And to move from survival to revival, there are two ways out. One, look, journalists typically tend to look at headline-grabbing announcements more than anything else. I am not, I mean, though I'm a journalist myself, but I would discount looking for headlines necessarily. I mean, just because a headline is not big bang doesn't mean the measure may not be important, right? I think it's very important to see the quality of the measures, the efficacy of the measures, and which end of the problem the finance minister decides to address first, because very clearly she can't address all problems. There's no way that she can, in this one document, address all the problems we have, because we have problems at every front currently. And some of them preceded the budget, some of them got exaggerated because of the lockdown and the pandemic, and some because we are not even looking at a few data points maybe more carefully. And like one, for instance, is that while the economy is, the GST collections have been recorded this month, the spending seems to have come back to some extent. I think what we are not possibly looking at very carefully is, my personal sense is that the spending that is happening currently, it's being done largely by the 15-20% top of the income people who had a stable job and a salary outcome all through last year. That's the pent-up demand that's getting spent right now.
Yeah.
But the rest of the 75-80% people who did not have adequate income or did not have a stable income possibly still haven't started spending because they still haven't got their incomes back to the level they should have. So while the overall figure may look very impressive, the quality of the spending being done and the who's spending it is something is as important, because this 15% people spend will stop after a while, or at least will slow down, and then the impact of it will start getting felt in the middle of the next year. So all of those factors are important as we go along, and I hope that it's, I mean, for me the most interesting thing is which end of the problem she starts tackling first and more effectively.
Yes, and we've repeatedly highlighted that there, whether it's from the pandemic ailing sectors of tourism, aviation, real estate, hospitality, retail badly hit, to problems in some of the sectors which have been there for a while, for example, infrastructure and manufacturing and SMEs being a big chunk, to then catering to sectors like agri, which haven't been that badly hit, but are obviously the focus and the flavor of the season for, reasons that everybody else knows. But before I go to Mr. Siraj Hussain on that aspect, Pallavi, I'm just reading a tweet put out by Mr. Randeep Surjewala this morning saying, will the maximum slogan, minimum work government live up to India's expectations? Challenge to the finance minister to travel beyond thinking and execution paralysis to meaningful delivery for people. What exactly do we mean by thinking and execution paralysis?
See, Tanvi, I think it's very important to understand the fact and acknowledge the fact, first and foremost, that the economy is in a recession. Of course, the pandemic has put it into an abyss, with pushing the negative growth rate to minus 23.9 in the first quarter and minus 7.9 in the second quarter. But even before the pandemic, like I said earlier, and even your fellow journalist from your channel right now was saying, Agni was saying, even before the pandemic, the things weren't so hunky-dory for this government. The economy was already taking a spiral downward, even before the pandemic hit us. So I think what the government needs to realize as of now is that, listen to what, I understand what Mr. Venu was also saying. The entire world is facing a recession. It's not India alone that can grow. And he also agreed with Mr. Gopal Krishnan when he was saying that, the government didn't supply money to the people during the pandemic and all. But what the government could have done, and I think was the only way forward, in fact, there was an article by a leading economist also, if you saw during the pandemic times, the government could have encouraged direct cash transfers. At least to the 30% of the population that lives below the economic line, at least to the migrant workers, who had to go, at least to women. Because right now, what Mr. Modi ji keeps saying, and I think that is what Mr. Surjewala ji is saying, that the government makes a lot of claims, but when it comes to actually act on those claims, we see nothing on ground. It's absolutely zero. The ground reality is zero. So Modi ji kept saying digital India. You could have used that digital India. They were actually, you said that so many Jan Dhan accounts have been created after the Modi government came, and you've also started UPI payments. So you could have used all of that if it actually existed on ground and made direct cash transfers to the most vulnerable, to the people who suffered the most during this pandemic. And even if you have not done it then, even if it's belated right now, like Mr. Chidambaram ji also tweeted, do it now. What we are also hoping is that at least in this budget that she's going to announce, let there be some form of direct cash transfer, because you need, how else are you planning to increase the demand?
Okay, let me, because you raised this issue, we do know that the government's first round of package did involve, a scheme for the worst hit, for the poor of this country, which was food as well as some amount of money going into them. Obviously, the government at that point believed that they don't want to give money directly in the hands of too many people. But Mr. Siraj Hussain, looking at where the rural and the agri setup stands today, is that required still to put more money directly as cash in hands of people?
I think it would have been better if the poorest were given some direct cash transfer. However, I must mention that the government has no way of reaching those people because other than the women Jan Dhan account holders, and all of them were not poor because when the Jan Dhan accounts were opened, means were not tested. So whether this money which has gone to Jan Dhan accounts, women Jan Dhan accounts, has really gone to poor, we really do not know. And the government has no database, as far as I know, of the poorest. As far as my information goes, even the Antyodaya card holders, which are generally believed to be the very correctly identified people, the government does not have their bank account numbers linked to Aadhaar databases. So despite all this claim about DBT and Jam Trinity and all that, about which previous economic surveys have talked about in great praise, I do not think the government has a database of reaching out to poor people. So even if the government wanted to reach the poorest of the poor, 20% or whatever, through a direct benefit transfer, it cannot do that. It does not have the means to reach them directly.
Actually, that's a very interesting point that you've raised, that it doesn't have the means, despite all the conversations that we've had in terms of digitization and inclusion. Mr. M.K. Venu, there is also a problem of not having enough data on how many people we actually managed to even reach.
You know, Tanvi, I saw yesterday or day before the former chief economic advisor of the Modi government, Dr. Arvind Subramaniam. He spoke about data integrity and data transparency as an essential condition, and he called it software, essential software to run the economy. You know, or to if you don't have, if you start sort of deluding yourself with untested data and by negating your own established NSSO data, etc., then it becomes very difficult to assess performance. Now, this has been a weakness of this government from the time it executed demonetization, and after that it started claiming that a formalization in the economy has started happening very fast. But Tanvi, I'll tell you something. Post demonetization and badly implemented GST, every economist is now saying that the informal, while the organized formal sector, large and medium corporate sector, they are doing well, and you can see them on business channels saying that they are growing their balance sheet, they're growing their profits, etc. But it is a consensus that the informal sector has been smashed. And normally in an economy, Tanvi, when the overall economy goes up, both the organized and the unorganized go up. But in the last 6-7 years under Modi regime, what we have seen is organized sector, corporate sector improving, but informal sector, unorganized sector going down.
Yes.
Now, this sort of breakdown in the correlation has not happened, and what this is leading to now, Tanvi, is a structural problem which has been commented on by an economist who was a member of the Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council in the previous tenure, Ratin Roy.
Yes.
Ratin Roy's case is, which I completely agree with, that India's consuming middle class of about 100 to 150 odd million, which consumes a basket of goods like a small car, an air conditioner, a refrigerator, a television set, that has not expanded for the last 8-10 years. He says that since 2010, this consuming class is stagnant.
Yeah.
So unless this consuming class expands, it will expand only if new investments happen. The economy reaches a higher equilibrium by through higher investments, higher income creation, which is not has happened. And the demonetization actually gave a setback to that process. So this is a real structural problem on which we need a white paper. and a lot of people are commenting on this, but we actually need a comprehensive view of what is happening to the informal sector of the economy.
No, you're, to a certain extent, I do agree with you, Mr. Venu, that as far as the unorganized sector is concerned, one, we don't have enough data, where everybody agrees on and is credible data to suggest what is the status. And if we don't have that, then conversations and policy making also becomes extremely difficult. So we'll have to see if the government tries to address that in some way. As far as the, organized sector and the corporate sector is concerned, we do know that it started showing some signs of revival. To what extent is it sustainable, and what can the government do to boost that is the other aspect. Thank you very much to all of our esteemed panelists for joining us on the first round of this conversation. This is just the beginning. We are still just warming up. So much more to go. In the next couple of hours, we're going to put sectors in perspective, what can be expected from the government, a big focus on healthcare and agriculture. Also, perhaps, looking at other ways of putting money in the hands of people, even in the hands of farmers. Maybe they increase the allocation under the PM Kisan Samman Yojana. Annually, farmers get, a bunch of farmers get 6,000 rupees. That could go up. So many options there on the table for Finance Minister. Stay with us on this special broadcast.
कार देखो गाड़ी पे होम
Across Karnataka, rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
Rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first.
मोदी सरकार में माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी का ये बजट जनता की उम्मीदों के अनुसार होगा। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास मूल मंत्र के साथ चलने वाली मोदी सरकार ने पिछली महामारी के समय भी आत्मनिर्भर पैकेज देकर भारत को एक नई दिशा दी, महामारी से बचाया भी और भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था को तेजी के साथ पटरी पर भी लाए और मजबूती प्रदान कर रहे हैं। पूर्ण विश्वास है इस बजट में भी हम जनता की उम्मीदों पर खरा उतरेंगे और आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लिए और विश्व की अग्रणी इकोनॉमीज में एक भारत लगातार आगे बढ़े, इस दिशा में हमारा लगातार प्रयास रहेगा।
Now, tax revenues is one of the ways and an important way that the government earns money. This includes both direct as well as indirect taxes. So all taxes that we've talked about even earlier on, which includes income tax, corporate tax, customs duty, excise duty, GST, cess, all of that is what makes up the government's tax revenue bucket. Now, this is extremely important from the government's point of view because tax revenues is one of the main ways that the government actually earns money. So while for us, all of us I know keep hoping for a cut in taxes, but we must keep in mind that it's good for us because we then pay less tax. But when the government cuts taxes, it means that the government is losing money and it is collecting that much less money from us.
कार देखो गाड़ी पे होम
Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of...
You are on top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman reaches North Block as she is set to present what is going to be India's most crucial budget yet. MOS Finance Anurag Thakur offers prayers ahead of Budget 2021, assures that budget will match people's expectations. Will Budget 2021 at least now focus on the ailing healthcare sector that's been ignored for long? Government might also look to assuage farmers who are on a war path due to the new farm laws by putting more money in their hands. And in some other headlines from across the country, amid revival of farmers' anti-farm law protests, internet suspended in 14 districts of Haryana. This extension has now been suspension has now been extended till 5 p.m. today. Myanmar military takes over the country for a year. Aung San Suu Kyi, along with several other leaders, detained The coup comes after Myanmar military disputed the results of the recently held national elections. Good morning and good to have you with us here on Mirror Now on this special broadcast. All day long we're going to get you updates. We're counting it down for the union budget presentation that begins at 11 a.m. The finance minister has reached North Block as she now prepares for what will be one of the most different budgets at a time which is unprecedented while we stare at the biggest of the challenges. We're going to be discussing the various aspects of this. We're also going to be talking on sectors that need to be in focus. Now, one could argue that every aspect of economy, every class and segment of people right now need help from the government. Our economy was growing at 4% when we went into the pandemic and lockdown. It then contracted 23%. Since then, we've improved a little, but it's a long, long road to recovery. So what does the government do? What does it pick? Where do we put our focus? Where do we put a lot of our money? That's the big conversation. Let me say good morning first up to Vinay Tiwari, our managing editor, who's with me in the studios. Vinay, so much to choose from. But, there are a few sectors that we here at Mirror Now believe deserve attention after the pandemic year that we've seen.
Absolutely. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, look, usually the talk will be around infrastructure spending. It'll be around, agrarian reforms. It'll be around MSME sector. But for me, I think the one lesson from the last year has been on how inadequate we were in terms of our health infrastructure. And I think for decades now, it's not just about this government. I think for decades now, health investment has really been a token exercise. I mean, even though states have as much of a role to play as the central government in health infrastructure, but it has always been tokenism in some ways. We've not looked at it as seriously and as intensely as we possibly should. And I'm hoping that this last year's experience will now propel the government to look at that sector almost as probably the most important strategic sector that you have, because that particular sector's inadequacies have the capacity to cripple functions in the event of a pandemic or a mass epidemic like the one we saw last year. I mean, the cascading effect of the problems that you see are just way too many. I think we were lucky that we've come out of that pandemic quicker and better than the others. Our casualty count has been very low, and we are not seeing the kind of second wave that other countries are seeing. So we are lucky in many ways, but we really can't afford to take a chance. And health infra development takes time. It's not just about building hospitals and PHCs. It's also about having adequate and good quality doctors, paramedic staff, and other infrastructure that needs to put the whole chain in place. So the process needs to begin, and it needs to begin now, because the demographic dividend of India will get lost if you have an unhealthy population or a population that cannot function to its full capacity.
And a lot of these things are going to take time, Vinay, when it's building infrastructure, not just in cities. We know even our cities are not very well equipped. That's what this pandemic showed to us. We already knew that the primary healthcare system is completely, in the ICU itself and needs a lot to be done. But for us to even match up to the needs of medical professionals, doctors and nurses, it requires exhaustive planning and training for us to even reach the levels we need to, say, in the next decade. But that being said, many expect in the first year the priority to be the vaccination drive itself. Mr. Surajit Mazumdar, good morning to you. Good morning to Mr. R. Sriram, Associate Editor of the Economic Times. And we'll also have Aarti Raute joining us in just a bit. But first up to Mr. Surajit Mazumdar, Professor for Center for Economic Studies and Planning at JNU. To your mind, is a lot of the healthcare allocation now going to be more about the vaccination drive, funding the vaccine for those who can't afford it? How do you see government allocating its funds there?
Well, I'd like to begin by saying that when you're framing a budget in today's kind of context, if I may use an analogy from this context, you have to approach it not as looking at the Indian economy as a COVID-affected patient which is now out of the ICU and well on its way to recovery. Instead, you have to look at it as a patient which already suffered from comorbidities, which has aggravated the COVID effect, and which is an economy which is in serious danger of becoming a particularly serious case of long COVID, which is that you can have the effects of this being felt over a long period of time. And in addressing this particular issue, it is very important to step up significantly public spending. And one of the areas in which that spending needs to be stepped up is, of course, health. So we are an economy in which we have inadequate spending. We have a problem in demand. We have a problem that there are several sectors like health, education, agriculture, infrastructure. So actually, you have from both sides, you have a deficit which needs to be met by spending, which to address which also you need to.
Well, we have a very bad line with you, Mr. Balsundar. I'm sorry I'm interrupting.
And of course, health.
But we're going to try and fix that line with you.
And it cannot be just about vaccines and dealing with a temporary problem.
Yes, Mr. Balsundar, we're going to try and see if we can get a better connection because I lost half of what you said because of that patchy network. Let me just also bring the attention of our viewers to what we're running on the screens and what the expectation is. And many of the news organizations have reported this, that the healthcare budget allocation could almost double than what it was last year. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to be suddenly building a lot more of hospitals or suddenly building a lot more of primary healthcare centers, but a lot of that could actually go into the vaccine fund. Now, we could also look at a separate cess. Government could look at bringing a different kind of a tax, a cess that you pay for, the taxpayers pay for, which would be then helpful in collating the money for vaccination drive. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Shriram, vaccine makers themselves have said projected a certain cost, and Adar Poonawalla was one of the first several months ago to come out and say the government will have to put aside 70 to 80,000 crore rupees just for the cost of vaccine. Now, we don't know how much the government center will bear the cost for and how much people themselves will pay for, but it will definitely be something to watch out for in this budget announcement.
Yeah, I'd like to just make 2 or 3 points regarding the health infrastructure spending that we've been talking about. The first point is that I think we need to really focus on what is it that we are really spending on. It's not just about throwing money into building new hospitals and building new primary healthcare centers. I think we have a fairly large number of hospitals coming up in both the government sectors and also in the private sector all across the country. The question is that are we really churning out good doctors, quality doctors? Are we really churning out quality healthcare professionals who can man these hospitals and man these primary healthcare centers? And what are the quality of medical education in this country? I think that's a very, very different issue. And I don't think that problem can be addressed by just spending money or just throwing money at it. I think it's a very, very different and a more qualitative approach that one needs to take as to how to strengthen the infrastructure in terms of quality and robust output. The second point is that there is a lot of work that the private sector is already doing. If you look at many parts of the country, and I think whether you look at the vaccine production and how Hyderabad has become the vaccine capital of this world, or if you look at the fact that how Chennai has emerged as one of the biggest medical centers which really draws where patients not just from India but from all over the world actually go and get treated. A lot of this is because of private sector. I think you need to incentivize private sector in order to set up similar such centers and similar such health hubs across the country. I think these areas, if we can really focus on.
Just 1 minute. I'm sorry for doing this, but I just want to point out what we're looking at on the screens. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, they're holding that red envelope, which one would assume has a laptop or a tablet inside it, Vinay, because unlike the previous years where the Bahi Khata was a bunch of papers, this time it's going to be a soft copy. We're not printing the budget copies out.
That's right. So the budget moved to the Bahi Khata terminology, and this looks like, visually this looks like a tablet because obviously these are not budget budget papers. This was supposed to be a paperless budget. I also think that the traditional image that I think people are used to seeing for decades of the truck arriving and the budget papers being unloaded and the dog sniffing before they are let into the parliament will also not happen this time, because it is supposed to be paperless. It will just get uploaded onto the website. So that's something new that you've seen, that this envelope, it looks like a tablet inside it for sure.
Vaikata was also a terminology introduced by this government after Nirmala Sitharaman took charge as finance minister. But because these are COVID times, they're not going to be printing all of that paper and then distributing it to everybody. It's all going to be digital. So it's interesting, but because symbolically we're so used to the halwa ceremony and the budget printing copy ceremony, and then this visual that she obviously has still a new era kind of a red rectangular box envelope that she was holding. Very sorry, Mr. Sriram, that I had to interrupt you, but I just wanted to address those visuals. Go ahead, please.
No problem. So this is, I think you need to really incentivize private sector in this. And private sector has the ability, has the capability, has the money, and has the willingness and the determination, and they can draw in quality talent. And we've already seen how we are a generic pharma success story all around the world. We are a vaccine success story. We will soon be doing about 10 million jabs a day. We could cover 300 million population by in the next 4 or 5 months, and we would be in a position to start exporting, and we're already doing that to some extent. We would be in a position to start exporting large number of vaccine jabs to many countries in the world. And I think you need to really focus. It's not just about money. It's not just about allocation, saying that, okay, the allocation was 2 lakh crore and now it has gone up by 10 or 15% or 20% next year. It's about how you spend the money, how you incentivize, how you bring in private sector talent, and how you actually end up improving the healthcare infrastructure in this country. And not just about building more hospitals, but also about creating the infrastructure and also about making it more and more robust, so that this pandemic, well, thankfully we are out of it. We seem to be coming out of it, but God forbid that something else happens in the next couple of years. We should be in a position to handle it. And I think we really need to focus on the healthcare spending or infrastructure. Whatever you're doing there has to be targeted. It has to be outcome based. It can't be just, well, I have some 3 lakh crore of money and I'm going to spend it, and look, it's much better than what we did over the last 5 years, or much better than what we did over the previous government. That is not the story. I think the days of such talk are over. Just do targeted, focused spending and improve the healthcare infrastructure in this country. I think that would be the point that I would like to make.
Enough. Mr. Mazumdar is also back with us. Mr. Mazumdar, the allocation for the last year, or the year we are still in, was about 67,000 crore rupees for the healthcare sector, and then additionally for in some other sub-segments. That essentially, many say, could just be the cost of the vaccination drive. So to what extent will the government now need to get in additional funds, and then does it make sense to bring in a vaccine cess?
Well, let me just put a different point of view slightly than Mr. Sriram, which is this, that yes, it is true that you can improve the quality of spending. Yes, it is true that you have to think about how you spend and not just spend. But that is no reason for accepting the fact that the spending itself is inadequate. And when you have limited spending, the quality of the spending can also deteriorate. Now, are we going to bet our future on a largely privatized health system, or are we going to bet our future on strengthening our public health system is the question. I think the world over, the COVID impact COVID has shown the importance of having a strong public health system and the difficulties that you face when you have a largely privatized health system. Even a very privatized health system like the US, which is certainly quality-wise is supposed to be exceptional, has had great difficulties in dealing with this pandemic. So I think the importance of a public health system is what has been brought home by the COVID impact. And we were a country where we already have severe deficits in the health sector. So we need to step up spending significantly in health. I don't think there can be any doubt about that. And issues about how the quality of that spending and the effects that it have to be addressed within the context of stepping up public spending, not as that can be an argument for not spending significantly greater on health.
That's an extremely valid point that you've also, raised here. The fact that our spending has not even been 2% of the GDP for the allocation to healthcare, and that's been largely the allocation, or all of it even gets spent every year of what the government announces. So in the range of 1.5 to 1.7% of the GDP. Again, it's a statistic, Vinay, but it gives you a sense. A lot of the developed economies with the best of the healthcare setup, especially in the private sector, still spend 10% to 12% of their GDP from the government's end on this. So clearly we have a lot of catching up to do to build that public healthcare system.
Yes, some spend as much as 18%. So, I mean, that tells you the importance that they give to health spend. But look, I'll tell you where my problem is, and this problem is more to do from the last mile downwards. What are the biggest challenges? If a person today, and I'm not talking about highly urbanized, rarefied areas like Delhi and Mumbai. I'm talking of the rest of the India because that's where the problem is much more acute. What's the biggest problem that an average person in India currently faces? The first big problem in large sections of India, small towns, rural, is mobility. If there is a patient from his or her household to the hospital, there is a mobility issue. I am sometimes astounded that in 2021, India does not have, or any state does not have, an effective ambulance system. You can't call anyone and ensure that an ambulance arrives. It's largely a very disorganized, unorganized, private sector-led, charitable organization-led system, which is highly inadequate. That's the first. The mobility is a big problem. Also, mobility is a cost. And because mobility is a cost, you see that a lot of the patients who reach the hospitals, even the first intervention, is at a critical state. It is not detected early because people are spending a whole lot of money in just trying to go to the hospital. Then, of course, there is a problem of the access to the proper doctor that should be available to the person. There is a lack of availability of the doctor. The PHC system is very weak in some states. It's slightly better in the others. But some states, there is no coverage of PHC for miles together. In states like Bihar or Chhattisgarh or UP, you may have a district hospital which caters to 3 or 4 districts around them. And then, of course, you have the issue of, quality infrastructure within those hospitals. You can see that some of the government hospitals are crumbling, and there is a multi-tier governance structure that today governs hospitals. You have civic hospitals, you have state-run hospitals, and you have central government hospitals. So my only point is that, yes, while budget exercises are about allocation, I also hope that this allocation enhancement, if that happens, is the first step towards an overhauling to the way we've looked at health so far. It requires the state government's cooperation. It requires a different mindset. And we've been arguing on Mirror now that while the government should get out of every other sector, they should get into the health sector. This is the one sector where government must be there. They shouldn't be there in hotels and airlines and so on and so forth, but they must be in healthcare sector, because I completely agree with Mr. Majumdar. If there is any sector where government presence is necessary, it is possibly the health sector, because there is no other solution for a country which has such complex sociological and economic disparities as we have.
So let me bring in our other panelists as well, and I say good morning to Charu Pragya of the BJP and Adil Singh Boparai of the Congress Party. Aarti Raote, partner for Deloitte India, also joins us this morning. Good morning to all of you. Charu Pragya, let's continuing with the conversation we were having about focus on some of the sectors that otherwise have been ignored by successive governments, but the pandemic has made us realize that we cannot no longer ignore the healthcare segment. Now, what is it that the government can do at this point for this sector?
Tanvi, good morning. And I was just seeing images of our finance minister, and it's so nice to see the big fat file being replaced by a sleek iPad. I think we are progressing. I just saw that, so I wanted to point that out.
Yes.
And you're absolutely right. The pandemic has taught us that the way we've been allocating budget in the past needs to change. Healthcare has to be a key section for the expenditure of any developing country. Up till now, we have prioritized spending in other sectors, not as much on healthcare as a developing country would otherwise be able to spend. See, if you look at the healthcare infrastructure of a country in Europe or the United States, for example, our budget in percent is much, much smaller. But the pandemic has shown us that to keep the economy robust, we have to maintain the health of the country. And now this time, I'm quite certain that's going to go up. Healthcare as well as education, I think, because the pandemic has also taught us that when the world is thrown into a frenzy, the traditional ways of teaching our children is not going to keep up, and we'll have to come up with a better and a more stable form of imparting education, not just the traditional way. So I'm looking out to see how much more budget is being given to healthcare and how much more budget is being given to education this time.
Actually, Vinay, just to take it back to the point that you made, and yes, to a certain extent, I agree that a lot more of focus needs to be given to outside the metros. But this pandemic also threw up, the glaring lapses even in our metros. Now, we all say that we have such enough hospitals, enough of the private hospitals. People in the cities can at least afford to go to these hospitals. But this time we saw that even in our cities, we don't have enough ambulances. Now, these are basics that should be there anywhere in our country. Enough ambulances or enough staff in our hospitals.
Yeah, I mean, look, any pandemic of this sort will stretch systems. It will stretch the best of the systems. So, for me, the bigger problem is this, that, and I have a slight disagreement with one particular word. Yes, people in the big cities had access to good healthcare, which was private.
Not everybody can afford it.
But the affordability was a big question. You know, the amount of out-of-pocket expense in India that people do on healthcare is possibly one of the highest in the world.
Yes.
Almost 60 to 70% of health expenses are out of pocket. And you cannot have that situation. So this is not just about budgetary allocation. It's also about creating a robust, universal mandatory health insurance regime kind of a scenario. I mean, you've got to move in that direction. You cannot have people spending their savings, selling off their assets to fund health needs. And this is what happened in this pandemic. A large section of people had to sell off assets to fund their health needs, even though they had access to that care. So you had private availability, but they were enormously expensive. And that's not sustainable. That is not something. And also, as I keep saying, if for a country like India, it's a very curious situation where even though we have one of the youngest population in the world, you also now have a creeping problem of non-communicable diseases becoming worse and worse.
Yes, and more frequent.
More frequent. And you already have certain programs taking a backseat because of lockdown. TB is going to become one big issue going forward next year because that has completely taken a setback. And you'll have a big challenge of non-communicable diseases. And I keep repeating this, that if we don't address this, our demographic dividend will get lost. Because if you have a young population, but which is not fully healthy, it is not going to aid and abet the development of a country as much as it should be.
Oh, yes, absolutely. In fact, if I can just bring in Mr. Sriram on this aspect before I go across to Adil and Aarti both. Mr. Sriram, your views, on what Vinay was just saying right now.
I think he's broadly right, and I think they've touched upon all the important points here. You really need, I mean, we've been talking about this need for robust healthcare spending, improving the quality of healthcare infrastructure and all that. And I think you really need to really go all out. And it's not just the central government, but also the state government and the local bodies who need to play a huge role. I'd just like to make one point here. And I think there is a big difference between incentivizing private healthcare and privatizing healthcare. I don't think anybody is really calling for privatizing healthcare in this or telling the government that you step away from healthcare and move into and go do something else. All I'm saying is that while you are spending money in building AIIMS institutes across the country or building primary healthcare centers across the country or in doing more district level hospitals, you need to incentivize private sector even more, given the fact that they already have the ability, they already have the funds, and they already have the infrastructure in several parts of the country. And I gave two examples of both Hyderabad and Chennai, where you had the private sector coming up in a very, very big way and actually developed the healthcare ecosystem in these two places. And I'm sure the same can be said of other cities also, and the same is possible in other cities also. So you need to, while you're talking about whether you're spending 65,000 crore and how it can go up by, say, 3 times or 4 times, and how much the state governments can do, and I'm sure they can do a lot, and I'm sure the government should spend it up. It can't be just 65,000 crore or 2% of your GDP. You also need to incentivize and provide some kind of, whether it is tax breaks or whether it is other kind of incentives to the private sector so that both work hand in hand. And it's not just the government that is carrying the weight on this.
You know what, Mr. Sriram, I agree. Just I agree with you on incentivizing the private sector and, ensuring that they have a role to play in strengthening the healthcare as long as, we still ensure there is some kind of affordable healthcare. In fact, to the point that you made of saying that the government should continue to be in this sector, I completely agree with you. If anything, I believe that the government needs to increase the coverage of its Ayushman Bharat scheme, the insurance scheme that we have for people, because there is absolutely no insurance penetration, health insurance penetration in our country.
Just before you go to the other quick point to what Sriram said, incentivizing, yes, but it must be accompanied by a very, very strong regulatory regime.
Absolutely.
If the first experiment of incentivizing healthcare sector in India was to give land at concessional rates in return for treatment to the poor, nothing of that happens.
That has not happened. Yes.
It just doesn't happen. So you really need a very strong regulatory mechanism to ensure that those incentives are passed on and utilized for the common good.
Just to explain this to our viewers, private hospitals got subsidized land because we needed that boost to our healthcare infrastructure, and we needed those hospitals. And the condition for these private hospitals has been that you allocate a percentage of your beds and services for the poor, and you ensure that they are also, given space and treated. But we've, over the past several years, reported all kinds of instances and methods that many hospitals come up with to on paper show that this is being followed, but in actual terms, it doesn't get followed because commercial interests come up first. So those are the kind of things that Vinay is actually referring to. We should ensure don't happen. Good morning to Adil Singh Bopara as well. Adil, healthcare for far too long in our country has been ignored. What is your party's expectations of what the government can do in this budget?
Well, good morning, Tanvi. Firstly, this is not the time for inanities. This government has been a disaster on the economic front. Our GDP has been consistently declining for the past 2 years, and it's a matter of record. No amount of government spin doctoring will change that reality. Now, our policy suggestions to this government, as far as this budget are concerned, are manifold. But to begin with, in a few pointers which we are hopeful that the government would incorporate in their budget. Number one, like you said, increase budgetary allocation for healthcare and defense sector. Number two, increase government's capital expenditure. Number three, reduce taxes on petrol and diesel. Today, petrol prices are at an all-time high in your city of Bombay. It is touching 90 rupees. This burdens the common man. Number four, the government must provide for direct cash transfer to the lower, economically weaker sections of society, because unemployment has taken a toll. Unemployment is touching 10%. And if this government needs to revive demand, if it intends to revive demand, it is important that it gives money into the hands of the people. Number five, and unfortunately this government believes that headline management will cover wide inequalities which have creeped into our system. It is important to come up with a scheme such as a Nyaya scheme, where money is given, where people directly are in a position to purchase consumer goods, where demand is revived, because that cycle is something which would revive the economy. Unfortunately, over the past few months, even those stimuluses which the government had promised, there's been no tangible development in that front. So therefore, our suggestion is that the government needs to move from just announcements to actual deliverables. We're at a crossroads. No objective, independent economist can deny that our economy is in a mess. And it is not just because of COVID. Even prior to COVID, the economy was shrinking. GDP was coming down. So therefore, the government spin doctors may try to blame everything and pin the blame on the pandemic, but that's not the reality. There are several factors even before that which have contributed to this economic morass. So we sincerely expect that the government of India undertakes these measures so that benefit can be given. After all, we're talking about 130 crore people.
Okay, so let me take one point from that, and before Charu Pragya responds to what you've said, take one of your suggestions across to Aarti Raute. Aarti, good morning to you. I think every budget, the corporate side and the taxpayer, the common man side, the expectation is lesser tax burden, lower tax burden. This year around, the expectation is still the same, but what can we expect the government to do?
I think the government has already decided, because the budget is all formulated, but this time is different. it's like the pandemic has not spared anybody, and the pointers which were called out by the eminent speakers on this panel, they're absolutely true. Everybody has been affected, and while some of the people could have afforded the healthcare, many others have not. Some of them have also faced challenges like pay cuts, or even things like a voluntary retirement scheme or a retrenchment has been launched by companies. So people are facing unemployment, and economically they are really in a challenging phase. Now we are talking about the honest taxpayers who file their returns, and nobody can deny that the salaried class is the one which is the hardest hit, because their taxes go out through the TDS scheme. Last few years there haven't been too much of dole outs or bonanza schemes for the common taxpayers. But I think this year the government really needs to think about three things. One is the excess medical cost that people had to bear, the challenges in terms of an economic slowdown, and not having jobs in hand or not having enough cash in hand. And the third thing is that yes, one of the speakers did point out on the spend, or on additional budgetary allocation for medical. And probably the way to this, one of the things which the finance minister has done in the past is to provide a LTC scheme which is linked not to travel but to a higher spend. And maybe that is the way that the government would choose. But yes, the common man is really expecting some kind of relief, a higher relief, especially on medical, housing investments, things like that. Over to you.
Yes, absolutely. And one expectation is that the government increases the coverage of the Ayushman Bharat scheme, the health insurance scheme that was announced a couple of years ago. And any which was the plan was to gradually build it up. So that's one aspect. But Mr. Majumdar, we repeatedly talk about putting more money in the hands of people. Would tax cuts really be the way to go forward with that? Because essentially, if you look at the number of taxpayers in our country, the number is very, very small. Does it even make a difference?
Well, let me correct you. I do not think that the taxpayers' number is small. The number of taxpayers is very large, and even the poor in this country pay taxes, but they pay indirect taxes.
Yes, okay, all right.
The problem with our tax system is we have a very low tax to GDP ratio in India compared to the rest of most of other countries in the world. But we place a very heavy reliance on indirect taxes. 2/3 of our taxes in the country come from indirect taxes, and only 1/3 comes from direct taxes. Whereas the norm in most countries, which is what you need to do if you actually have to have a progressive taxation system, is the other way around: 2/3 coming from direct taxes and 1/3 from indirect taxes. So there is a case for reducing the tax burden on really who are the common people in this country. But what we have had is the exact opposite, because what has the government done in the course of the pandemic? It has relied on raising taxes on petrol and diesel, which enter into the cost of everything, as the way to deal with the problem of revenues, and not chosen to actually use direct taxes on increasing the burden of direct taxes on those who have benefited the most from Indian growth in the last 25-30 years. That includes the corporate sector.
Yes.
So their share of the total income in the country has been going on increasing. It is too much of a too large a share for too small a proportion of the population. And we need to change the structure of taxation so that there's more taxes on those who have higher incomes and less of a burden of taxes on the common people. So I think there is a case for reducing taxes, and there's a case for also increasing taxes. And the ultimate objective should be to increase the tax mobilization if you're going to be able to, in the long term, sustain increased public spending.
Well, Vinay, that's linked to the point that you usually make about taxing the wealthy. And while we try and give relief to those who don't have enough going for them right now, other segments, the upper segments, have still sustained, flourished even through these tough times, including the controversial segment of the rich farmers.
Oh, absolutely. That's the big elephant in the room. Does anyone have the courage to start looking at, say, agriculture income, especially the top 5%, if not more, and look at taxing that, I don't know. I mean, not now. I mean, we made this point earlier that maybe that boldness may have been possible earlier, but now what we've seen in the last 3 months or so, it may not happen. And that's one of the things that I feel is a little bit of a setback for the government to even look at something as dramatically bold as that. But I do believe, and I agree with Mr. Majumdar, of course, he's the expert and he's absolutely right. The people are paying indirect taxes, but the trouble is that the narrative that gets set, the urban narrative, so the word that I would like to use, is largely led by the salaried class, which only look at their own, the tedious component of the taxes, because that's where there is no option. You got to end up paying what you have. Now, is that enough? Is the cut to the salaried class enough to sort the problem? Possibly no. You need a more innovative approach to that. You need a more broader approach to that. And you also need better or easier compliances. I mean, for all the ease of filing taxes that we've made, there are still issues that are related to, for instance, issues like GST, where a lot of people are still not very comfortable or happy, or maybe even the smaller sector especially are looking at it from a very, I mean, they find it very complicated and sometimes counterproductive for the kind of business that they are in. So I think all of those issues become important, not just the personal taxation issue, but also other forms of revenue taxation that are there.
Well, I just want to point out two things as I go across to Charu, who wanted to make a point earlier. One is the response that we're seeing this morning, and obviously it reflects the big hopes and expectations that that the stock markets have from the government and the investors have from the government. That the markets are actually up over 400 points. So there is some amount of enthusiasm this morning. I don't know which way it will go after the announcements, but usually you do see a bit of a dip after the announcements are made, unless something big bang really comes through. So that nobody can predict, and it's very, very difficult. But the Sensex is up and about and very, very enthusiastic and positive this morning. The second one, of course, is reiterating what we earlier pointed out to our viewers, the digital Bhai Khata, a tablet that Finance Minister is holding. This is a paperless budgetary exercise in a pandemic time, and she's actually going to be reading out from that tablet itself. Charu, you wanted to make a point earlier. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, Tanvi. I was actually wanting to respond to Adil's point because he happened to mention Nyay. And I wanted to remind him that the people of India have already rejected something like Nyay, and 2019 election results showed us that. And I also believe, and I believe this very firmly, that our people need to be equipped to earn better incomes instead of being made habitual to these kind of handouts like Adil is talking about. So Nyay does not go a very long way in making India a stronger nation. It just makes a big part of our population dependent on these handouts. So let's instead focus on the other things that we are working on, our infrastructure, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Let's make sure that entrepreneurs are given the support they deserve, and that's where our money should be spent rather than handouts. And Nyay is like a gone scheme, Adil. 2 years later.
So Charu, while you reject the Nyay scheme, let me ask you, because there is a lot of expectation and speculation rather that the government is going to increase the allocation under the PM Kisan Samman Yojana, and the 6,000 rupees that these farmers get annually, that money could actually be increased. Are you saying you're not going to be doling out that money? You won't be doling out any money to the farmers who are today very, very angry with the government?
No, Tanvi, actually these are two completely different issues, and Nyay covered each and every person. But see here, how was the money spent in the pandemic? The money given to a Manrega worker was increased. I'm using that as an example, right? So your basic salary is increased for doing labor work. And the same goes for farmers, because see, farmer issues are very, very deep in our country, with the land parcels growing smaller, with the challenges we are facing with cash crops and traditional crops. So that is the support and handholding the farmers of India need today. And you cannot link it to something which is as generic as Nyay.
Tanvi, can I come in, please?
Yes, Adil.
Tanvi, you can only remedy a solution or find a solution to a problem if you diagnose the problem correctly. And this is where my esteemed friend from the Bharatiya Janata Party is miserably wrong. Today, private investment in this country is at a historic low. This is a fact. Vinay would agree with me on this. Number one. Number two, unemployment is at an all-time high. This is again a fact. Number three, an Ambani and an Adil Boparai pay the same amount of taxes on petrol and diesel. Number four, the only bright spot on our horizon over the last financial year was agriculture. And see the plight of the farmers today. There are lakhs of farmers out on the streets. And this is not just a one state-centric agitation or a movement. It's Haryana, it's Uttar Pradesh, it's Rajasthan. Farmers in other parts of the country are protesting and agitating against the government's policies. Number 5, their policies with regard to the taxation. There is a reason why entrepreneurs are feeling crippled because of tax terrorism. Unfortunately, this government is not able to find solutions. Their entire focus is on inanities like an iPad Bahikata or coming out with headlines. For heaven's sake, you could come out with hard paper and read from a hard paper budget. If the budget actually passes benefits to the people, having an iPad Bahikata will not make any difference if the budget in otherwise is a damp squib. So therefore, please move beyond inanities, madam. The country is actually in economic recession for the first time. Even their own propaganda in chief. Even if you don't want to listen to me, at least listen to your own propaganda in chief, Arnab Goswami. From the Chatgate scandal, even he admits that the economy is in a mess. So please move beyond publicity and come to actual deliverables.
Well, we will have to wait and watch what the actual deliverables are once the finance minister herself, stands up and delivers the budget plan to the country. But let me pick up on this point, the debate about agriculture and what can be done, should be done. And let's keep in mind, Mr. Sriram, that this is at a time when there is a big farmer and government standoff taking place. Now, is it a possibility that the government looks to assuage the farmers with something extra in the budget?
Well, there will always be something extra for the farmers in this budget, not just because of this agitation that has grabbed headlines over the last couple of months, but because of the fact that agriculture has been a very promising growth story for this year. And the rural areas don't appear to have been affected so much by the pandemic, and not so many infection cases or not so many death cases there. And agriculture, and we had a very good monsoon. So agriculture has been growing, probably not spectacularly, but has been growing this year and will continue to grow. And probably if the monsoons are good in the coming season, you will probably see the growth getting stepped up in the next year also. So there will be a lot of focus on agriculture, and maybe some of the things that you talked about could happen, that they could increase the allocation under the PM Kisan Yojana from 6,000 to probably 8,000 or 10,000. I don't know what the figures are. And there would be more infrastructure spend in agriculture. There would be more announcement on various kinds of programs or schemes that have already been outlined. Those kind of things will happen. And I think we should also remember, and this is a very important point, that the rural areas of this country are not so much dominated by agriculture today as it was in the past. That dependence on agriculture has been coming down. It's still high. I'm not saying it's not high. It's still high, but it's been coming down. So there are a lot of other rural activities that are actually taking center stage. And while I think the government will focus on some schemes for agriculture and trying to make agriculture a kind of a growth story over the, say, next year or so, I think you will also see a big infrastructure push in rural areas. You'll also see other schemes to help, small merchants, small businessmen who live and subsist in rural areas. And also, I think also the important point to note is that whatever one can say about the farm laws, this is real independence and freedom for farmers. How it pans out over the next 3 to 5 years, we need to wait and see, because there could be a lot of things that could actually go wrong. But this is real independence and freedom for farmers. You now have the freedom to go out and sell at whatever price you want, to whoever you want, and which was restricted, which was really against the kind of freedom of movement that we had for businesses across the country. So this is real, and I think you would probably actually enhance this.
Okay, I think that may have been Mr. Mazumdar's phone, because he's connected with us through the phone line. Mr. Mazumdar, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, so before I wrap up this round of chat, I wanted your view as well on this. There are two aspects. One is to, symbolically seem as if you are reaching out to the farmers and helping them by announcing more on-the-face doles. The other being focusing more on the agriculture markets and the agriculture infrastructure or the rural infrastructure. Which way do you think the government will go? Okay, now we seem to have lost that line with them. It did look like there was some trouble.
30 seconds, please.
Yes, okay, Adil, 30 seconds to you.
Tanvi, just to respond to the eminent speaker, the previous eminent speaker, even prior to these farm laws, and since I hail from Punjab, let me tell him, even prior to these farm laws, the farmers have the option to sell it to private buyers. Those sale transactions took place at an APMC mandi. That's the only difference. So therefore, to say that this is for the first time that a farmer has the choice to sell it to private players is factually incorrect. My father is a farmer. We already were selling to private traders, but that sale transactions were taking place at an APMC mandi in a regulated manner. It's important to put this point across.
All right, I really have to take a break now. Points well taken. Now we need to wait and watch what methods and options as the government pick up. It's 9:46 a.m. right now. The budget speech starts at 11. A lot of activity before that. A cabinet meeting that takes place, that will take place to approve this budget so that it can be presented. Big thank you to all of the panelists who've joined us now. Lots more conversation on the other side, from healthcare to employment, the agri, and of course the politics of the budget. All of that on the other side. Stay with me.
Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Well, we've been talking a lot about what the farm sector can really expect from this budget. The farm sector that's been in focus in the last few months because of the deadlock between the protesting farmers and the government. So we also decided to go to these protesting farmers and ask them if they have any specific expectations from the budget. Some of them said none. The others said yes, a legal guarantee on the MSP is something that they're expecting from the government, and some more subsidies. Take a look.
It's more than 65 days and farmers' protest is continuing at various borders. In fact, at Ghazipur border, you can see all around the farmers are here and they are gearing up for today's budget session as well. Not only they are demanding the repealing of these 3 farm laws, but their eyes will be also on these on the budget which will be presented by the central government today in the parliament. In fact, here you can see all our farmers are here and many of them are in fact reading newspapers. You can see these are the visuals which we are getting for our viewers, and this is kind of a newspaper desk. We'll talk to some of the farmers as well. Sir, आज बजट से क्या लग रहा है, क्या उम्मीद है, कुछ लग रहा है उम्मीद?
उम्मीद ये लग रही है कि जो है हम जो अपने समस्या का समाधान करा के जाएंगे
जी,
बिना बिल वापस के घर वापस नहीं जाएंगे।
जो कर्ज है किसानों के ऊपर जो हुआ है उसके लिए कोई ना कोई प्लान बनाए।
ठीक है।
और किसानों को जो सब्सिडी इन्होंने बंद कर दी है, धीरे धीरे सब्सिडी बंद कर दी है, वो सब्सिडी भी मतलब जो वाजिब सब्सिडी है वो होनी चाहिए। जो डीजल है, डीजल के रेट बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गए हैं, वो किसानों को जो है छूट पर मिले, उसके लिए गवर्नमेंट को कोई ना कोई योजना बनानी चाहिए। क्यों 6,000 रुपये वो मिलता है ना, पहली बात तो वो सबको मिलता नहीं है, सारे किसानों को मिला नहीं है।
कुछ पैसा बढ़ाया जाए, दैट अबाउट द 6,000 रुपीज दैट गवर्नमेंट इज गिविंग, मे बी इट्स अमाउंट मे बी इंक्रीज्ड, ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है, ऐसा मैं सुनने में आ रहा है। अगर ऐसा होता है तो क्या फायदा होगा कुछ किसान?
There is no need of this 6,000 per year, because if we divided 500 rupees per month, a farmer's family cannot live on 500 rupees per month, any aid from the government. We don't need any aid from the government. We need just the support that whatever we want MSP to be legalized, and we want subsidies to be given, to be reached to the every farmers. Actually, that there should be a policy at the block levels that we get each and everything very easily.
कार देखो गाड़ी पे हो।
Planning is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet. Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka. The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Let's now talk about fiscal deficit. This is a term that keeps cropping up, especially in connection with the union budget. But it's not as complicated as it sounds, especially if we break up the term. Now, fiscal essentially means yearly. But the only difference is we're talking about the financial year, which is from the 1st of April to the 31st of March. So let's look at this example. Let's say that last year you earned 1 lakh rupees and you ended up spending 1,50,000 rupees. So you borrowed that extra money from a friend because you needed to spend it. So that 50,000 rupees that you've borrowed and you didn't actually have works out to be your fiscal deficit. For the government, it's also quite similar because the government also has various sources of income, and that's called as government revenue. So for example, the taxes that you and I pay, the profits from government companies, all of this goes into the government's revenue bucket. The government also spends a lot of money. So whether it's roads, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's salaries of government employees, interest costs or administrative costs, all of this are things that the government spends on. Now, most of the time, the government ends up spending more than it's actually earning. Now, this difference between what the government is spending and what it's earning, when it's spending more than it's earning, is called as the fiscal deficit. But it's also important to understand why we track this particular number, or why is this number important. So if the fiscal deficit is too high, this could lead to inflation. It also means the government may have to borrow more money. So just like borrowing too much is bad for us, it's also bad for the government because the government has to pay a higher interest. But this year is very different because we faced an unprecedented pandemic. The entire economy came to a complete halt, and the impact of all of this has been catastrophic. In this situation, keeping the fiscal deficit under control cannot be a priority, nor is it something that experts recommend. Because the only way now to get the economy back on track is for the government to increase spending. And that means a higher fiscal deficit.
कार देखो गाड़ी पे हो
Planning is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet. Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka. Rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll
Let's understand what a cess is. Now, essentially, a cess is a type of tax that is levied by the government. But the difference between a cess and other taxes is simply that a cess is generally for a specific objective or a specific purpose. It is also temporary in nature, which means that once the government's objective is achieved, the cess can then be removed. Now, it can be levied on either income, it can be levied on goods and services. Both options are there for the cess to be levied. But let's understand this a little better by looking at some of these examples. So, you've got the Swachh Bharat cess of 0.5%. Now, this essentially means that all the money that is collected from the cess, this goes towards the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Then there's also an education cess. This was introduced to provide education to economically weaker sections. So money was collected from that and used for this specific purpose. Then there is the Krishi Kalyan cess that was imposed to develop the agriculture sector. In case of any big natural disaster, sometimes a disaster relief cess can also be imposed. There is an example of this as well. For example, after the Kerala floods in 2018, the state government imposed a 1% calamity cess. But what's also now worth noting here is that in this year's budget, there is a strong possibility we may see a COVID cess being imposed in some form. Now, this will be done largely to help the government increase its revenues, which have been badly hit because of the COVID pandemic and the economy coming to a complete halt.
You are on top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
In a first budget goes paperless this year, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman gives a glimpse of the digital Bahi Khata ahead of a presentation. She will read out the budget from a tablet instead of the traditional folder. MOS Finance Anurag Thakur offers prayers ahead of Budget 2021, also shows that the budget will match people's expectations. Shortly, Union Cabinet to meet ahead of the budget presentation, and the Nirmala Sitharaman expected to also head towards Rashtrapati Bhavan. Well, these are the visuals we are getting to you live right now. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman along with MOS Finance Anurag Thakur, and that in her hands is a tablet. The budget has gone paperless, viewers, and this is a tablet Bahi Khata, a digital Bahi Khata that Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman will be presenting this time. We're expecting shortly for the cabinet meeting to begin. They have to officially approve this budget presentation and the proposal before it can be presented to the parliament. Then these are the latest visuals that we are bringing to you. So, of course, a busy and hectic morning for the finance ministry. It's been a busy couple of months, and usually before the budget announcement for several weeks, the finance ministry goes into an absolute lockdown with very bare minimal contact with the outside world as they begin to work on various budget proposals. They're supposed to be highly secretive, and which is why additional security measures are usually taken. In fact, Vinay, that being said, because of the pandemic, this time it was, more different. Because not only did you have to ensure the secrecy, but there was also the whole point of social distancing, COVID protocols to be kept in mind during this budget silent period, as it's called.
Yes, and much before the rest of the country lockdown, the finance ministry used to do that once every year. For
that 1 month, journalists are not allowed to enter the finance ministry.
Absolutely, and even the core group of people are locked up. I mean, in fact, food and everything is arranged. It's almost like, 24-hour living there. It's not easy. They're away from the families for a long time. And the additional staff that included those people were also the people who were in the government printing press, because you print a large number of copies. So at least now that bit is going to be much less and not required. So yeah, new thing. I mean, they were still in a lockdown because the core team which works on the budget papers needs to maintain that secrecy. But yes, I mean, it's appropriate that we moved into the digital format in a year that saw a lot of the things moving in the digital format.
Yes, and while we didn't print the public budget copies that usually do, the ceremony that marks the beginning of that printing, which is the halwa ceremony, was still held, because it's symbolic. It's part of the whole tradition of the budgetary exercise. So that was still done. Of course, the finance minister will be reading out the budget from her tablet. And by the way, there's also an app that has been launched.
That's right.
So there is actually a budget app that can be used, downloaded and accessed for all the details once they've been made public and presented in the parliament. Then all of those details will be available on this app. So these are small little bits of information that we're bringing to you. The big focus, of course, will be what is in that budget and what the finance minister actually announces various all of the sectors. But first up, before I go across to our panelists and get more comments in, I want to go across to Avni Raja, our in-house business expert. And Avni is actually joining us right now with a quick update of the stock markets and what level of response and enthusiasm is there as far as investors are concerned. Avni.
Well, that's right, Tanvi. I'm going to use, in fact, a term that we often hear market experts using, say, at this point in time, because it does seem appropriate that the markets right now seem cautiously optimistic, because, it is right now the markets opened almost a percent up. Now it's just about 0.5%, both the Nifty and Sensex, in the run-up to the budget speech and the budget announcement. There are a lot of hopes, as we've been talking about over the past couple of hours, on this particular budget, and the markets are, sort of reacting the same way and looking for that cues from the budget. But also remember that in the run-up to the days running up to the budget, we have seen a steep fall in the stock markets. And Sensex, in fact, touched that 50,000 mark, and then we saw it, lose about 3,000 points over the last few days. So all of that is really happening. And now, of course, it is all going to depend on what comes in the budget, what is announced. Some of the important sectors to obviously look out for would be the healthcare sector, the fertilizer sector, because increased expenditure in healthcare is something that is expected. Banks as well, especially the public sector banks, in terms of recapitalization. So all of these are important sectors to really watch out for. So how the markets react is going to be dependent on what's in the budget, Tanvi.
Yes, for example, as far as infrastructure is concerned, there is a huge amount of expectation that the government will have to step up on its own spending, rural infrastructure, which means that they will have to announce, projects and newer projects, perhaps a special infrastructure fund to help revive the other companies. Avni, thanks so much for bringing us, an update on the top 30 stocks and the Sensex itself. But like she was pointing out, Vinay, when you talk about the banking sector, firstly, we don't know what the situation is, because the declaration about bad loans was put on hold due to the pandemic. But the bank sector itself has been struggling. The recapitalization, which is putting in more money into the bank so that they can, function and revive. That exercise also kind of slowed down in the last couple of years. There has been so much of conversation about starting a bad bank.
That's right.
Because we have a problem of bad loans and struggling banks, that you come up with a bad bank concept. But a lot of this is speculation, but so many expectations across sectors. Everybody wants some kind of tax relief or a dole or a scheme announcement from the government right now.
One disclaimer, all the business journalists like you and Avni, I don't look at the stock markets at all to judge the economy. Whether it's going up or down, it doesn't impact me. I think it's two completely unrelated things.
Yes.
It's only momentarily that you see the connection between the two. In the long run, that's not really true. Yeah, I mean, yeah, bad banks is one solution that some economists have offered. There's another solution, and that talk has also gone up, is to now create a fresh infrastructure bank, because a lot of people believe that you need an infrastructure bank to start funding some of the core needs that you have for credit in that sector. And a lot of the sectors are facing that kind of credit squeeze. I mean, the real estate sector is facing a huge credit squeeze. It's a very distressed sector. It's also a sector that employs a lot of people. The MSMEs are finding it very difficult to raise credit to the level that they would have wanted to. They are facing a lot of squeeze. And of course, the banking sector itself is a slight amount of distress, so to speak. And I would go to the extent of saying that it's not just the PSU banks; it is also some of the private sector banks whose health have been a little bit shaky in the last couple of years or so. And we've seen some issues with some of the banks. The bigger ones have, of course, come out of it, or at least been able to stabilize it. But there are concerns that still remain. So there are multiple issues around the banking sector, and that, of course, has a cascading effect on a whole lot of other things.
Yes, absolutely. Well, stock market movements around big events are more a reflection of how a few of the smart people manage to make money out of this than a larger sentiment. But this is debatable. Many others would contradict what you and I have to say about it. Good morning to our panelists joining us this morning. Sudesh Verma of the BJP with me this morning, Rohan Gupta of the Congress Party, Yamini Iyer, President and Chief Executive of the Center for Policy Research, joins us this morning, and Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, also with us. Neerja Chaudhary, as much as the budget is supposed to be a mathematical balance sheet exercise, it's also a political exercise where the government wants to present a vision. And a year after a pandemic, in a year of farmers' protests and 5 state elections, there is so much riding on it. How much of what gets announced today do you think will have a political tone to it?
Look, Nirmala Sitharaman has said that it's virtually said that it's once in a 100-year budget.
Yeah.
The way it will be done. And the kind of situation we face is probably once in a 100-year situation. The kind of pandemic we've lived through, the economic slowdown we've lived through, the migrants' march, the like of it, we will not be able to live down at all. So there is enormous hardship, hunger, health, major issues, the themes of the future. So therefore, one is looking at Nirmala Sitharaman's budget. Is it going to be a radical budget? Or is it going to be a continuum of what the Prime Minister said? She's already presented 3-4 mini budgets in the last year. So is it a continuum of that? Of course, different sectors will look at it differently, but essentially, I would look at it in 2 ways. Growth will come only when there is increased consumption. We all understand that. Increased consumption will come if people have money in their hands. Ordinary people get money in their hands. And that is to do with creation of jobs, and that is to do with creation of a sense of confidence in the country, that if I have to look after my basics tomorrow, I have to look after my health, if the government's not going to be able to look after it, then I'm going to save every penny for the rainy day. Even those who have a little bit of money, those who don't cannot spend anyway. Therefore, the leadership needs to create a sense of confidence in the country. We are going to be there. We are going to get over the situation. So both things, creation of livelihoods and jobs and creation of confidence. This is what I would be looking for in the budget speech of Nirmala Sitharaman today.
Okay, let me take that point forward. The government said that the last year's strategy was saving lives first and then saving livelihoods, which is why we went into such a long, strict lockdown, because the idea was that for a country as huge as ours, with such a large population and high population density, we need to first cut off the spread of COVID, save lives, and then we look at saving livelihoods. Yamini Iyer, now it's a lot about saving livelihoods and about reviving the economy. What is your expectation? How do you see this budget panning out?
Thanks. So I think two things. One, even though we set out to say that we wanted to save lives with the strict lockdown, it must be remembered that for a country where 90% of its economy is in the informal sector, and a significant proportion of that, about 80%, includes small self-employment, casual daily wage labor, putting a complete freeze on the economy as we did impacted lives as much as the potential impact of COVID. And what has happened since is that the government has chosen to rely far more on monetary policy levers than on fiscal policy levers to be able to redress the economic consequences of COVID and the lockdown. I think as we've seen, the GDP, of course, dropped significantly to minus 23.5%. We've seen some rebound since. One of the most important things we must remember is about the dynamic of this rebound. This rebound for the moment is largely profit-led. Large listed firms are recording nearly 50% profit year on year. But this profit is coming at the cost of cost restructuring, specifically related to wages. Small enterprises and the informal sector have not done as well. And employment, which is the most important predictor, remains significantly low, particularly importantly, even though a large number of Indians are now recording coming back into some form of employment, as the CMIE surveys are showing. Salaried workers, including salaried workers, 49% of salaried workers that recorded themselves as being salaried in April are now saying they're self-employed in the informal sector. So employment is extremely stressed. This means incomes are stressed, which means consumption is low, which means any rebound that is only on the back of profit is not going to address the fundamental challenge of lives and livelihood that COVID-19 threw up. So for me, this budget has to first and foremost address this problem of unequal rebound, inequity of the rebound, and ensure that it is expansionary in order that the poorest, who are the silent sufferers of COVID, at least have a sufficient base on the back of which they can rebound back to being active participants in the Indian economy.
Absolutely. In fact, Mr. Sudesh Sharma, there is a larger, feedback from the experts that the rebound and the recovery that we've seen is actually just coming from a handful of the large corporates, and it's not equally distributed. Is that something that the government also sees and acknowledges and will try and address in the budget?
Of course, the government is aware of the issues and will try to address all areas of concerns. We are confident about that, Tanvi. But let me give you some of the positive aspects. You see, coming from a contraction of more than 23% to now contraction of 7%. And as IMF has projected, it's not our projection, that it will go to 11+%. So it's a great news for the country. So we are coming on the right track, and I have visible indicators I'll try to point out. Like if you want to see the auto industry, the way it is growing, the sales of cars, the sales of two-wheelers and tractors. Atmanirbhar Bharat scheme, if you want to see how it works in the rural sector, you see the way the sales of tractors have gone up in this period is something that will surprise people. And the best part of India's tackling of the pandemic was that the villages, the rural areas were isolated. Agriculture is extremely well. And the way migrant laborers went back and they were provided free ration for 8 months, 80 crore of people. Just imagine the kind of things that happen in this country. And these are mind-boggling figures. And they are getting employment in their areas, their home states. So now you find a different kind of issue coming up, that in the urban areas where they were actually engine of growth, the laborers, they're not ready to get. They're getting much better opportunities in the rural areas. So in terms of employment, many economists say that the indicators are much better. If you see at the pyramid, which sector of the employment you are looking at. Yes, of course, there was contraction in white collar jobs and IT and all that. And these things are slated to revive. I'll give you some indicators like FASTag. FASTag points out to the movement of transports and goods and services. If you see, then in February it was 110 million transactions, and in October it was 122 million transactions. See the way it has gone up. Digital payment, you see, it has gone up. So all the indicators are positive, and we are very sure that the push that was given by the government of Atmanirbhar Bharat, you are going to see a big push happening in this budget also, because we have committed ourselves to strengthening rural infrastructure, the health sector, because of the health sector, the infrastructure which was there, which was strengthened during the pandemic, we have been able to provide a vaccine program which no country in the world can match up to.
Correct.
So this needs to be further strengthened, and you will see that happening.
Yes, okay. Now, I take that point. I just want to say two things, Mr. Sudesh Sharma, to what you said. Firstly, yes, the projection is for 11% of growth, and I think everybody is glad that our economy's contraction or shrinking of our economy is not going to, be at that levels as we saw a few months ago. But let's also keep in mind the larger picture. And effectively, if we look at these projections, we are still saying that over these 2 years, our economy will barely grow about 2%. And that by itself is a very, very horrifying fact for a country that was growing at 8% just till a couple of years ago. So I'm just trying to put it in perspective. The other part, like you said, was about employment. And while there has been a significant contribution of the Manrega in giving people in rural areas some kind of relief, we are looking at recent figures that show that there are more and more people now back in the jobs market looking for jobs. Yamini, you wanted to make a point before I go to Rohan Gupta?
Thanks. Just two very quick points. While I absolutely agree that on many high-frequency indicators of the Indian economy, what the speaker before me was saying is absolutely right. Economic activity is in fact hitting close to pre-pandemic levels. But we need to look far closer at the dynamic of the labor market to understand how deep the distress is. And I'll just give you two figures. One, female employment, always first in, last in, first to move.
Yes.
If you look at the way the recovery has moved, 73% male informal workers as well as formal workers who lost jobs in April managed to find work and have stayed employed all the way through till December 2020. Only 23% women have managed to follow the same trajectory. Gives you a sense of how deeply gendered the labor market recovery so-called is. Secondly, again, I said this before, salaried workers moving into the informal sector and not just informal sector, more importantly, moving into self-employment tells you something about how deep the distress is. And last but not the least, if you look at what both large listed firms and small listed firms' profit margins look like, large listed firms, 50% growth year on year, small listed firms, less than 7%, tells you that the small listed firm is doing badly, which means the informal small enterprise, which employs the bulk of India, is even more deeply distressed. RBI says NPAs are going to reach 13.5% by September 2021. I suspect a lot of those NPAs are going to come from the small and probably the informal sector that doesn't get captured. But if small listed companies have stressed balance sheets, imagine what is happening to the informal sector. So it's not, things are okay. It's not great. We need to acknowledge this. And as you said, the 11.5% growth figure of the IMF is off a very, very low base. IMF says it'll take till 2025 for us to get to pre-pandemic levels. Don't forget, India saw the largest slowdown in FY20.
Correct.
So we have a lot of work to do, and it's important for us to remember that.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for, really bringing in those insights to what I was saying also, the bigger picture. We have a lot of work to do, and I think even the government kind of acknowledges that. They've said now in many different indirect ways that they do understand that they have to keep aside the fiscal concerns and spend more, borrow more if needed, increase your divestment target. We don't know if it gets met or not, but spend more money. That's the only way right now to revive our economy. Rohan Gupta, then, what is your party's view of how the government should go about it? Many would say, well, we are on our path to recovery already. Look at the GST tax collections for January at an all-time high.
See, Atmanirbhar Bharat, this is the slogan given by Modi government. I think, and Indians, we should give credit to all Indians for this slogan. They have lived in the worst time of pandemic and the worst economic situation. See, if you see last year was the test for this government to stand by the people of the country. We have seen across the world, almost all the governments have supported their citizens by offering something concrete in terms of benefits, in terms of cash, in terms of allowances for jobs and all. And as far as India is concerned, we just gave 20 lakh crore package on paper, which is in terms of extension of credit. So at the end of that day, if we see, government has lost the trust of people in last year. When they wanted the most, government didn't deliver and they didn't stand by the people of the country. So I feel, if you see, I was just going through the budget of last year, and one of the promises made by government was to double farmers' income by 2022. And now at the end of 1 year, we see what is the situation on ground. So I feel rather than making budget an event, they should stand by people across the year. They should understand what is the problem people are facing. And one more indicator that in December 2020, the unemployment rate has been highest in last 6 months, which is 9.02%. So now if we see that if it is recovery after June was the highest rate of unemployment. After 6 months, if unemployment rate is increasing, it speaks a lot about the government policies and delivery on ground.
No, okay, so I am not denying, Mr. Rohan Gupta, that there is a huge problem when it comes to unemployment, even before we went into this pandemic. But to what you said, I just want to highlight that CMI itself, that put out that data, said that the number's gone up because while more people came into the job market looking for work, there weren't too many opportunities within the agriculture sector. Usually agriculture sector is where they absorb a large part of this labor force. That will change in January basis the agricultural season. And if you actually see CMI's own data for the first half of January, that high of unemployment high of 9% in December has already come down. So the seasonal impact also has to be factored in. But yes, unemployment still continues to be one of the biggest challenges. Good morning to Mr. Rajesh, MB, former Member of Parliament of the Lok Sabha of the CPI, with us this evening. Mr. Rajesh, a large part of this budget is going to be about messaging, going to be about, bringing in a positive sentiment after the unprecedented, challenging year that we've had. Would you agree?
See, the experiences and lessons of this, the functioning of this government does not give us much hope. In fact, this budget is an opportunity for the government to enhance public investment and public spending in a big way to counter the decline in economic growth and the economic recession. The Indian economy is in recession. Technically, it is just entered the phase of recession. And according to the modest estimates of Economic Survey itself, it will contract by 7.7% in the current fiscal. And the government should step up public investment and public spending in a big way. But I don't think that the government will do it as it is required, because the government has wasted the opportunity of this package, stimulus package, COVID package, and it was more a monetary policy response than fiscal policy response to the COVID situation and recession. In fact, the recession is not merely a result of COVID. The decline in growth happened even before the COVID and lockdown. The last fiscal year, we have seen the lowest decline in last 11 years. And COVID and lockdown is not responsible for that. As you rightly said, the unemployment situation has worsened even before COVID and lockdown. The lockdown has further worsened the unemployment situation. A large number of people have gone back to villages. A reverse migration took place in an unprecedented scale.
We seem to have lost that connection there. We're going to try and connect with him again. Just to take the conversation forward about employment, Yamini, there is a lot of speculation and some expectation as well that maybe the government will look at an urban version of Manrega as well. to bring back some more opportunities even in the cities. What was your view? Should we focus on increasing allocation for the rural Manrega or looking at a similar scheme for the cities?
Honestly, I think we have no choice but to do both. If you look at Manrega numbers, you will see despite a significant increase in allocation, demand for work continues to outstrip supply for work. So given the degree of distress, rural areas do continue to need quite a substantive allocation from Manrega. We are already seeing, as you mentioned earlier, using basis CMI data, that there is a migrant movement back to cities now. And jobs are not so easily available today as they were in the past. So urban distress is going to increasingly become a problem, not that it wasn't already. And if there's one thing that the very, very distressing and horrifying images that the globe saw of India in the early days of the pandemic, of migrant movement from cities back to villages, should be a reminder of, is the fact that we have actually completely neglected the degree of urban economic distress, even in the good times. So there's absolutely a critical need for an urban social security net, whether it comes in the form of cash transfers or an urban employment guarantee program is a matter of technical debate. Yes. But a commitment to that is crucial. But I would say that I think at this point, the most effective way of doing this is to enhance allocations to states. Various state governments, depending on their own capabilities of implementation and their own particular context, have already started building their own urban employment programs and cash transfer programs. What they need is fiscal support. Because of this moment of distress is a moment not to introduce new, but to ensure that the key forms, key relief is given at the right time. So I would say two very crucial things: the expansion of the PDS, which was rolled back in November, that should be reopened and continued through the bulk of this year. Importantly, it should be converted into a demand-driven PDS. Anybody who needs it should be getting it, because the One Nation, One Ration card is still a long way away despite the March 31st deadline. Number two, provide fiscal support to states for urban social security. Whether they want to do this through cash, employment, insurance, should be left to states. They know best their conditions, their capability, and how best to implement it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that, in times like this, the role of the states has to be kept in mind and cannot be ignored, whether it's immediate relief to the people on ground, implementation of the government schemes itself, or even their own budgetary allocations in building certain parts of it as well. Very quickly to the conversation we were having, we've spoken about how, yes, while certain part of the migrant labor has returned to the cities, many have chosen not to, or to look for work under Manrega, or or just save money, depend on the government's immediate relief packages that were announced last year. Now, it will be crucial to see how we get them back to the city, or give them some opportunities in the villages.
Yes, and one of the reasons why not everyone has still come back is not, of course, lack of employment opportunities is one factor, but I also believe, and this is something that can't be captured in numbers or can't be captured in documents, but I do believe that what happened last year during the pandemic was also an emotional event for them. It wasn't just a question of losing their job and going back home. It was an emotionally distressing event. And when you have, because look, nobody wants to leave their home and go and live in another city in much worse conditions. I mean, people living in slums, 6 to a room. It's not easy living in cities like Delhi, Mumbai, or Bengaluru, or Chennai. And when you have situations where landlords have kicked you out, the salaries have stopped, and you got to hitchhikes paying 10,000, 20,000 rupees on trucks, or walk back or cycle back, it's emotionally distressing. And it takes longer for you to overcome that emotion. Now, the pull factor will have to be very strong for that emotion, for them to overcome that emotional discomfort they've gone to. And that pull factor is not so strong as of now. The SME sector is not in a great shape. The demand is not there. The manufacturing is not happening. So that will take time. I think the other thing is that, curiously enough, and it's the other side of the economic circle, so to speak, that because the government's food grain scheme and other support schemes are being implemented, they were being implemented, they have the problems that they are facing back home are not as much as they could have been otherwise. Yeah. That has helped. Let's not deny the fact that that definitely helped them to a large extent. And the cost of living is very low.
Correct.
So the question is, they have chosen an option where maybe they're earning much less, maybe they're earning half of what they were earning in a big city, but because of low cost and some bit of support scheme, they are not necessarily willing to come back so soon. That's why I think the real challenge will be for the industries in terms of trying to attract them back. We need to have better labor policies. I'm also looking forward to some kind of a social safety net for them to come back, because in the absence of that, I'm not sure how many, or at least the whole complement would be reluctant.
We've actually spoken to several of these, small businesses, especially the SME segment, where they've said that even if they've wanted to step it up, they've not managed to find the labor.
Yes.
And not at the cost that they want or they can sustain. So yes, absence of these workers from urban cities has also had a role to play in terms of the revival or the slow revival that we've seen. I have to take a very short break, but I request our panelists to stay on. Yamini Iyer, thank you for joining us, though. We will have a larger political conversation and the political overtones that usually budgets have on the other side. Stay with us here on Mirror Now.
Promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll
Well, we've been telling you, and of course everybody knows this, how we've gone through an unprecedented year, and so this year's budget is going to be unlike anything else that we've seen before. The last year's budget, most of the big announcements had to be set aside the minute we went into a pandemic mode and a lockdown mode, and a lot of the schemes that were announced were put on hold because the funds had to be used very, very carefully by the government, and they had to be channelized into what was urgent and emergency purposes. So the last year's budgetary exercise and those plans have already gone out of the window. Plus, you're looking at a time when you need lots of funds for the vaccination drive. You're looking at a time when the country is literally, in a technical sense, gone through a recession, and there is a large unemployment problem that we're looking at. But you're also looking at a time when there are going to be 5 crucial state elections this year, and when we are actually seeing farmers from several of the northern states protesting against the government, a protest that hasn't died out now in over 4 months. Neerja Chaudhary, how much of these factors do you think will be at play? The political compulsions in a year with 5 state elections, and of course, the farmers who are extremely angry with the government.
I think, if you look at the 5 state elections, and if you look at the issues that go beyond a particular state, if you were to zero in on 2 issues, it would be certainly the farmers, because the farmers are getting agitated across states, and that also points to the ground level hardship that they fear. So it is again linked to the economics part of it, but certainly will this budget put out more for the farmers, whether it's the Kisan Yojana of the Prime Minister, whether it's direct cash transfer through that means or through other means. But certainly I would expect that the Kisan will be very much on Nirmala Sitharaman's radar. Number two, what is the government going to do vis-a-vis the vaccine? Now, before the Bihar elections last year, if you will recall, Nirmala Sitharaman had herself gone to Bihar and announced this, that if we come to power, the people of Bihar will get vaccines free, vaccination free. And then subsequently, Delhi government announced it, West Bengal government has announced it. Will other states also follow those where elections are taking place? And what is at the moment, the government is picking up the tabs for the health workers, frontline workers. But what after that? The Serum Institute has announced that one vaccine will be 1,000 rupees. So if you have to have 2,000, if you're a family of 5, 10,000. Are ordinary people, poorer sections in a position to go in for vaccination? Therefore, what will the government actually say on that score? And what will state governments where elections are being held have to say about it? And that has everything to do with the budgeting.
Vinay, what's your sense?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've always believed that budgets are political exercises as much as they are economic exercises. And that's part of being in governance. I mean, you really can't ignore the political side of the budget. It will always remain, the allocations will keep an eye out on elections. They will keep an eye out on the issues that are, agitating people or at least being talked about. And it will also keep an eye out on what kind of measures can, become a talking point. I mean, there's no question about that. A lot of the schemes that are announced in budgets are also aimed at creating a talking point. There's no doubt about that. Very few budgets you will see are purely economic exercises. There's a lot of politics in it. But having said that, I think this is not a year when, one can trump the other. This is a year where a particularly unusual problem has come in. And I mean, Nirmala Sitharaman has used the word once in 100 years. I would say this kind of situation will probably never come back again, because how many times...
But hope not.
Hope not, of course, because how many times can you imagine that it was a global event, the world getting locked down. India being in such a bad shape because of that, much like the rest of the world, and then for us to then come out of it with also some bit of problems that we carried forward in terms of legacy. We already had a slight problem of slowing down the economy before the pandemic hit. You can't get it worse. As I said, when you're completely at the bottom, you really have nowhere else to go but up. So for me, this is a huge opportunity for the government.
Yes.
You can't have a better opportunity, because no parameter of judgment in the past will be used to assess this budget. You don't have to worry about anything else, neither fiscal nor anything. Everybody's in agreement. We don't have to worry about those things.
But it's a dual-edged sword. It's an endless opportunity, but it's also meeting endless demands. And there's only so much you can do to keep everybody happy. Mr. Sudesh Verma, almost every sector believes that they are the worst hit. And from rural to urban, from the unorganized to the organized, from the farm sector to the aviation sector, everybody is looking towards the government today for some kind of support.
And rightly so. You see, the way, it was explained very nicely, you must see the context of Atmanirbhar Bharat, that the entire world, you cannot depend on the world, whether it is for medicine, it is for vaccines, or even, the imports from China, which used to flood our markets, and most of our manufacturers became traders because they thought it was more profitable to trade in cheap Chinese goods rather than manufacture. So it gave a great opportunity, because you could not, India got isolated once again. So this Atmanirbhar Bharat should be seen in that context, that every area must become self-reliant. And I'll give you an example of defense. You see, we have a target in 5 years, 1.75 lakh crore, which is 25 billion, that needs to be the turnover in defense manufacturing through domestic process. 460 licenses have been issued. And as Modi ji rightly said, that this co-vaccine and these vaccines have come up because of this Atmanirbhar Bharat. Today we are able to help some of our friendly countries and also others because we are self-reliant. If we had not focused on Atmanirbhar Bharat, you remember when the lockdown happened, 15,000 crore was you just allocated for creating that infrastructure to tackle with the disease. And that helped us to get those PPEs, those masks, sanitizers which were needed, and creating extra beds that helped us to tackle the crisis. And hopefully now, because this will take time for everybody to get vaccinated, it will need a new kind of infrastructure. It's a huge country, you know, and you know that the next phase is going to be of those who are elderly. So it's a huge task. So naturally, Atmanirbhar Bharat means that every sector will have to become self-reliant. And if you see the way a big push has been given to small and industries, SMEs we call, and then the way it has been, everything has been redefined, redefined, and the loans have been restructured. The banks have been told to ease the banking norms for them so that they are able to cope with this crisis and get into that. You see, it's not just providing money directly into the pocket of people. Is to link it to activity. And you see, in the lockdown period, people realize, because we are largely philosophical people, that you have to finally work and work hard in the field you have chosen. And I was listening to the speaker who said, the lady speaker, that people have to finally graduate to, women have not got that kind of employment as male migrant laborers have got. You see, all this should be seen in the cultural context also. Because India depends on its cultural moorings also. Women, now people have realized, the migrant laborers, they must have realized that women should stay in their villages, take care of the family, and they will go out and they will see if the condition is improved. And then next they will come, isn't it? That is the way the country goes. We must understand things, and we are very confident that the economy is going to get a big booster shot, and the government is spending. I would like to address to our leftist member that the government is spending, not because you are saying, government has already shown that it is going to spend a lot. Atmanirbhar Bharat depends on 21 lakh crore of government spending announced, and Prime Minister has already said that we had 4 or 5 mini budgets as I explained in my earlier statement.
Yes,
so
we've had 4 or 5 mini budgets for sure, because we had to pretty much dump the budget announcements that were done before the pandemic. They were of no use. But 20 lakh crore, Mr. Sudesh Sharma, of government spending is debatable. A lot of that is actually banks lending, not government spending. So I just want to put that caveat there. Let me get Rajesh MB to respond to what you're saying, though.
Just one more statement.
Okay, one more statement, yes.
Okay, you see, Tanvi people have chosen to become Atmanirbhar by getting into entrepreneurship. That should be appreciated. And that is the
Mr. Sudesh Sharma, they have not chosen. A lot of them don't have any option. They either were getting peanuts for salaries or not getting any jobs at all. If it was up to them, basis their skills, it's debatable how many of them would have done it. But that's debatable, and we will continue that debate on another day. Rajesh MB to respond to what Sudesh Sharma is saying before I go to Rohan Gupta.
Yeah, when Mr. Verma is making claims about government spending, we should note that the fiscal part of Atmanirbhar package has 2% of GDP. It was merely a monetary response, as I said earlier. Secondly, I would like to remind Mr. Verma that the COVID pandemic has exposed the low public spending in Indian healthcare system, and also exposed India ranks fourth from the bottom in terms of public spending in health. When the WHO norm says that at least 5% should be 5% of GDP should be spent on health, our spending is just less than 2%. And I would also like to tell him that the left-ruled Kerala has the highest public spending in health in the country. So this is the difference between the left and BJP. And see, this budget is being this budget is being presented in the wake of worst economic situation the country is facing in the last half a century. The government has completely failed to address that. Ever since the Modi government came to power, this government has completely failed to address the burning issues of people. This government has failed to generate employment. The government has failed to address agrarian crisis and to address formal sector crisis. In fact, this government's many actions have worsened the informal sector crisis, like demonetization and GST. Now,
But Mr. Rajesh, let me just point out that yes, the economy numbers and the unemployment numbers are extremely concerning, and all of it cannot be attributed to the COVID. You are right there, but we also have to keep in mind that a lot of the sentiment in the country today is about the way the last 1 year was handled by the government, and in that sense, there is still a lot of support, voter support that comes in for this government. But how much are they able to now assuage the people about jobs and economy remains to be seen. Rohan Gupta, I am looking at the wish list that Mr. Rahul Gandhi has tweeted, and that's quite an exhaustive wish list that you have from the government today.
Yeah, Tanvi. So basically what he says is you have to support your MSMEs, farmers and workers. You have to increase your healthcare expenditure and you have to protect your borders. So this is the, in a basic Indians expectation, this is what we want. And let me go back to what Mr. Sudesh was saying. I think the government has mastered the art of Aapda Mein Avsar. Rather than giving money to the people, they have snatched 1.4 lakh crores additional as a duty on petroleum. This is the height of insensitivity by government. When people wanted some benefits from government, they have snatched money, and even that much money is not utilized. If you see the outcome of last 1 year, 35% of MSMEs, they have to close their business. More than 37% self-employed shops, they have to close down. And only few industrialists, they have grown. Even during the lockdown and worst period, they have grown. It speaks a lot about these lopsided policies of this government. So please, this government needs to understand that development doesn't belong to only few 5-6 friends of government. It has to percolate. Unless and until our MSMEs are supported well, are protected well, we cannot say that we are growing. Let me tell very clearly that people of this country, they have lost the trust in this government in last year, 1 year, because that was the time for this government to stand by people, and they have miserably failed. And as you have rightly pointed out, 20 lakh crore is the extension of bank credit and nothing concrete given to the people. And today, the Atmanirbhar Bharat is because of the Indians. They have paid the salaries to the people, even if they have not earned. So I must congratulate the MSMEs. They are the true corona warriors who have stood by the people, who have paid the small people, and that's why we could survive. So I think this government has miserably failed. My only request to them is, rather than making this budget as an event or again marketing event, be honest to yourself. As what Mr. Rahul Gandhi has said, please show this to the people. We will be more than happy as the opposition party.
Sudesh Verma, yes.
Yeah, you see, partly I agree to some of the things he's saying, and this MSME package came in the context of that, isn't it?
Yeah.
We refined the whole concept of MSMEs, and you see the way government has said that 200 crore contract, because you know that government is spending, there is a lot of government is spending that take consumables from manufacturing sector. 200 crore is allocated specifically for Indian manufacturing industries, not for foreign. Earlier it used to be for foreigners also. So please, Rohan, please listen to what I have to say. And now, you see, whatever you're talking, I can understand, you know, it's a cliche kind of opposition attack on us, but it's fine, you can do that. You have a right to do that. But the way the government has tackled, you see, you have to look for opportunities to a crisis. We agree completely that we have to look at it as an opportunity. And we have seen that Indians grab it. You want to give credit to Indians for Atmanirbhar Bharat, do agree. Prime Minister doesn't want credit. And if you want to follow the Prime Minister for the failures, that is what the Prime Minister is for. Mr. Modi would not mind that. But the country is doing well, and that should be a reason for satisfaction. So when you criticize on economic front, not politically. Because you see, when 80 crore people, as I was saying, is given free ration for 8 months, it's not a small feat. And also money into the pocket directly in the pocket of farmers. You know that 6,000 rupees to 12 crore farmers and going directly into their account, most of the subsidies, is a remarkable achievement. And of course, the government has compulsions, the government has limitations. Despite limitations, the government, you are talking of price of petrol. You want everything good roads, good infrastructure, from where will it come?
And let's not forget this. While I agree that in our country, the taxes on fuel are way too high, way too high. Let's not forget the states have resorted to the same unimaginative, boring tactic of increasing the tax on fuel as the centre has. So no party really has a higher moral ground there, because most state governments have also increased their own taxes, saying we also don't have the money, we are also going to try this. I think it is time for state governments and the centre, for centre today, for states later, to start thinking of some more innovative ways of finding and collecting money. It can't be more and more taxes simply on those few people in this country who are paying those indirect or direct taxes. I have to take a break right now. So I'm sorry I interrupted you there, Mr. Sudesh Sharma, but we must take a break. Quick update for our viewers as well. The cabinet meeting has ended. Everybody's in the parliament. We're almost all set. At 11 o'clock, the parliament session begins, and Finance Minister will present the budget. Prime Minister himself already there in the parliament. Those are the visuals that came a short while ago. So a lot of activity about to begin. Stay with us here on Mirror Now.
Promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas.
पेपरलेस आज निर्मला जी का ये बजट मोदी के उन नीतियों को सामने लाएगा जो उनका उद्देश्य डिपार्टमेंट में पेपरलेस चल रहे हैं। पहले फाइलें जाती थी, अब फाइलें नहीं जाती है, अब कंप्यूटर से होता है। तो ये एक मोदी की सोच की एक परिलक्षण है। देखें ग्रेजुअली जो जीएसटी बढ़ा है, ये मोदी के आर्थिक नीतियों के कारण ही बढ़ा है।
इकोनॉमिक सर्वे में ही बताया कि 2021 की जो वर्ष है उसमें जो ग्रोथ है वो -7.7 वो होएगी, और उसको अगर ध्यान में रखा जाए तो अगले वर्ष के लिए तो 21-22 का बताया जा रहा है कि 11% रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ होगी, तो वो नेट पहुंच के 3-3.5% रह जाएगी। तो क्या होना चाहिए, एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं। मैं समझता हूं कि एमएसएमई वो उम्मीद कर रहे हैं, जो पहले पैकेज दिया था वो पैकेज कहीं किसी के काम नहीं आया।
Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome.
Let's now understand what disinvestment means, because it's very important, especially for the government. So let's start by understanding the word first. Look at the word disinvestment. We know that the word investment means to buy into or to put money into something. So disinvestment means just the opposite, which is to sell out. Now the aim here is to help the government raise money or to bridge any shortfall in revenues. Now from the government's point of view, we know that the government owns several companies, but a government's main job is not to run businesses, it is to govern. So what it has been doing over the years and continues to do so is to sell out companies that it owns in various ways. Now, one option is the government can entirely or partially sell a company. The other option is it can choose to list a company that it owns on the stock exchanges. Let's look at some of these examples. Now, Hindustan Zinc. This was a government-owned company earlier on, but now it is fully privatized. Another example is IRCTC, which owns the Indian Railways, and this is now a listed company. This means if you and I want, we can go and buy shares of IRCTC. And then there's Air India, which is also owned by the government, but the government has been actively looking for buyers for the airline. Now, all of these are various forms of disinvestment. And the money that the government makes from these disinvestments is used in other areas wherever it deems fit. And this money or this income from the government's disinvestments falls into the bucket of the government's non-tax revenue.
Top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
In a few moments from now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman to present Budget 2021, the first budget after a pandemic and a recession hit us. In a first, budget goes paperless this year. Sitharaman to read out the budget from a tablet this time. Ahead of budget presentation, opposition puts out its expectations. Rahul Gandhi says employment, healthcare, defence expenditure should be prioritised. Samajwadi Party's Akhilesh Yadav requests centre to include provisions for farmers. And in other headlines, External Affairs Ministry reacts to Myanmar military coup. MEA says it has noted the developments with deep concern and is closely monitoring the situation. Good morning and good to have you with us here on Mirror Now on the special broadcast. In just a few minutes from now, our Finance Minister will be presenting Union budget for the next year, the next financial year in the Parliament. We are waiting for that live feed to come by. Interestingly, this time we've gone paperless with the budget. So actually the first shot that we got of Nirmala Sitharaman outside the North Block was with her holding a digital Bahi Khata. So it was actually a red rectangular envelope cover, but inside it were not papers as they usually are, but actually a tablet, and she is expected to read out from that tablet itself. Those are the shots. Bahi Khata, a term brought in by her, a traditional Indian bookkeeping phrase that is used, and that's what Nirmala Sitharaman brought about when she became the Finance Minister. This time it's a digital Bahi Khata. Any moment now, the feed from the Parliament will come in and the presentation will start. Now, we are expecting this to be a never seen before budget, not because we are the only ones with high hopes, but also because that is exactly what the Finance Minister has said a few weeks ago. So at a time when we've been hit by a pandemic, the job losses have been high and the country has gone through a recession, there are a lot of hopes from the Finance Minister. Let's cut across.
Please, माननीय सदस्य, please.
धन्यवाद जी. Honorable
आपको
Speaker,
बोलने का मौका दूंगा बजट के बाद, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी.
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for the year 2021-2022. As introduction, Honorable Speaker, the preparation of this budget was undertaken in circumstances like never before. We knew of calamities that have affected a country or a region within a country. But what we have endured with COVID-19 through 2020 is sui generis. When I presented the budget 2020-2021, we could not have imagined that the global economy, already in throes of a slowdown, would be pushed into an unprecedented contraction. We could not have also imagined then that our people, as those in other countries, would have to endure the loss of near and dear ones and suffer hardships brought about due to a health crisis. The risk of not having a lockdown was far too high. Within 48 hours of declaring a 3-week-long complete lockdown, the Prime Minister announced the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, valued at 2.76 lakh crores, that provided free food grain to 800 million people, free cooking gas for 80 million families for months, and cash directly to over 400 million farmers, women, elderly, the poor, and the needy. Even as a large section of citizens stayed home, milk, vegetables, fruit suppliers, health and sanitary workers, truck drivers, railways and public transport workers, bank employees, electricity workers, our annadatas, police, firemen and the armed forces all had to go about their work as normal, but with the additional anxiety of the virus hanging over them. We recognize this, and I think I speak on behalf of everybody in this august house when I express my heartfelt gratitude to these men and women for how they were able to carry out their work and duty to provide for the nation's basics over those crucial months. Speaker, sir, the public, for public good, honorable members of parliament and members of legislative assemblies too offered their salaries. In May 2020, the government announced the Atmanirbhar Bharat package. To sustain the recovery further into the year, we also rolled out 2 more Atmanirbhar packages, 2 and 3. Total financial impact of all the Atmanirbhar Bharat packages, including measures taken by the RBI, was estimated to be about 27.1 lakh crores, which amounts to more than 13% of our GDP. As a government, we kept a watch on the situation and were proactive in our responses. The government, led by the Prime Minister, stretched its resources to deliver for most vulnerable sections of our society, the poorest of the poor, the Dalits, the tribals, the elderly, the migrant workers, and our children. The Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, the 3 Atmanirbhar packages, and announcements made later were like 5 mini budgets in themselves. The Atmanirbhar packages accelerated our pace of structural reforms, redefinition of MSMEs, commercialization of the mining sector, agriculture and labor reforms, privatization of public sector undertakings, one nation, one ration card, production-linked incentive schemes are some of the notable reforms carried out during this period. Faceless income tax assessment, DBT, and financial inclusion are the others. Today, India has 2 vaccines available and has begun medically safeguarding not only her own citizens against COVID-19, but also those of 100 or more countries. It is added comfort to know that 2 or more vaccines are also expected soon. Honorable Prime Minister launched the vaccination drive by crediting and thanking our scientists. We are ever grateful for the strength and rigor of their efforts. Having said that, we are all reminded time and again that our fight against COVID-19 continues into 2021. Now, just as it happened after the 2 world wars, there are signs that the political, economic, and strategic relations in the post-COVID world are changing. This moment in history is the dawn of a new era, one in which India is well poised to truly be the land of promise and hope. I borrow the words of Rabindranath Tagore. Faith is the bird that feels the light and sings when the dawn is still dark. Faith is the bird that feels the light and sings when the dawn is still dark. In this spirit, I can't help but recall the joy that we as cricket-loving nation felt after the Team India's recent spectacular success in Australia. It has reminded us of all the qualities that we as a people, particularly our youth, epitomize of having abundant promise and the unsuppressed thirst to perform and to succeed. Today, data shows that India now has one of the lowest death rate of 112 per million population and one of the lowest active cases of about 130 per million. This has laid the foundation to the revival we are seeing now in the economy. This budget will be the first of this new decade. This budget will also be a digital budget, and that has happened with all your support. So far, only 3 times has a budget followed a contraction in the economy. All such contractions earlier were as a result of situations typical to India. This time, the contraction in our economy is due to a global pandemic just like in several other countries. Having said that, I want to confidently state that our government is fully prepared to support and facilitate the economy's reset. This budget provides every opportunity for our economy to raise and capture the pace that it needs for a sustainable growth. 2021 is the year of many important milestones for our history. I mention a few of these. It is the 75th year of independence, 60 years of Goa's accession to India, 50 years of the 1971 India-Pakistan War. It will be the year of the 8th census of independent India. It will also be India's turn at the BRICS presidency, the year for our Chandrayaan-3 mission, and the Haridwar Mahakumbh. Honorable Speaker, before I commence Part A of the budget, I want to take a moment to acknowledge how isolating and distancing seemed like insurmountable challenges for a country like ours that has people coming together in times of crisis. It hurts us in many ways. It hurt us in many ways. I bow my head in respect to every citizen for the endurance shown in facing what was an undeniably a tough year for all our physical and mental well-being. Part A. In Part A, I wish to lay a vision for Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar Bharat or Atmanirbharta is not a new idea. Ancient India was largely self-reliant and equally a business epicenter of the world. Atmanirbhar Bharat is an expression of the 130 crore Indians who have full confidence in their capabilities and skills. We are already part of international groupings such as the G20 and the BRICS, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, and the International Solar Alliance are realities today due to India's efforts. The proposals in Part A will further strengthen the Sankalp of Nation First, doubling farmers' income, strong infrastructure, healthy India, good governance, opportunities for youth, education for all, women empowerment, and inclusive development, among others. Additionally, also on the path to fast implementation are the 13 promises we had made in the budget of 2015-16, which were to materialize during the Amrit Mahotsav of 2022 on the 75th year of our independence. They too resonate with the vision of Atmanirbharta. The budget proposals for 21-22 rest on 6 pillars: health and well-being, physical and financial capital and infrastructure, inclusive development for aspirational India, reinvigorating human capital, innovation and R&D, and as 6th, minimum government and maximum governance. I now move to talking about the first pillar, health and well-being. Even at the outset, I would like to say that the investment on health infrastructure in this budget has increased substantially. Progressively, as institutions absorb more, we shall commit more. Taking a holistic approach to health, we focus on strengthening 3 areas: preventive, curative, and well-being. Health systems. A new centrally sponsored scheme, PM Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana, will be launched with an outlay of about 64,180 crores over 6 years. This will develop capacities of primary, secondary, and tertiary care health systems, strengthen existing national institutions, and create new institutions to cater to detection and cure of new and emerging diseases. This will be in addition to the National Health Mission. The main interventions under the scheme are support for over 17,000 rural and 11,000 urban health and wellness centers, setting up integrated public health labs in all districts, and 3,382 block public health units in 11 states, establishing critical care hospital blocks in 602 districts and 12 central institutions, strengthening of National Center for Disease Control, its 5 regional branches and 20 metropolitan health surveillance units, expansion of the integrated health information portal to all states and UTs to connect all public health labs, operationalization of 17 new public health units, and strengthening of 33 existing public health units at points of entry, that is, at 32 airports, 11 seaports, and 7 land crossings, setting up of 15 health emergency operations centers and 2 mobile hospitals, and setting up of a National Institution for One Health, a regional research platform for WHO, World Health Organization, Southeast Asia Region Office, 9 biosafety level 3 laboratories, and 4 regional national institutes for virology. Nutrition. To strengthen nutritional content, delivery, outreach, and outcome, we will merge the supplementary nutrition program and the Poshan Abhiyan and launch the Mission Poshan 2.0. We shall adopt an intensified strategy to improve nutritional outcomes across 112 aspirational districts. Universal coverage of water supply. The World Health Organization has repeatedly stressed the importance of clean water, sanitation, and clean environment as a prerequisite to achieving universal health. The Jal Jeevan Mission Urban will be launched. It aims at universal water supply in all 4,378 urban local bodies with 2.86 crores household tap connections, as well as liquid waste management in 500 Amrit cities. It will be implemented over 5 years with an outlay of 2,87,000 crores. Swachh Bharat and Swasth Bharat. For further Swachhata of urban India, we intend to focus on complete fecal sludge management and wastewater treatment, source segregation of garbage, reduction in single-use plastic, reduction in air pollution by effectively managing waste from construction and demolition activities, and bioremediation of all legacy dump sites. The Urban Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0 will be implemented with a total financial allocation of 1,41,678 crores over a period of 5 years from 2021. Clean air. To tackle the burgeoning problem of air pollution, I propose to provide an amount of 2,217 crores of rupees for 42 urban centers with a million-plus population in this budget. Scrapping policy. We are separately announcing, Honorable Speaker, a voluntary vehicle scrapping policy to phase out old and unfit vehicles. This will help in encouraging fuel-efficient, environment-friendly vehicles, thereby reducing vehicular pollution and oil import bills. Vehicles would undergo fitness tests in automated fitness centers after 20 years in case of personal vehicles and after 15 years in case of commercial vehicles. Details of the scheme will be separately shared by the ministry. Vaccines. The pneumococcal vaccine, a made-in-India product, is presently limited to only 5 states. It will be rolled out across the country. This will avert more than 50,000 child deaths annually. Honorable Speaker, I have provided 35,000 crores of rupees for COVID-19 vaccine in this year 21-22. I am committed to provide further funds if required. So the budget outlay for health and well-being is 2,23,846 crores in this BE 21-22, as against the BE of only 94,452 crores, and it marks an increase of 137%. The details of the same are at Annexure 1 of the speech. Honorable Speaker, I now move to the second pillar, physical and financial capital and infrastructure. Atmanirbhar Bharat, production-linked incentive schemes are things which I would like to place an emphasis. For a $5 trillion economy, our manufacturing sector has to grow in double digits on a sustained basis. Our manufacturing companies need to become an integral part of global supply chains, possess core competence and cutting-edge technology. To achieve all of the above, PLI schemes to create manufacturing global champions for an Atmanirbhar Bharat have been announced for 13 sectors. For this, the government has committed nearly 1.97 lakh crores over 5 years starting this financial year. This initiative will help bring scale and size in key sectors, create and nurture global champions, and provide jobs to our youth. Textiles. To enable the textile industry to become globally competitive, attract large investments, and boost employment generation, a scheme of Mega Investment Textiles Park will be launched in addition to the PLI schemes. This will create world-class infrastructure with plug-and-play facilities to create global champions in exports. 7 textile parks will be established over 3 years. Infrastructure. The National Infrastructure Pipeline, which I announced in December 2019, is the first of its kind. Whole of government exercise ever undertaken by Government of India. The NIP was launched with 6,835 projects. The project pipeline has now expanded to 7,400 projects. Around 217 projects worth rupees 1.10 lakh crores under some key infrastructure ministries have been completed. The NIP is a specific target which this government is committed to achieving over the coming years. It will require major increase in funding from both the government and the financial sector. In this budget, I propose to take concrete steps to do this in 3 ways. Firstly, by creating the institutional structures. Secondly, by a big thrust on monetizing assets. And thirdly, by enhancing the share of capital expenditure in central and state budgets. Infrastructure needs long-term debt financing. A professionally managed development financial institution is necessary to act as a provider, enabler, and catalyst for infrastructure financing. Accordingly, I shall introduce a bill to set up a development financial institution. I have provided a sum of 20,000 crore rupees to capitalize this institution the ambition is to have a lending portfolio of at least 5 lakh crores for this DFI within 3 years' time. Debt financing of InvITs and rates by foreign portfolio investors will be enabled by making suitable amendments in the relevant legislations. This will further ease access of finance to InvITs and rates, thus augmenting funds for infrastructure and real estate sectors. Asset monetization. Monetizing operating public infrastructure. Monetizing operating public infrastructure assets is a very important financing option for new infrastructure construction. A national monetization pipeline of potential brownfield infrastructure assets will be launched. An asset monetization dashboard will also be created for tracking the progress and to provide visibility to investors. Some important measures in the direction of monetization are National Highways Authority of India and the PGCIL each have sponsored one InvIT that will attract international and institutional investors. 5 operational roads with an estimated enterprise value of 5,000 crores of rupees are being transferred to the NHAI InvIT. Similarly, transmission assets of value 7,000 crores will be transferred to the PGCIL InvIT. Railways will monetize dedicated freight corridor assets for operations and maintenance after commissioning. The next lot of airports will be monetized for operations and management concessions. Other core infrastructure assets that will be rolled out under the asset monetization programs are NHAI operational toll roads, 2 transmission assets of PGCL, 3 oil and gas pipelines of GAIL, Gas Authority of India Limited, IOCL and HPCL, Airports Authority of India airports in Tier 2 and 3 cities, other railway infrastructure assets, warehousing assets of CPSE, such as the Central Warehousing Corporation and NAFED, among others, and sports stadiums. Sharp increase in capital budget. In the BE 2020-21, we had provided for 4.12 lakh crores for capital expenditure. It was our effort that in spite of resource crunch, we should spend more on capital, and we are likely to end this year at around 4.39 lakh crores, which I have provided in the RE of 2020-2021. For 21-22, I propose a sharp increase in capital expenditure and thus have provided 5.54 lakh crores, which is 34.5% more than the BE of 2020-2021. Of this, I have kept a sum of more than 44,000 crores in the budget head of the Department of Economic Affairs to be provided for projects, programs, or departments that show good progress in capital expenditure and are in need of further funds. Over and above this expenditure, we would also be providing more than 2 lakh crores to states and autonomous bodies for their capital expenditure. We will also work out specific mechanisms to nudge states to spend more of their budget on creation of infrastructure. Roads and highways infrastructure. More than 13,000 kilometer length of roads at a cost of 3.3 lakh crores has already been awarded under the 5.35 lakh crores Bharatmala Pariyojana project, of which 3,800 kilometers have been constructed. By March 2022, we would be awarding another 8,500 kilometers and complete an additional 11,000 kilometers of national highway corridors. To further augment road infrastructure, more economic corridors are also being planned. Some are 3,500 kilometers of national highway works in the state of Tamil Nadu at an investment of 1.03 lakh crores. These include Madurai-Kollam corridor, Chittoor-Tachur corridor, and construction will start next year. Second, 1,100 kilometers of national highway works in the state of Kerala at an investment of 65,000 crores, including 600 kilometer section of Mumbai-Kanyakumari corridor in Kerala. Third, 675 kilometers of highway works in the state of West Bengal at a cost of 25,000 crores, including upgradation of existing road Kolkata-Siliguri. National highway works of around 19,000 crores are currently in progress in the state of Assam. Further works of more than 34,000 crores covering more than 1,300 kilometers of national highways will be undertaken in the state in the coming 3 years. Some of the flagship corridors and other important projects that would see considerable activity in 2021-22 are in Annexure 2 to my speech. I am also providing an enhanced outlay of 1,18,101 crores for Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, of which 1,08,230 crores is for capital, the highest ever provided. Railway infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, sir, Indian Railways have prepared a National Rail Plan for India 2030. The plan is to create a future-ready railway system by 2030. Bringing down the logistic costs for an industry is at the core of a strategy to enable Make in India. It is expected that Western Dedicated Freight Corridor and Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor will be commissioned by June 2022. The following additional initiatives are also proposed. The Son-Nagar-Gomo sections, 263 kilometers of Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor will be taken up in PPP mode in this year itself. Gomo-Dankuni section of 274.3 kilometers will be also taken up shortly in short succession. We will undertake future dedicated freight corridor projects, namely East Coast Corridor from Kharagpur to Vijayawada, East-West Corridor from Bhusaval to Kharagpur to Dankuni, and North-South Corridor from Itarsi to Vijayawada. Detailed project reports will be undertaken in the first phase. Broad gauge route kilometers, RKM as I referred to, electrified is expected to reach 46,000 kilometers, 46,000 RKM. That is 72% by end of 2021 from 41,548 RKMs on 1st October 2020. 100% electrification of broad gauge routes will be completed by December 2023. For passenger convenience and safety, the following measures are being proposed. We will introduce the aesthetically designed Vista Dome LHB coach on tourist routes to give better travel experience to passengers. The safety measures undertaken in the past few years have borne results. To further strengthen this effort, high-density network and highly utilized network routes of Indian Railways will be provided with an indigenously developed automatic train protection system that eliminates train collision due to human error. I am providing a record sum of 1,10,055 crores for railways, of which 1,07,100 crores is for capital expenditure only. Urban infrastructure. We will work towards raising the share of public transport in urban areas through expansion of metro rail networks and augmentation of city bus services. A new scheme will be launched at a cost of 18,000 crores to support augmentation of public bus transport services. The scheme will facilitate deployment of innovative PPP models to enable private sector players to finance, to acquire, to operate, and to maintain over 20,000 buses. The scheme will boost the automobile sector, provide fillip to economic growth, create employment opportunities for our youth, and enhance ease of mobility for urban residents. A total of 702 kilometers of conventional metro is operational, and another 1,016 kilometers of metro and RRTS is under construction in 27 cities. Two new technologies, that is Metro Light and Metro Neo, will be deployed to provide metro rail systems at much lesser cost with same experience, convenience, and safety in Tier 2 cities and peripheral areas of Tier 1 cities also. Central counterpart funding will be provided to Kochi Metro Railway Phase 2 of 11.5 kilometer at a cost of 1,957.05 crores. Chennai Metro Railway Phase 2 of 118.9 kilometers at a cost of 63,246 crores. Bengaluru Metro Railway Project Phase 2A and 2B of 58.19 kilometers at a cost of 14,788 crores. Nagpur Metro Rail Project Phase 2 and Nashik Metro at a cost of 5,976 crores and 2,092 crores respectively. Power infrastructure. The past 6 years have seen a number of reforms and achievements in power sector. We have added 139 gigawatts of installed capacity, connected an additional 2.8 crore households, and added 1.41 lakh circuit kilometers of transmission lines. The distribution companies across the country are monopolies, either government or private. There is a need to provide choice to the consumers by promoting competition. A framework will be put in place to give consumers alternatives to choose from among more than one distribution companies. I read that sentence again. A framework will be put in place to give consumers alternatives to choose from among more than one distribution company. The viability of distribution companies is a serious concern. A revamped, reforms-based, results-linked power distribution sector scheme will be launched with an outlay of 3,05,984 crores over 5 years. The scheme will provide assistance to DISCOMs for infrastructure creation, including prepaid smart metering, feeder separation, upgradation of systems, etc., tied to financial improvements. Prime Minister, while speaking at the third Reinvestment Conference in November 2020, had announced plans to launch a comprehensive national hydrogen energy mission. It is now proposed to launch a hydrogen energy mission in 2021-22 for generating hydrogen from green power sources. Ports, shipping and waterways. Major ports will be moving from managing their operational services on their own to a model where a private partner will manage it for them. For the purpose, 7 projects worth more than 2,000 crores will be offered by the major ports on private-public partnership mode in FY 21-22. A scheme for promoting flagging of merchant ships in India will be launched by providing subsidy support to Indian shipping companies in global tenders floated by ministries and CPSCs. An amount of 1,624 crores will be provided over 5 years. This initiative will enable greater training and employment opportunities for Indian seafarers, besides enhancing Indian companies' share in global shipping. India has enacted Recycling of Ships Act in 2019 and acceded to the Hong Kong International Convention. Around 90 ship recycling yards at Alang in Gujarat have already achieved HKC compliant certificates. Efforts will be made to bring more ships to India from Europe and Japan. Recycling capacities of around 4.5 million light displacement ton LDT will be doubled by 2024. This is expected to generate an additional 1.5 lakh jobs for our youth. Petroleum and natural gas. Our government has kept fuel supplies running across the country without interruption during the COVID-19 lockdown period. Taking note of the crucial nature of the sector in people's lives, the following key initiatives are being announced. 1. Ujjwala scheme, which has benefited 8 crore households, will be extended to cover 1 crore more beneficiaries. We will add 100 more districts in next 3 years to the city gas distribution network. A gas pipeline project will be taken up in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. An independent gas transport system operator will be set up for facilitation and coordination of booking of common carrier capacity in all natural gas pipelines on a non-discriminatory open access basis. Financial capital. I propose to consolidate the provisions of the SEBI Act 1992, Depositories Act 1996, Securities Contracts Regulation Act 1956, and Government Securities Act 2007 into a rationalized single Securities Markets Code. The government would support the development of a world-class fintech hub at the GIFT IFSC. To instill confidence amongst the participants in corporate bond market during times of stress and to generally enhance secondary market liquidity, it is proposed to create a permanent institutional framework. The proposed body would purchase investment-grade debt securities both in the stressed and normal times and help in the development of the bond market. In the budget 2018-19, government had announced its intent to establish a system of regulated gold exchanges in the country. For the purpose, SEBI will be notified as the regulator, and Warehousing Development and Regulatory Authority will be strengthened to set up a commodity market ecosystem arrangement, including vaulting, assaying, logistics, etc., in addition to warehousing. Towards investor protection, I propose to introduce an investor charter as a right of all financial investors across all financial products. To give a further boost to the non-conventional energy sector, I propose to provide additional capital infusion of 1,000 crores to Solar Energy Corporation of India and 1,500 crores to Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency. I propose to amend the Insurance Act 1938 to increase the permissible FDI limit from 49% to 74% in insurance companies and allow foreign ownership and control with safeguards. Under the new structure, the majority of directors on the board and key management persons would be resident Indians, with at least 50% of directors being independent directors and specified percentage of profits being retained as general reserve. Stressed asset resolution by setting up a new structure. The high level of provisioning by public sector banks of their stressed assets calls for a measure to clean up the bank books. An asset reconstruction company limited, an asset management company would be set up to consolidate and take over the existing stressed debt and then manage and dispose of the assets to alternative investment funds and other potential investors for eventual value realization. Recapitalization of PSB. To further consolidate the financial capital capacity of PSBs, further recapitalization of 20,000 crores is proposed in 21-22. Deposit insurance. Last year, government had approved an increase in the deposit insurance cover from 1 lakh rupees to 5 lakhs for bank customers. I shall be moving amendments to DICGC Act 1961 in this session itself to streamline the provision so that if a bank is temporarily unable to fulfill its obligations, the depositors of such bank can get easy and time-bound access to their deposits to the extent of the deposit insurance cover. This would help depositors of banks that are currently under stress. To improve credit discipline, while continuing to protect the interest of small borrowers, for NBFCs with minimum asset size of 100 crores, the minimum loan size eligible for debt recovery under the Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Assets and Enforcement of Security Interests SARFAESI Act 2002, it is proposed to be reduced from the existing level of 50 lakhs to 20 lakhs. Company matters. The decriminalization of the procedural and technical compoundable offences under Companies Act 2013 is now complete. I now propose to take up Decriminalization of the Limited Liability Partnerships Act 2008. Honorable Speaker, I propose to revise the definition under the Companies Act 2013 for small companies by increasing the threshold for paid-up capital from not exceeding 50 lakh to not exceeding 2 crores and turnover from not exceeding 2 crores to not exceeding 20 crores. This will benefit more than 2 lakh companies in easing their compliance requirements. As a further measure which directly benefits startups and innovators, I propose to incentivize the incorporation of one-person companies by allowing one-person companies to grow without any restriction on paid-up capital and turnover, allowing their conversion into any other type of company at any time, reducing the residency limit for an Indian citizen to set up an one-person company from 182 days to 120 days, and allow also non-resident Indians to incorporate OPCs in India. This will be a big boost for startups. To ensure faster resolution of cases, the NCLT framework will be strengthened, e-court system shall be implemented, and alternate methods of debt resolution and special framework for MSMEs shall be introduced. During the coming fiscal, we will be launching data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning driven MCA 2.1 version to MCA 21 version 3.0. MCA 21 version 3.0. This version 3.0 will have additional modules for e-scrutiny, e-adjudication, e-consultation, and compliance management. Disinvestment and strategic sale. In spite of COVID-19, we have kept working towards strategic disinvestment. A number of transactions, namely BPCL, Air India, Shipping Corporation of India, Container Corporation of India, IDBI Bank, Bharat Earth Movers Limited, Pavan Hans, Neelachal Ispat Nigam Limited, among others, would be completed in 21-22. Other than IDBI Bank, we propose to take up the 2 public sector banks and 1 general insurance company in the year 21-22. This would require legislative amendments, and I propose to introduce the amendments in this session itself. In 21-22, we would also bring the IPO of LIC, for which I am bringing the requisite amendments in this session itself. In the Atmanirbhar package, I had announced that we will come out with a policy of strategic disinvestment of public sector enterprises. I'm happy to inform the House that the government has the government has approved the said policy. The policy provides a clear roadmap for disinvestment in all non-strategic and strategic sectors. We have kept 4 areas that are strategic, where bare minimum CPSEs will be maintained and rest privatized. In the remaining sectors of all CPSEs will be privatized. The main highlights of the policy are mentioned in Annexure 3. To fast forward the disinvestment policy, I'm asking NITI to work out on the next list of center public sector companies that would be taken up for strategic disinvestment. To similarly incentivize states to take to disinvestment of their public sector companies, we will work out an incentive package of central funds to states. Idle assets will not contribute to Atmanirbhar Bharat. The non-core assets largely consist of surplus land with government ministries and departments and public sector enterprises. Monetizing of land can either be by way of direct sale or concession or by similar means. This requires special abilities, and for this purpose, I propose to use a special purpose vehicle in the form of a company that would carry out this activity. In order to ensure timely completion of closure of sick or loss-making CPSEs, we will introduce a revised mechanism that will ensure timely closure of such units. I have estimated 1,75,000 crores as receipts from disinvestment in BE 21-22. Government financial reforms. Under the Treasury Single Account, the TSA system, autonomous bodies directly draw funds from the government's account at the time of actual expenditure, saving interest costs. We will extend the TSA system for universal application from 21-22. On the recommendation of the 15th Finance Commission, we have undertaken a detailed exercise to rationalize and bring down the number of centrally sponsored schemes. This will enable consolidation of outlays for better impact. The government is committed to the development of multi-state cooperatives and will provide all support to them. To further streamline the ease of doing business for cooperatives, I propose to set up a separate administrative structure for them. So the third pillar of Atmanirbhar Bharat, inclusive development for aspirational India. Honorable Speaker, sir, under this pillar, I will cover agriculture and allied sectors, farmers' welfare and rural India, migrant workers and labor, and financial inclusion. Agriculture. Our government is committed to the welfare of farmers. The MSP regime has undergone a sea change to assure price that is at least 1.5 times the cost of production across all commodities. The procurement has also continued to increase at a steady pace. This has resulted in increase in payment to farmers substantially. In case of wheat, a total amount paid to farmers in 2013-14. Honorable Speaker, sir, the data that I give now is important for all honorable members to kindly hear. In case of wheat, the total amount paid to farmers in 2013-14 was 33,874 crores. In 2019-20, it was 62,802 crores. And even better, Honorable Speaker, in 2020-2021, this amount paid to farmers was 75,060 crores. Honorable Speaker, again an important fact, the number of wheat-growing farmers that were benefited increased in 2020-21 to 43.36 lakhs compared to 35.57 lakhs in 2019-20. That much of an increase within 1 year. For paddy, Again, an important data. For paddy, the amount paid in 2013-14 was 63,928 crores. In 2019-20, this increased to 1,41,930 crores. Even better, in 2020-2021, this is further, in 2020-21, this is further estimated, and I'm saying this is further estimated because the procurement is ongoing, and therefore I can't give you the final figure. This is further estimated to increase to 1,72,752 crores. The number of farmers benefited increased from 1.24 crores in 2019-20 to 1.54 crores in 2020-21. In the same way, Honorable Speaker, sir, in the case of pulses, the amount paid in 2013-14 was 236 crores. In 2019-20, this was increased to 8,285 crores. Now in 2021, it is at 10,530 crores. More than 40 times increase from 2013-14. The receipts to cotton farmers have seen a stupendous increase from 90 crores in 2013-14 to 25,974 crores I'm giving you data as of 27th January 2021. This is bound to increase. From 90 crores for cotton farmers in 2013-14 to 25,974 crores in 2021. All the details in complete narration is available in Annexure 4 to my speech. Early this year, Honorable Prime Minister had launched the Swamitva scheme. Under this, a record of rights is being given to property owners in villages. Up till now, about 1.80 lakh property owners in 1,241 villages have been provided cards. I propose during 21-22 to extend this to cover all states and union territories. To provide adequate credit to our farmers, I have enhanced the agricultural credit target to 16.5 lakh crores in this year. We will focus on ensuring increased credit flow to animal husbandry, Pashupalan, dairy, and to Matsyakar, to the fisheries. We are enhancing the allocation to the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund from 30,000 crores to 40,000 crores. The Micro Irrigation Fund, with a corpus of 5,000 crores, has been created under NABARD. I propose to double it by augmenting it by another 5,000 crores. To boost value addition in agriculture and allied products and their exports, the scope of Operation Green Scheme, that is presently applicable to only tomatoes, onions, and potatoes, will be enlarged to include 22 perishable crops. Around 1.68 lakh crore farmers, around 1.68 crore farmers are registered, and 1.14 lakh crores of rupees trade value has been carried out through e-NAMs, the National Agricultural Market. Keeping in view the transparency and the competitiveness that e-NAM has brought into the agricultural market, 1,000 more mandis will be integrated with e-NAM. Honorable Speaker, sir, with all this, the Agricultural Infrastructure Fund would be made available to the APMCs for augmenting their infrastructure facilities. Fisheries. I'm proposing substantial investments in the development of modern fishing harbors and fish landing centers. To start with, 5 major fishing harbors, Kochi, Chennai, Visakhapatnam, Paradip, and Petua Ghat, will be developed as hubs for economic activity. We will also develop inland fishing harbors and fish landing centers along the banks of rivers and waterways. Seaweed farming is an emerging sector with potential to transform the lives of coastal communities. It will provide large-scale employment and additional incomes. To promote seaweed farming and cultivation, I propose a multi-purpose seaweed park to be established in Tamil Nadu. Migrant workers and laborers. We have launched the One Nation, One Ration Card scheme, through which beneficiaries can claim their rations anywhere in the country. Migrant workers in particular benefit from the scheme. Those staying away from their families can partially claim their ration where they are stationed, while their family in their native places can claim the rest. I'm happy to inform you that One Nation, One Ration Card plan is under implementation by 32 states and union territories, reaching about 69 crore beneficiaries. That's a total of 86% beneficiaries covered. The remaining 4 states and UTs will be integrated in the next few months. To further extend our efforts towards the unorganized labor force, migrant workers in particular, I propose to launch a portal that will collect relevant information on gig workers, building and construction workers, among others. This will help formulate health, housing, skill, insurance credit, and food schemes for all migrant workers. We will conclude a process that began 20 years ago with the implementation of the 4 labor codes. For the first time globally, social security benefits will be extended to gig and platform workers. Minimum wages will apply to all categories of workers, and they will all be covered by the Employees State Insurance Corporation. Women will be allowed to work in all categories and also in the night shifts with adequate protection. At the same time, compliance burden on employers will be reduced with a single registration and licensing and online returns. Financial inclusion. To further facilitate credit flow under the scheme of Stand Up India for the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and also women, I propose to reduce the margin money requirement from 25% to 15% only, and to also include loans for activities in allied sectors, in allied activities in agriculture. We have taken a number of steps to support the MSME sector. In this budget, I have provided 15,700 crores to this sector, more than double of the last year's B. Honorable Speaker, sir, I now go to the 4th pillar, reinvigorating human capital. The National Education Policy, announced recently, has had good reception. In school education, more than 15,000 schools will be qualitatively strengthened to include all components of the National Education Policy. They shall emerge as exemplar schools in their regions, hand-holding and mentoring other schools to achieve the ideals of policy. 100 new Sainik schools will be set up in partnership with NGOs, private schools, and states. Higher education. In Budget 2019-20, I had mentioned about the setting up of a higher education commission in India. We would be introducing the legislation this year to implement the same. It will be an umbrella body having 4 separate vehicles for standard setting, accreditation, regulation, and funding. Many of our cities have various institutions, universities, and colleges supported by the Government of India. Hyderabad, for example, has about 40 major institutions. In 9 such cities, we will create a formal umbrella structure so that these institutions can have better synergy while also retaining their internal autonomy. A glue grant will be set aside for this purpose. For accessible higher education in Ladakh, I propose to set up a central university in Leh. The other important projects to be taken up as a part of the NEP are listed in Annexure 5. Scheduled caste and scheduled tribes welfare. We have set ourselves a target of establishing 750 Eklavya model residential schools in our tribal areas. I propose to increase the unit cost of each such school from 20 crores, which is what it is now, to 38 crores, and for hilly and difficult areas to 48 crores. This would help creating robust infrastructure facilities for our tribal students. We have revamped the post-metric scholarship scheme for the welfare of scheduled caste students. I have also enhanced the central assistance in this regard. We are allotting 35,219 crores for 6 years till 25-26 to benefit 4 crores scheduled caste students. Skilling. In 2016, we had launched the National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme. The government proposes to amend the Apprenticeship Act with a view to further enhancing apprenticeship opportunities for our youth. We will realign the existing scheme of National Apprenticeship Training Scheme for providing post-education apprenticeship, training of graduates and diploma holders in engineering. Over 3,000 crores will be provided for this purpose. An initiative is underway, Honorable Speaker, in partnership with the United Arab Emirates to benchmark skill qualifications, assessment and certification, accompanied by the deployment of certified workforce. We also have a collaborative inter-training program between India and Japan to facilitate transfer of Japanese industrial and vocational skills, techniques, and knowledge. We will take forward this initiative with many more countries also. Innovation and R&D. In my budget speech of 2019, I had announced the National Research Foundation. We have now worked out the modalities, and the NRF outlay will be of 50,000 crores over 5 years. It will ensure that the overall research ecosystem in the country is strengthened with focus on identified national priority thrust areas. There has been a manifold increase in digital payments in the recent past. To give a further boost to digital transactions, I earmarked 1,500 crores for a proposed scheme that will provide financial incentive to promote digital mode of payment. We will undertake a new initiative, National Language Translation Mission. This will enable the wealth of governance and policy-related knowledge on the internet being made available in major Indian languages. The new Space India Limited, a PSU, under the Department of Space, will execute the PSLV CS-51 launch carrying the Amazonia satellite from Brazil, along with a few smaller Indian satellites. As part of the Gaganyaan mission activities, 4 Indian astronauts are being trained on generic spaceflight aspects in Russia. The first unmanned launch is slated for December 2021. Our oceans are a storehouse of living and non-living resources. To better understand this realm, we will launch a deep ocean mission with a budget outlay of more than 4,000 crores over 5 years. This mission will cover deep ocean survey exploration and projects for the conservation of deep sea biodiversity. I come to the 6th pillar, Honorable Speaker, minimum government, maximum governance. Honorable Speaker, sir, this is the last of the 6 pillars. This will outline plans for reforms in one of our core principles of minimum government, maximum governance. We have taken a number of steps to bring reforms in tribunals in the last few years for speedy delivery of justice. Continuing with the reforms process, I now propose to take further measures to rationalize the functioning of tribunals. We have introduced the National Commission for Allied Healthcare Professionals Bill in Parliament. National Commission for Allied Healthcare Professionals Bill in the Parliament, with a view to ensure transparent and efficient regulation of 56 allied healthcare professionals. Additionally, to bring about transparency, efficiency, and governance reforms in the nursing profession, the National Nursing and Midwifery Commission Bill will be introduced by the government for passing. To have ease of doing business for those who deal with government or CPSEs and carry out contracts, I propose to set up a conciliation mechanism and mandate its use for quick resolution of contractual disputes. This will instill confidence in private investors and contractors. Honorable Speaker, sir, the forthcoming census could be the first digital census in the history of India. For this monumental milestone marking task, I have allocated 3,768 crores in this year, 21-22. Honorable Speaker, Goa is celebrating the Diamond Jubilee year of the state's liberation from Portuguese rule. From the Government of India's side, I propose to grant 300 crores to the Government of Goa for the celebration. I propose to provide 1,000 crores for the welfare of tea workers, especially women and children in Assam and West Bengal. A special scheme will be devised for the same. Fiscal position. Fiscal position. In these last few paragraphs of part A of my speech, I draw the attention of this august House to the fact that at the beginning of the current financial year, the pandemic's impact on the economy resulted in a weak revenue inflow. This was combined with high expenditure to provide essential relief to vulnerable sections of the society, especially the poor, the women, scheduled castes, and scheduled tribes. Unlike many other countries, we opted for a series of medium-sized packages during the pandemic so that we could calibrate and target our response according to the evolving situation. Once the health situation stabilized and the lockdown was being slowly lifted, We switched to ramping up government spending so as to revive domestic demand. As a result, against an original BE expenditure of 30.42 lakh crores for 2020-21, our RE estimates are 34.50 lakhs, 30.42 now within the year going up to 34.5 lakh crores. We have maintained quality of expenditure. The capital expenditure estimated in the RE is 4.39 lakh crores as against 4.12 lakh crores in the BE stage. So the beginning of the year, we had marked only 4.12 lakh, whereas it is 4.39 lakh crores as we end the year. Fiscal deficit in RE 2020-2021 is pegged at 9.5% of the GDP. Fiscal deficit in RE 2020 to 2021 is pegged at 9.5% of GDP. We have funded this through government borrowings, multilateral borrowings, small saving funds, and short-term borrowings. We would need another 80,000 crores, for which we would be approaching the market in these 2 months. We would be needing another 80,000 crores, for which we would be approaching the markets in these 2 months. To ensure that the economy is given the required push, our BE estimates for expenditure in 21-22 are 34.83 lakh crores. This includes 5.54 lakh crores as capital expenditure, an increase of 34.5% over the BE figure of 2020-2021. The fiscal deficit in BE 21-22 is estimated to be 6.8% of the GDP. The gross borrowing from the market for the next year would be around 12 lakh crores. We plan to continue with our path of fiscal consolidation and intend to reach the fiscal deficit level below 4.5% of the GDP by 2025-2026, with a fairly steady decline over the period. We hope to achieve the consolidation by first increasing the buoyancy of tax revenue through improved compliance, and secondly, by increased receipts from monetization of assets, including public sector enterprises and land. The Contingency Fund of India is being proposed to be augmented. The Contingency Fund of India is being proposed to be augmented from 500 crores to 30,000 crores through finance bill. In accordance with the views of the 15th Finance Commission, we are allowing a normal ceiling of net borrowing for the states at 4% of GSDP for the year 21-22. A portion of this ceiling will be earmarked to be spent on incremental capital expenditure. Additional borrowing ceiling of 0.5% of the GSDP will also be provided, subject to conditions. States will be expected to reach a fiscal deficit of 3% of GSDP by 2023-24, as recommended by the 15th Finance Commission. In the July 2019-20 budget, I introduced the Statement 27 on extra budgetary resources. It disclosed the borrowings of the government agencies that went towards funding Government of India schemes and whose repayment burden was on the government. In my 2020-21 budget, I enhanced the scope and coverage of that statement by including the loans provided by government to the FCI, the Food Corporation of India. Taking a step further in this direction, I propose to discontinue the NSSF loan to FCI for food subsidy, and accordingly, budget provisions have been made in RE 2020-21 and in the BE 2021-22. The extra budgetary resource details are at Annexure 6. We know that the FRBM Act mandates fiscal deficit of 3% of GDP to be achieved by 31st March 2020-2021. The effect of this year's unforeseen and unprecedented circumstances has necessitated the submission of a deviation statement under Sections 4 of Subclause 5 and Section 7, Subclause 3b of the FRBM Act, which I am laying on the table of the House as part of the FRBM documents. Towards achieving central government fiscal deficit along the broad path that I have already indicated, I will be introducing an amendment to the FRBM Act. Honorable Speaker, on the 9th of December 2020, the 15th Finance Commission submitted its final report covering the period 2021 to 2026 to the Rashtrapati Ji. The government has laid the Commission's report along with the explanatory memorandum in the Parliament, retaining the vertical shares of the states at 41%. We recognize our commitment to fiscal federalism and propose, therefore, to adhere to this recommendation. Jammu and Kashmir in the 14th Finance Commission was entitled to get devolution being a state. Now the funds of the UTs of Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh would be provided by the centre. I have also provided on the Commission's recommendation 1,18,452 crores as revenue deficit grant to 17 states in 21-22 as against 74,340 crores to 14 states in 2020-21. Honourable Speaker, I would now move to Part B of my speech. Honourable Speaker, the world is facing a serious challenge of the pandemic and its aftershock. In these trying times, when many economies are struggling to revive, our people and our industry have exhibited remarkable resilience. As I mentioned already, post-pandemic, a new world order seems to be emerging, one in which Asia is poised to occupy a prominent position, and India will have a leading role therein. In this scenario, our tax system has to be transparent, efficient, and should promote investments and employment in our country. At the same time, it should put minimum burden on our taxpayers. I borrow the words of Thiruvalluvar, the saint. Yetralum, Eatalum, Kathalum, Katha Vaguthalum, Nalla Valladarasu. A king or a ruler is the one who creates and acquires wealth, protects and distributes it for common good. Tirukkural. Direct tax proposals. Keeping this in mind, the words of Tirukkural, our government introduced a series of reforms in the direct tax system for the benefit of our taxpayers and the economy. Few months prior to the pandemic, in order to attract investments, we slashed our corporate tax rate to make it among the lowest in the world. The dividend distribution tax too was abolished. The burden of taxation on small taxpayers was eased by increasing rebates. In 2020, the return filers saw a dramatic increase to 6.48 crores from 3.31 crores in 2014. In the direct tax administration, we had recently introduced the faceless assessment and faceless appeal. I now seek to take further steps to simplify the tax administration, ease compliance, and reduce litigation. Relief to senior citizens. I begin my direct tax proposals by offering my pranam to our senior citizens. Many of them, despite having foregone several basic necessities of their own, have strived to build our nation. Now in the 75th year of independence of our country, when we continue our endeavor with renewed vigor, we shall reduce compliance burden on our senior citizens who are 75 years of age and above. For senior citizens who only have pension and interest income, I propose exemption from filing their income tax returns. The paying bank will deduct the necessary tax on their income. Reduction in time for income tax proceedings. This is a very key announcement if you are asking. Honorable Speaker, presently an assessment can be reopened up to 6 years and in serious tax fraud cases for up to 10 years. As a result, taxpayers have to remain under uncertainty for a very long time. I therefore propose to reduce this time limit for reopening of assessments to 3 years from the present 6 years. In serious tax evasion cases too, only where there is evidence of concealment of income of 50 lakh or more in a year. In serious tax evasion cases too, only where there is evidence of concealment of income of 50 lakh or more in a year can the assessment be reopened up to 10 years. Even this reopening can be done only after the approval of the Principal Chief Commissioner, the highest level of income tax department. Setting up the Dispute Resolution Committee. Honorable Speaker, it has been the resolve of this government to reduce litigation which mars the present taxation system. The government came out with the Direct Taxation Vivad Se Vishwas scheme to give taxpayers an opportunity to settle long-pending disputes and be relieved to further strain on their time and resources. The response from taxpayers has been the best ever, as over 110,000 taxpayers have already opted to settle tax disputes of over 85,000 crores under the scheme. To further reduce litigation for small taxpayers, I propose to constitute a dispute resolution committee for them, which will be faceless to ensure efficiency, transparency, and accountability. Anyone with a taxable income up to 50 lakh and disputed income up to 10 lakh shall be eligible to approach the committee. Faceless IT-AT. For ease of compliance and to reduce discretion, we are committed to make the taxation processes faceless. The government has already introduced faceless assessment and appeal this year. The next level of income tax appeal is the Income Tax Appellate Tribunal. I now propose to make this tribunal faceless. We shall establish a national faceless Income Tax Appellate Tribunal Center. All communication between the tribunal and the appellant shall be electronic. Where personal hearing is needed, it shall be done through video conferencing. Relaxations to NRI. When non-resident Indians return to India, they have issues with respect to their accrued incomes in their foreign retirement accounts. This is usually due to mismatch in taxation period. They also face difficulties in getting credit for Indian taxes in foreign jurisdictions. I propose to notify rules for removing their hardship of double taxation. Exemption from audit. Currently, if your turnover exceeds 1 crore, you have to get your accounts audited. In February 2020 budget, I had increased the limit for tax audit to 5 crores for those who carry out 95% of their transactions digitally. To further incentivize digital transactions and to reduce compliance burden, I propose to increase this limit for tax audit for such persons from 5 crores to 10 crores. Relief for dividend. In the previous budget, I had abolished the dividend distribution tax in order to incentivize investment. Dividend was made taxable in the hands of shareholders. Now, in order to provide ease of compliance, I propose to make dividend payment to rate and InvIT exempt from TDS. Further, as the amount of dividend income cannot be estimated correctly by the shareholders for paying advance tax, I propose to provide that advance tax liability on dividend income shall arise only after the declaration or payment of dividend. Also, for the foreign portfolio investors, I propose to enable deduction of tax on dividend income at lower treaty rate. Attracting foreign investment into infrastructure sector. In the last budget, for attracting foreign investment in the infrastructure sector, we had granted 100% tax exemption, subject to certain conditions, to foreign sovereign wealth funds and pension funds on their income from investment in Indian infrastructure. We have noticed that few of such funds are facing difficulties in meeting some of the conditions. In order to ensure that a large number of funds invest in India, I propose to relax some of these conditions relating to prohibition on private funding, restriction on commercial activities, and direct investment in infrastructure. In order to allow funding of infrastructure by issue of zero-coupon bonds, I propose to make notified infrastructure debt funds eligible to raise funds by issuing tax-efficient zero-coupon bonds. Affordable housing. Affordable housing and rental housing. This government sees housing for all and affordable housing as priority areas. In July 2019 budget, I provided an additional deduction of interest amounting to 1.5 lakh for loan taken to purchase an affordable house. I propose to extend the eligibility of this condition by 1 more year to 31st March 2022. The additional deduction of 1.5 lakh shall therefore be available for loans taken up to 31st March 2022 for the purchase of affordable houses. Further, to keep up the supply of affordable houses, I propose that the affordable housing projects can avail a tax holiday for 1 more year till 31st March 2022. These are available now for projects also. We are committed to promote supply of affordable rental housing for migrant workers. For this, I propose to allow tax exemption for notified affordable rental housing projects. Tax incentives to IFSC. As I mentioned in Part A of this speech, the government is committed to making the International Financial Services Center in GIFT City a global financial hub. In addition to the tax incentives already provided, I propose to include, among others, tax holiday for capital gains for aircraft leasing companies, tax exemption for aircraft lease rentals paid to foreign lessors, tax incentive for relocating foreign funds in the IFSC, and to allow tax exemption to the investment division of foreign banks located in the IFSC. Pre-filling of returns. Honorable Speaker, in order to ease compliance for the taxpayer, details of salary income, tax payments, TDS, etc., already come pre-filled in income tax returns. To further ease filing of returns, details of capital gains from listed securities, dividend income, and interest from banks, post office, etc. will also be now pre-filled. Relief to small trusts. We hope to reduce compliance burden on small charitable trusts running educational institutions and hospitals. So far, there is a blanket exemption to such entities whose annual receipt does not exceed 1 crore of rupees. I now propose to increase this amount to 5 crores. Labor welfare. We have noticed that some employers deduct the contribution of employees toward provident funds, superannuation funds, and other social security funds, but do not deposit these contributions within the specified time. For these employees, this means a loss of interest or income. In cases where an employer later becomes financially unviable, non-deposit results in a permanent loss for the employees. In order to ensure that employees' contributions are deposited on time, I reiterate that the late deposit of employees' contribution by the employer will not be allowed as deduction to the employer. Incentives for startups. In order to incentivize startups in the country, I propose to extend the eligibility for claiming tax holiday for startups by 1 more year, till 31st March 2022. Further, in order to incentivize funding for the startups, I propose to extend the capital gains exemption for investment in startups by 1 more year, till 31st March 2022. Sir, I now come to indirect tax proposals. GST. Before I come to my indirect tax proposals, I would like to appraise the House on GST. The GST is now 4 years old, and we have taken several measures to further simplify it. Some of the measures include nil return through SMS, quarterly return and monthly payment for small taxpayers, electronic invoice system, validated input tax statements, pre-filled editable GST return, and staggering of returns filing. The capacity of GST and system has also been enhanced. We have also deployed deep analytics and artificial intelligence to identify tax evaders and fake billers and launched special drives against them. The results speak for themselves. We have made record collections in the last few months. The GST Council has painstakingly thrashed out thorny issues. As chairperson to the Council, I want to assure this House that we shall take every possible measure to smoothen the GST further and to remove anomalies such as inverted duty structure. Custom duty rationalization. Our custom duty policy should have the twin objective of promoting domestic manufacturing and helping India get on to global value chain and export better. The thrust now has to be on easy access to raw materials and exports of value-added products. Towards this, last year, we started overhauling the customs duty structure, eliminating 80 outdated exemptions. I also thank everyone who responded overwhelmingly to a crowdsourcing call for suggestions on this revamp. I now propose to review more than 400 old exemptions this year. I repeat, I now propose to review more than 400 old exemptions this year. We will conduct this through extensive consultations, and from 1st October 2021, we will put in place a revised customs duty structure free of distortions. I also propose that any new customs duty exemptions, therefore, henceforth will have validity up to 31st March, following 2 years from the date of the issue. Electronic and mobile phone industry. Domestic electronic manufacturing has grown rapidly. We are now exporting items like mobiles and chargers. For greater domestic value addition, we are withdrawing a few exemptions on part of chargers and sub-parts of mobiles. Further, some parts of mobiles will move from nil rate to a moderate 2.5%. Iron and steel. MSMEs and other user industries have been severely hit by a recent sharp rise in iron and steel prices. Therefore, we are reducing customs duty uniformly to 7.5% on semis, flats, and long products of non-alloy, alloy, and stainless steels. To provide relief to metal recyclers, mostly MSMEs, I am exempting duty on steel scrap for a period up to 31st March 2022. Further, I am also revoking ADD and CVD on certain steel products. Also, to provide relief to copper recyclers, I am reducing duty on copper scrap from 5% to 2.5%. Textiles. The textile sector generates employment and contributes significantly to the economy. There is a need to rationalize duties on raw material inputs to man-made textiles. We are now bringing nylon chain on par with polyester and other man-made fibers. We are uniformly reducing the BCD rates on caprolactam, nylon chips, nylon fiber, and yarn to 5%. This will help the textile industry, MSMEs, and also overall exports. Chemicals. We have calibrated customs duty rates on chemicals to encourage domestic value addition and to remove inversions. Apart from other items, we are reducing customs duty on naphtha to 2.5% to correct inversion. Gold and silver presently attract a basic customs duty of 12.5%. Since the duty was raised from 10% in July 19, prices of precious metals have risen sharply. To bring it closer to previous levels, we are rationalizing customs duty on gold and silver. Renewable energy. In Part A, we have already acknowledged that solar energy has huge promise for India. To build up domestic capacity, we will notify a phased manufacturing plan for solar cells and solar panels. At present, to encourage domestic production, we are raising duty on solar inverters from 5% to 20% and on solar lanterns from 5% to 15%. Capital equipment and auto parts. There is immense potential in manufacturing heavy capital equipment domestically. We will comprehensively review the rate structure in due course. However, we are revising duty rates on certain items immediately. We propose to withdraw exemptions on tunnel boring machine. It will attract a customs duty of 7.5% and its parts a duty of 2.5%. We are raising customs duty on certain auto parts to 15% to bring them on par with general rate on auto parts. MSME products. We are proposing certain changes to benefit MSMEs. We are increasing duty from 10 to 15% on steel screws and plastic builder wares. On prawn feed, we increase it from 5 to 15%. We are rationalizing exemption on import of duty-free items as an incentive to exporters of garments, leather, and handicraft items. Almost all of these items are made domestically by our MSMEs. We are withdrawing exemption on imports of certain kinds of leathers as they are domestically produced in good quantity and quality, mostly by MSMEs. We are also raising customs duty on finished synthetic gemstones to encourage domestic processing. Agriculture products to benefit farmers. We are raising customs duty on cotton from nil to 10%, on raw silk and silk yarn from 10 to 15%. We are also withdrawing end-use-based concession on denatured ethyl alcohol. Currently, rates are being uniformly calibrated to 15% on items like maize, bran, rice bran, oil cake, and animal feed additives. There is an immediate need to improve agricultural infrastructure so that we produce more while also conserving and processing agricultural output efficiently. This will ensure enhanced remuneration for our farmers. To earmark resources for this purpose, I propose an agricultural infrastructure and development cess on a small number of items. However, while applying this cess, we have taken care not to put additional burden on consumers on most items. Rationalization of procedures and easing of compliance. For a judicious application, we propose certain changes in the provisioning related to ADD, anti-dumping duty, and CVD, countervailing duty levies. To complete customs investigation, we are prescribing definite timelines. In 2020, we rolled out the Turant Customs Initiative, which brought in faceless, paperless, and contactless customs measures. With effect from September 2020, we have implemented a new procedure for administration of rules of origin. This has helped in putting a check on misuse of FTAs. The specific details of direct and indirect tax changes proposed are listed in the annexure to my speech. Honorable Speaker, sir, with these words, I commend the budget to this august House. Thank you.
आइटम नंबर 1, माननीय मंत्री जी, आइटम नंबर 1.
Sorry, I don't have it with me. Sir, I wish to place on table the 15th Finance Commission report.
आइटम नंबर 3, माननीय मंत्री जी.
So, I wish to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act 2003, the medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 4.
So, I wish to seek your permission to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2021.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए. जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य इसके विरोध में ना कहें. मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष हुआ. माननीय मंत्री जी विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें. श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी.
With your permission, I rise to present the 18th report of Business Advisory Committee.
माननीय सदस्यगण, माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां प्रकाशक फलक पर उपलब्ध है. सदस्य अपनी प्रति प्रकाशन फलक से प्राप्त कर सकते हैं. माननीय सदस्यगण, जैसा कि आपको समाचार 2 के माध्यम से पहले सूचित किया जा चुका है कि बजट की प्रतियां आपको मेंबर्स पोर्टल के माध्यम से उपलब्ध कराई जा रही है. सभा की कार्रवाई मंगलवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2021 को दोपहर 4 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है.
Well, that was the end of the budget proceedings there, with Finance Minister presenting her budget effectively, a little less than 2-hour-long speech there. And here are the big points. Budget pillars include health, infrastructure, agriculture, human capital as well as the key focuses. Highest ever allocation for healthcare sector announced by the government of 2.23 lakh crore rupees. There's also a big jump in government's infrastructure spending plan. They have set themselves a huge target for disinvestment and land monetization, but no significant changes as far as the tax regime is concerned, be it on the corporate side or on the personal income tax side. These are the largely the takeaways. Of course, there are smaller ones such as a hike in the FDI for insurance, large number of projects, infrastructure projects announced for pole-bound states as well. We're going to go across to our panelists in just a bit, but when a quick reaction. One thing is very odd. There isn't much as far as the tax change is concerned. No, we will perhaps have to wait for the fine print, but relief or burden, we aren't too clear.
Yes, I mean, on the face of it, doesn't look like there is any major tax, slab or any change at all. I mean, or even, any details on where the revenue is going to come from. I guess, reading, as you said, the annexures and other documents possibly might give us some indication. But what I could glean from a speech in terms of the expenses of the current financial and the projections for the next one, the financial that is ending this year, the total expenditure for the government seems to be 34.5 lakh crore. That's what the estimates now suggest. And the government has, in fact, announced 80,000 crore of borrowing in the current financial.
Yes.
Right? And this adds up to the fiscal deficit of around 9.5%,
yes,
which is pretty much what most people were anticipating it would be. But then here comes the real game. The next year's fiscal deficit is being pegged at 6.8% GDP. And I'm assuming all of that is being done keeping in mind the disinvestment targets the government has set, which is where another sub-story is unfolding. The disinvestment target has actually been reduced from the last budget. It was 2.1 lakh crore last time, it's now 1.7 lakh crore. And it again mentions several things that have been mentioned for several years in the past, including things like Air India. One of the highlights of that announcement, Tanvi, for me, was the announcement of disinvestment in 2 public sector banks. They haven't told us which banks, and 1 insurance company. And I'm very interested in watching that out because, PSU bank unions have a very strong presence and they invariably raise a banner revolt whenever something like this comes up. The other very interesting thing as part of that is the IPO for Real IC, because that's one IPO a lot of people will look forward to. I hope that it actually happens the way they've announced it. But for me, one of the interesting highlights, Tanvi, was of course the overall allocation in terms of the health infrastructure. I don't want to get too excited about the percentage. We need to see the fine print where it's all going.
Yeah.
137% on paper looks very good.
Yeah, so it's 2.23 lakh crore,
That's
which is a 137% increase, of which there is that one scheme, the new Swasth scheme, which
That's
is roughly about 63,000 crore.
Which covers the urban areas as well.
Which covers the urban areas, and then the additional amount for infrastructure as well.
That's
in
right.
the healthcare segment. So that breakup will be interesting to see. I just want to highlight one point though, Vinay, because I was just reading on Twitter and there's so many people who are saying, why doesn't she just announce the tax part first so that people can move on with their lives? Effectively for the Aam Aadmi, at the end of the day, it is to say, mujhe mera tax bada ya kam hua. And in that sense, there is no change in the income tax slabs. Now, if there is going to be small tweaking around as far as the rebates are concerned, we don't know because she didn't mention that. But there was an expectation of a COVID cess that also hasn't come through.
That didn't happen. So 2 things happened in everybody's house who's listening and they were looking for a tax slab. One, your parents will be happy if they're retired and above 75, they don't have to file income tax returns.
Yeah, they have to pay the tax, but they don't have to do the
paperwork.
The paperwork.
So that makes it easier for them. And the other thing that is good is you can now throw away your old files. I mean, they have now reduced the compliance requirements only for 3 years.
Correct.
People had to keep files for years and years together because you never know when it could get reopened. So now it's been reduced to 3 years, which is also good.
Yes.
Because it really makes no sense to keep it on for 6 years. So that's interesting. But apart from that, no, there's nothing else.
Yes, we had quite a bit of conversation earlier about the agriculture sector. And yes, while there were a few steps that they have announced in terms of creating the agriculture markets, they've even said that they're going to announce, they have announced a special fund that can be used for APMC markets. So that seems to be a bit of a step there to say, well, the APMC markets are not going away. Farmers have to stop worrying to say, mandi khatam ho jayega, sir bahar market chalega. But no big bang additional announcement in the light of the fact that the reforms already announced are stuck.
Absolutely. And I'll tell you, I mean, although there is no way of proving this, but I have a feeling that the last 3 months have had some shadow on 2 very critical areas, which every economic survey has spoken about in the last 5 years, I would say. I mean, not just 1 year. I think for the last 5 years now, the economic survey has been speaking about 2 things. One is, the nutrient-based subsidy regime for urea. And it's a little complicated for the viewers, so I'll try and simplify it. Fertilizer subsidy is a huge chunk of government expense currently because farmers get urea at about 292 rupees, per 100 kg, even though the cost of manufacturing is at about 700 to 800 rupees. So there's a huge subsidy cost to urea. But the issue is that for the longest time now the government has realized that urea is not required by every state in exactly the same measure.
Yeah.
And that's one reason why the Modi government had rightly introduced the soil cards, because the soil cards were supposed to tell you what state and what part of the soil requires how much. And the government and the economic survey and economists have been asking the government to actually have the subsidy regime linked to the nutrient base of the urea. You don't need it in same quantity and the same quality in every state. That was one big reform that people had expected will happen, because that would have reduced the subsidy burden of the government to a large extent. The other reform, which again has been talked about in many economic surveys, has been the PDS reform.
Yeah.
Because that again is being currently done universally. And there is no attempt being made to see that over the last several decades or so, maybe there is a tweak that is required in the way you administer the PDS. Now that also has not been touched, because obviously those are slightly politically difficult, and urea subsidy is a very volatile subject.
Well, increasingly, while the length of the speeches have increased every year and the duration has gone up, many of the important facts that we were used to being announced are not announced, and then we are supposed to look for them in the fine print of the budget. So that's what we're going to be doing. This is the limited information basis what Prime Minister has announced. Through the day, we will keep getting you more as the fine print gets uploaded and our research team goes through it. But let me say good afternoon to Anand Gurumurthy, spokesperson of the BJP. Shubhda Rao, founder for Count Eco Research, joins us this afternoon. And Parizat Sirwala, partner and head for the Global Mobility Services in KPMG. Shubhda Rao, let me come first to you. For a quick comment on the fact that, as the Eco Survey pointed out, the government is going ahead with bigger spending without fearing, a fiscal deficit constraint or what rating agencies will say. Even then, where will we get all of this money from?
Well, I think the government spending is definitely going to be the bigger thrust, and the switch in government spending is a clear positive. That is, the capex emphasis of the government is going to be clearly one big focus area. On most of the expectations, I think the boxes have been ticked by the government. To your question of where the money is coming from, clearly, there's going to be a bigger government borrowing program, as you can see the 6.8 pegged fiscal deficit for the forthcoming fiscal year. So the pressure would be quite clearly on the markets in terms of raising finances to fund this growth. How this growth is important, whether there's a quality to growth. I think there is a good shift towards the nature of spending. We estimate that every 1 rupee that is spent on capex has a 7 times a return or a multiplier. So in terms of generating a GDP at a nominal level, clearly this budget is going to serve the purpose. And we believe that, big issues like creating a bad bank, or rather, if I can put a nomenclature of asset reconstruction and management bank, it depends on who's the bigger owner, the government or the private sector.
Correct.
Accordingly will get labeled. But the second is, foreign direct investment hikes being hiked on insurance. We also have a disinvestment, which is more realistic target. Execution will be the key.
Right.
A development financial institution. I think infrastructure, long-term spending, job creating growth is what essentially has been the focus of this budget, in my opinion.
Yes, well, I want to talk a lot more about the big capital budget that the government spoke about, which essentially means the money that they will spend on creating, infrastructure in our country. And the hope is that that will help in creating more jobs, in bringing about growth and putting some more money in the hands of people. But very quickly, if I may just get a quick comment in from Parizat Sirwala as well. Parizat, would it be the first time in a decade where we've not seen any change in the personal income tax slabs or rebate and reimbursement categories at all? I can't remember when that happened.
So yes, very true. From 2014, I think the tax rate saw, a slight bit of tweaking every year in terms of surcharges and cesses. This year, there is absolutely no change to the tax rate, as the finance minister obviously focused on the pandemic and its after effects. So stability in the tax regime, no more changes this year. And I think the focus was rather rightly so on standardization and easing the compliance burden with the use of technology, which also seems the thrust of this government. You see provisions around pre-filling of tax returns, so on and so forth, and limiting disputes, which is the order of the day in terms of faceless assessment.
So, for our viewers, so the common man to understand, is there any kind of tax burden that goes up? There was an expectation on a COVID cess, which has also not been announced, at least in the speech. But from what it looks like is maybe easier tax filing process and no significant increase in burden.
Right. So actually, the focus of the BJP government has always been on the common man. It was the section of population which was being touted as the super rich, which actually saw the increase in the tax rates on an ongoing year basis. Those people were very worried about a COVID cess because they've also gone through the pandemic and its effects. So there is no COVID cess definitely introduced. And as we saw and someone spoke about in terms of senior citizens, there are certain reliefs provided in terms of people having only pension and interest income. They don't have to go through the rigors of tax filing. Also, I think they've spoken about some agri-cess, but we need to read and see the fine print.
Okay.
There was a very good change in the form of advance tax on dividend income, which was really uncertain for me as a taxpayer. How could I estimate the dividend that corporates would, introduce or come out in the later part of the year? So like you had the provision for advance tax on capital gains to pay only when the gains are crystallized. I think now this is a very welcome change for dividend income as well, that only once the dividend is declared or paid by the company will I as a taxpayer have to cough up advance tax on the same. I avoid penal interest, which was very common for people earning dividend income so far. So that's another, I thought, good change from a personal tax perspective as well for all dividend receiving people.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for clarifying on that aspect. I always emphasize on this more because at the end of the day, for the common man, that's the first mera kya, mere paise ka kya, mere tax ka kya. Now we can now talk about the larger economy and what this budget means for that. Shubhda Rao, thank you for joining us. I believe you have to rush somewhere. So thank you for taking the time out. Let's also say good afternoon to Rajni Thakur, Chief Economist at the RBL Bank, Mr. Partha Mukhopadhyay, Senior Fellow at the Center for Policy Research, Govind Atiras, founder for India Spend and Boom, also joining us right now. Rajni Thakur, quick comment from you. How would you define this budget exercise?
I think this budget managed to tick all the right boxes. The sentiments have been stable with a very tax regime that has not been touched. Infrastructure, investment push, capital expenditure push. So all sections of the economy kind of get what they want. And now the main question is in terms of directing this government expenditure push in terms of income gains and job gains for the common man, and finally translating it into the demand push that we would ideally want. But first reaction, I think, ticks all the right boxes. Markets would be generally positive about this. Economists would be happy. I think investors would be happy.
So let me ask you specifically, what is it that is going to make the economists happy about the budget?
I think there is a big chunk left in terms of execution because you don't really see major direct benefits in hands of consumers. And the focus is more in terms of investment, pushing the investment and the infrastructure push. So for that to translate onto the demand level will be an exercise that will play out over the next 6 to 8 months. So that would be crucial to watch out in terms of assessing the real gains from the budget.
Yeah, and I'm sure that a deeper scrutiny of the fine print of the budget will lead us to some more answers about how the government intends to implement this and where do they get the money from. But I was reading an interesting comment from Shashi Tharoor, who says that I couldn't fix your brakes, so I made the horn louder. That's the first reaction that's coming from Congress leader Shashi Tharoor, and that's the tweet that he's put out. I mean, one can only assume that the Congress will any which ways criticize what the government has done. Govind, good afternoon to you. Your key takeaway from the budget announcement?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's obviously sounding mostly positive because it's come on the heels of a very, very bad year. It does look like, if I look at it thematically, it does appear that it looks like a budget which is showing that things are back to work, or we've got back to work as usual. And when I say that, I mean investments in infrastructure, highlighting projects, highlighting issues to do with project execution, highlighting financing challenges that we faced with financing, the creation of a new bank, which is essentially going back to what we did maybe 3 decades ago, the creation of an ICICI and IDBI at that time. So we are going back to that. So all in all, from at least from a work in progress point of view, it looks like we are returning or have returned to us thematically a sense that we want to get things going for the economy again by investing in infrastructure. That's one. The second is obviously there was a big fear in terms of taxes. Now the government has clearly gone for a strategy that it does not want to hurt consumption, and nor does it want to upset the wealth creators. Because without wealth creators, your economy is obviously going to be in trouble in the medium to long term. So I think that's the other thing. There are, again, even on the indirect tax side, there seems to be acceptance that we cannot have high rates of duties all through, and we need to rationalize somewhat, and we seem to have done that. But I think that's one fine print that I would surely wait to see. A couple of very specific things which I liked. I think the push towards a digital census is a very good idea. Remember that a lot of decisions about policy making are taken on the basis of data and good data or timely data. The problem with census was that the data is good, but it's very, very delayed. And there are components of the census which come much, much later or many years later. So hopefully, if we have better data, we will add faster data, we will have better policy making. So I think broadly, all in all, good. Some fine print, as always, you would want to see, but the big shocks that could have been there, particularly with direct taxes, have not been there. And finally, I think we will have to see how the implementation on disinvestment is rolled out. 175,000 crores is a big number. Air India, if you take it as an example, has been promised for many years. I mean, more than a decade actually, or even two. And this government, for instance, since 2014, has been specifically saying that it would either disinvest or privatize. It has not happened. So it's a fresh target. And if that in turn is linked to the gaps that you want to fill on the fiscal side, then it becomes an execution issue. But nevertheless, I think from an announcement point of view, they've definitely done the right things.
Well, so there's a disinvestment target which is still high, even though it's slightly more realistic than what the government announced last year. They have brought back the plan or the intention of stake sale in one of our biggest insurance giants, the LIC. They've also spoken about land monetization, but we don't know how much of money will come in through that. We also don't know what their revenue projections are. So at least the intent is a lot more of spending, and that the fiscal deficit target is not something that is holding the government back. But of course, fine print is required. Mr. Mukhopadhyay, your key takeaway from what has been announced so far?
Fundamentally, what you're seeing right now is that, as you said, I don't think we needed the COVID cess because we already have the petroleum cess that is currently there, which is essentially bringing together a lot of that structure, and which has helped the government keep its revenue up over the past year. But, and the second thing is the government this year has the ability to have high fiscal deficit. They are projecting about 6.8 this year in the coming fiscal. And consequently, you don't need to move into the tax domain at this point in time. No rating agency is going to penalize you if you are going to go for a high deficit right now. So it's a good time to do that, and that's what the government has chosen to do, which is in line with what the economic survey has basically. So my worry on this particular budget is a singular one, which is currently what we have is a K-shaped recovery where you have growth in GDP, but very tepid growth in employment. And consequently, if you wanted to get employment going, I would have liked to see less emphasis on new capital projects and much more emphasis on maintenance, and which can be laid out much more quickly, and consequently also be much more employment creating because there would be less capital intensive. The same buck, you'd get a lot more bang in terms of employment, which is what is needed. And you need to revive employment, and you need to put money in the hands of consumers if you want to revive aggregate demand. This government currently is moving as if the government spending will revive aggregate demand, but government spending does not revive broad-based aggregate demand. It's very targeted, and it comes with significant lags because of procurement and so on. So I would have preferred a budgetary focus that is much more tuned towards maintenance and less towards the kind of new capital projects that have been announced.
Okay.
And right now, given the fact that your highway program began about 20 years ago, your Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana is also a pretty old program. These are all opportunities where you could have moved in for a Maha maintenance mission, so to speak, in order to push this structure forward.
Well,
So that's one of the things.
Yes, that's actually a very interesting point that you've made. And before I get in others to react and add to this, quickly, two things. One, markets are still up roughly about 1,400 points. So the initial response of the stock markets is thumbs up, but of course, I'm sure after the fine print, we will see a more nuanced reaction to this. Secondly, the first comment from one of the biggest corporate voices, Mr. Anand Mahindra, says, in a time of unprecedented economic stress, the government's responsibility was to spend enough to revive the economy or else face enough human suffering. So I had one expectation from the budget that we should be very liberal in terms of the targeted fiscal deficit, box ticked. And so that's not just about this year, but even the next year, where the government says the fiscal deficit target is now 6.8%. But interesting point there, Rajni Thakur, do you have a view on this, that instead of announcing more new infrastructure projects, it would have been easier, faster and perhaps more efficient way of announcing maintenance or expansion of the existing infrastructure projects? Rajni, I think you're on mute. I'm not able to hear you.
Better? Yeah.
Yes.
Hi. So I am totally in favor of this view in terms of maintenance versus new infrastructure project. I think the detail really matters in terms of how fast can we execute the projects announced today. But the idea is to push government expenditure till the time when private consumption finally picks up. So, essentially, thematically, it's about government expenditure filling in till private consumption picks up. In terms of job creation and how quickly can this lead to money in the hands of common public, that's an execution detail and will really matter on, how quickly are we able to work around this. So I just mentioned before as well, it's important to translate the government expenditure onto the income push or the income effect that we want to see in terms of employment gains and income level at the common man. Yes, on infrastructure, probably maintenance would have worked faster, but there are multiple other projects where if we quickly pick up on the execution, we should be able to push disposable income in hands of common man and kind of get the gains on consumption expenditure that we are hoping for. So one of the ways, yes, maintenance, but there are many other ways announced in the budget that we can work around that.
Okay, so now let's break it down into different sectors and talk about some of those sectors. But before I do that, Anand Gurumurthy of the BJP with us as well. Anand Gurumurthy, the fact that the government has largely left the tax structure untouched also means that there isn't any relief coming in, which some of the taxpayers were perhaps expecting.
Well, in this year, there's no relief, but yes, in terms of spending and in terms of ease of doing business, this budget talks a lot, which, is important because it is this sector which the reform started in 2014 with a keen eye there, and this will enhance the way the business is done, and this itself is a green shoot. The reason is, once the market, the capital market keeps growing, and once the investments keep growing, the amount in a person's hand increases. The amount that is spent in the market in employing people, in job creation or employing people or enhancing their salaries, all this will go ahead. If you see the last 1 year, in many places that has not happened, But if you see the next couple of years, it's going to be a remarkable change. Since, the ease of doing business, some more points have been added. The investors' perspective will change. The investors' perspective will go towards investing more, increasing the capital in the market, which will be a benefit, indirect benefit for all the taxpayers. So the government may not have announced a direct benefit here, but definitely the government, with the vision of putting more money into the hands of people, has done more in the other sector, for the entrepreneurs, for the people who are investors. It has done more, which will enhance the economy, which will make it more bigger and more, more of a green shoot in the coming years.
Okay. So this is the other part, and I think one of our panelists did mention it earlier. Just trying to get some more clarity on how this is going to work out. But effectively, there is a agri-cess that has been announced on our fuel, on the petrol and on diesel, for both of these, and that actually comes to about 2.5 rupees per litre on petrol and 4 rupees per litre on diesel. Parizad, will you be able to help us with any more clarity of if it replaces an existing cess, or this will be an additional burden on the taxpayer?
No, so sorry, I really need to read the fine print on this agri-cess. As of now, there's no clarity. I haven't really read it.
Yes, so this is the clarity we are seeking, but I just want to put this much information out, that there is a farm cess, actually as how it's been labeled, of 2.5 rupees per litre on petrol and 4 rupees per litre on diesel. But usually in the fuel tax structure, you do have smaller others, surcharges and cess involved. So one needs to see if this one replaces another, or if there's a change in the tax structure which nullifies the effect, or if any fuel consumer will end up paying that. So that clarity we are still awaiting, from our experts. Now, if I can just break it down and talk about it segment by segment. Let's start off with the biggest one, Mr. Mukhopadhyay. Healthcare segment has got a record-breaking fund allocation to it. Now, of course, a lot of it depends on the way it's implemented, but a good start. Mr. Mukhopadhyay, I believe you've muted yourself. You may want to. Yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
A large chunk of that will obviously go out for the vaccine implementation, which is necessary and has to be budgeted for. And it's good to see that the kind of numbers that are being put out seem to indicate that there's going to be a substantial amount of public expenditure on vaccines, especially given the kind of prices we expect to see from AstraZeneca, the Serum Institute, and possibly the Covaxin as and when it comes up. What is also useful is to try and understand the idea that you're moving together not just in curative health, but also in preventive health, and therefore the emphasis on clean water, etc. However, the core issue that we need to understand in that space is the extent to which these various centers that are being put together, how would they be integrated within government systems? And right now, one of the core issues that will come up, given the huge increase in the number of urban missions that have been put together, especially on Swachh Bharat 2, as well as the Jal Jeevan mission, is the interface with local government, which is going to be most of that implementation story. And these are very large numbers for local governments, and we need to figure out how exactly you're going to build that capacity in these spaces going forward. So yes, big numbers, big top lines. One final thing I would like to highlight here is that the implementation of the Swachh Bharat mission, and especially the use of septic tanks, etc., may have degraded the water quality, the groundwater quality in many of these places with fecal coliform and so on. And therefore, in terms of when we move in for this Jal Jeevan mission, it's very important that we take that quality of water into account. And this kind of budget expenditure can actually help put those systems in place. But my worry there is the fact that the implementation will be done largely through, could be done, should be done through local government for its water and solid waste. I'm not sure that we are spending enough attention on those local governments to be able to bear this kind of ramp up that we are looking for.
Okay, interesting. Govind, your sense, of course, again, like Mr. Mukhopadhyay was saying, a lot of it depends on how the money is finally used. But there is a Swasthya scheme for about 64,000 crore rupees and an overall, 2.23 lakh crore budget allocation for healthcare. Much needed. If there is one thing that we realized from the COVID is that we have a lot to do. But where do you think this needs to be used first on priority?
I think, the biggest challenge right now is clearly vaccination, or the biggest task ahead is vaccination and the delivery of those vaccines to the people who need it the most. The process of vaccination, as we know, has already begun with frontline workers starting to get it. And we obviously have to go to the next level and then to senior citizens. We have to at least vaccinate 200 million people by the end of this year to reach somewhere, even though the numbers are very promising and the overall cases and deaths have gone down dramatically. So that's one part. The larger challenge, of course, is how do we use this crisis to actually re-strengthen and revisit the very design of our health system. Now, that's a different and maybe a longer discussion, but the fact is that we need ideas in addition to money. I don't think in this budget I saw any ideas as such. Definitely there is some fund allocation. I, for instance, do believe that there needs to be a slightly different role for private sector in health from the traditional role where private sector took over maybe 80% of health access only because the government allowed it to. So maybe we need some more ideas on health, but I think there is a reimagining of health and the healthcare system that we have to do using COVID as a trigger, which I don't think the budget has really done, and maybe the budget was not the place to do it. But I think what the budget could do, which is to put aside money, and hopefully a lot of that will go towards actually acquiring vaccines and rolling it out, is a good enough start.
So 35,000 crore rupees is what has been allocated as far as the vaccine is concerned. So it does indicate that for some percentage of our population, the government will bear the cost. Beyond that, it could be up to the states, and people who can afford it probably will have to pay for
I
it.
think, and if I can come back very quickly, I think the government needs to be a little more creative in this area. It's like, we have the Ujjwala scheme for LPG cylinders, where,
Correct.
Some people pay a certain amount and other people pay a higher non-subsidized amount.
Correct.
I think we should do that with vaccines as well. While some people get the vaccine free of cost, and as they should, others could pay a higher premium, and the government could even collect taxes from that, because a lot of people want to get the vaccine. Some people are scared, and you can't blame them for that. But there are a lot of people who want to take the vaccine. I would want to take a vaccine and pay a premium for it. And I'm quite happy if the government takes that premium instead of charging me an alcohol cess or some other agri cess, which I'm obviously not very happy about.
Yes, yes, absolutely. But awaiting some more clarification on that.
Yeah,
Anand Gurumurthy, go ahead, please.
Yeah, many people might have this view like how Govind has, regarding how the allocation has been made and with respect to how the medical spending will happen, especially to our healthcare sector. See, here they have given a clear cut for the vaccine thing and for the rest of the healthcare system. And all this was announced almost 4 years ago by Arun Jaitley ji in his budget when he started the Ayushman Bharat program. And at that point of time, only 50% or some percentage of the population was covered, and it was already told that slowly it will increase, and it has been increased year on year, and the coverage has been increased. Now, as you said, what is the blueprint? This question might arise in every citizen's mind. What is the blueprint of India's healthcare system? So if you go deep into the Ayushman Bharat that has been announced, the scheme has been announced long back by the Modi government. That is a continuous process which will take us to the end of it. So as we say Antyodaya in BJP terms, it should be like any other modern system in developed countries. Ayushman Bharat will be a very modern system like any other developed country, integrating our natural practices also, natural indigenous practices. So there's a very nice roadmap that has been laid out years ago. So in that context, the money allocation has been made. So whatever can be spent this year, has been allocated, and that will be spent in that context only. So what will that involve? I'll just finish it in 30 seconds. That will involve integrating our existing systems, and wherever there are loopholes, like, the district hospitals, the state, hospitals, then quarantine centers. There are so many other things, that concepts that come into the healthcare, this thing. So there are many loopholes in some of the states where, the infrastructure investment into these sectors have not happened.
Yeah.
There will be such investments. And then the logistics, connecting, pharmaceutical to the hospital. These logistics also have been worked out. And then the diagnostic centers, these have been worked out. And wherever in very remote areas where this thing is very difficult, right? Running trains or running buses with medical centers, all these have been mentioned in the Ayushman Bharat package 4 to 5 years ago. And all this is an offshoot of that. And the budget allocation is for that. So the annexures will contain exact spending about this year, but this is in that roadmap. And so let's not have any confusion in this part. Okay, let's be very optimistic about it, because it's in line with the Ayushman Bharat program.
Mr. Mukhopadhyay, do you have a point here?
A quick thing. I think one of the things that one needs to see, the government mentioned expansion of health coverage for a variety of workers. And if we can see that happen, for example, they mentioned gig workers and others being brought into the insurance system, the ESIC and so on. It's those kinds of expansion of insurance, of public insurance across a broad range, and responding to Movin's point, understanding, for example, of the vaccination things, what would be the, in many other countries have given mandates to insurance companies to pay for the vaccination, that we will have something of that sort. This is the kind of clarity we would need for this immediate year, but the delinking of health from work, I think, is a good step forward towards universal access to healthcare, regardless of what your employment status is. And that, I think, is a positive.
Yes, yes, absolutely. In fact, that's something that we've also repeatedly spoken about here, Vinay. The need for a universal healthcare system and a larger role of a strong public healthcare. It can't be something left to just the private companies. And I think this pandemic has just shown us that we do need to cater to a larger segment of people and make it affordable for them.
Yes, not just the private-public role, but I would also go to the extent of saying that the union budget is not the only exercise through which health upgrade is to happen. States have a very, very important part to play in it. And I think it's a continuing issue. It's not just, we have a very peculiar three-tier structure of health governance in India. You have civic-run health services, you have state-run health services, and of course you have the central government-run health services. And sometimes all three have very different and very varying degrees of qualitative or even quantitative output. And I think there is a reform that is required there. State governments have to understand the importance of upgrading health infra as much as the central government does. And the central government has to play that big brother role, much like they did during the pandemic, where the ICMR kind of became the advisory to the whole country, and every state by and large followed it. Even in infrastructure development and upgradation, and in way of equalizing the access of quality healthcare, because right now the biggest problem is that you have unequal access to quality healthcare. I mean, somebody in some of the other states will have to travel 1,500 kilometers to access basic healthcare, whereas in another state it may be available at a closer distance. So mobility becomes a problem. The cost on mobility is a huge problem. The out-of-pocket expenses is a big problem, and of course the huge inconsistency in state-wise health infra is a huge issue. So it's a long issue, and it probably requires a 4-year, 5-year plan, which must include the states.
Yes, so in that sense, then one would say, Rajni, that what central government has announced, this mega healthcare fund allocation, a large part of it should go, of course, into a public, healthcare system and an insurance scheme, while we leave a lot of the infrastructure creation to the state governments.
I think one thing that went missing in discussing all of this is the public-private participation. The way it works on all other infrastructure. projects, it's important to see health issues holistically. You know, health and education are two basic issues that kind of decides on your future potential growth rate. And I agree with one of the panelists that there is a holistic thought process that kind of runs much before COVID really hit us. Immediate action point is more in terms of targeting the COVID issues and vaccination. But the finance minister did mention that we are looking at primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare, and allocations have been made separately for each of this. So of course, state needs to get involved, but a big part that's missing currently in terms of at least the announcements that we heard is the public-private participation and how we are looking at holistic blueprint over the next few years.
Yeah, Vinay?
Question, and actually I wanted to ask him this question, that I'm glad that Rajni spoke about public-private partnership, but my bigger concern, and I'm sure Anand will agree with this, is that along with increased private participation, you need very strong regulatory measures for the health sector. I mean, some of the experiments with regulation of private sector, when incentives were given like cheaper land or whatever, have not succeeded. The private sector has squeezed out the people who were supposed to be benefiting from the huge amount of subsidy the government provided. And in the absence of a strong regulatory mechanism, nothing of that happened. If you want to increase that, you really need to have a very strong regulator for the sector, because you can't have private participation increasing, but poor regulation ensuring that those who actually need the infrastructure don't get access to it.
Yes, absolutely. Anand?
A new this thing has been made. Okay, a new regulatory authority for infrastructure management has been proposed by the finance minister today. I think that also she spoke about in her budget speech. We will have to have more clarity on that, but definitely what you're speaking is very, very important, especially with regard to the land. Land and gold are two things, in our country. It goes in a different ways. It goes spinning off. So the regulatory authority is very correct. And as Rajni said, the private-public participation. See, whenever we speak in India about any reform or anything, we suddenly go from one corner to another corner. We say privatization means 100% privatization. Then we start talking about public funding. We go right towards 100% public funding. No, India is in a different mode now, since the Narendra Modi government is very clear about this mode. Okay, it will be private-public participation in all sectors. Government will only be involved 100% in a sector where there is nobody. Okay, there's nobody who can provide and there is a demand. Then the government will get involved to an extent wherein the private players start playing there. The government will start implementing the minimum government and maximum governance thing. So this is the focus since the inception of the Narendra Modi government, and they're very, very, very clear about this. So let's not have any this thing towards bias in that. Okay, that the private participation will be reduced. No, the private participation, if the private participant is good enough, he wants to expand, he can expand to any extent in this country. Okay, and it will be in all sectors.
Okay, I agree with the fact that there has to be some amount of private involvement in the healthcare, but honestly, I believe where we stand today, a lot more has to be done by the government and the government center and states both. Essentially, healthcare is also where a large role needs to be played by the state. And Vinay, this is a comment that Govind made earlier when we were talking about vaccines as well, where again, he says that, there has to be some kind of a structure like it is with our gas subsidies, where certain people get a bigger relief, others get a smaller ones, and some who can afford it should. But the concern when it comes to the vaccine is that we know 5 states are going to elections, and there may be, some kind of a political, temptation there to just announce free vaccines for all.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, ahead of the Bihar elections, it was our finance minister who announced a free vaccine for Bihar, which is, if you ask me personally, not a great idea. I mean, those who can afford to pay it, why shouldn't they pay for it? And I'm hoping that this doesn't become an issue of competitive populist politics for different states, because that's just bad asset. I mean, those who really need it, yes, they should get it free or they should get it subsidized. But those who can afford it, every tax-paying citizen in India shouldn't get it free. It's as simple as that. If you're paying taxes, you surely can afford a vaccine, which will cost you 1,000 rupees per shot.
Well, let's come across to Mr. Nitin Gadkari. A huge amount of budget fund allocation for the ministries that he leads. Let's listen in.
उससे कम से कम 1:10 में अगर 1 लाख करोड़ बजट होगा तो 9 लाख करोड़ मोनेटाइज करते हुए पैसा आएगा. हमारे रोड सेक्टर में तो कम से कम यही परिस्थिति है, और मुंबई दिल्ली जैसा हाईवे है, इसको हम अभी मोनेटाइज कर रहे हैं. ऐसे 22 ग्रीन हाईवे बना रहे हैं. तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए बहुत ही अच्छा बजट रहा है। इसमें करीब 8,500 किलोमीटर हाईवेज हमने ऑलरेडी अवार्ड किया है काम। उसमें अभी तक जो हाईवे के प्रोजेक्ट्स थे उसमें जो हमने पूरा किया है उसका भी मैंने आपको बताया कि इस बार हम लोग 40 किलोमीटर तक जाएंगे। और इसमें भी जो अलग अलग स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स हैं उसमें भारतमाला में और नीचे हमारे इसमें जो प्रोजेक्ट मंजूर किए हैं उसमें फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने केरला को जो 65,000 करोड़ और मुंबई कन्याकुमारी कॉरिडोर जो है ये बहुत बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट प्रोजेक्ट है, इसको भी हम काम शुरू कर रहे हैं। और उस एक ही प्रोजेक्ट की कीमत 40,000 करोड़ है। 675 वेस्ट बंगाल को मिले 25,000 करोड़ के। आसाम को भी हम काफ़ी काम इसमें कर रहे हैं। तो एक प्रकार से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए जो बेसिक बजट हमको मिला है वो लैंड एक्विजिशन करने के लिए हमारे काम में आता है, और बाकी का पैसा जो होता है वो सब हम लोग कैपिटल मार्केट से खड़ा करते हैं जो अलग अलग जगह से। तो ये जो इंक्रीज़ हुआ है बजट में, इससे और काम होने में मदद मिलेगी। जहाँ तक स्क्रैपिंग पॉलिसी है वो भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, और स्क्रैपिंग पॉलिसी का विषय भी अनेक दिनों से चल रहा था। और मैंने आपको बताया था कि हिंदुस्तान ये 5 साल में वर्ल्ड का नंबर 1 का मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनेगा। अभी ये इंडस्ट्री है 4.5 लाख करोड़ की, उसमें से 1,45,000 करोड़ एक्सपोर्ट है। और आपको पता होगा कि हमारे 2 व्हीलर इंडस्ट्री में बजाज, टीवीएस और हीरो और बाकी भी लोगों ने 50% का उनका प्रोडक्शन एक्सपोर्ट किया है। अब ये एक्सपोर्ट करने में सबसे अच्छी बात एमएसएमई और ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री दोनों दृष्टि से देश के हित में हुई है कि ऑटोमोबाइल में जो पार्ट्स कुछ बाहर से इंपोर्ट होते थे उसके ऊपर मैंने वित्त मंत्री जी को कहा था कि भाई इसमें हमारे देश में मेड इन इंडिया और मेक इन इंडिया होना चाहिए। और मैंने ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री के ओनर्स को भी बुलाकर कहा था कि आप ये इंपोर्ट करने के इसमें मत बैठिए, आप यहाँ शुरू करिए, आपके वेंडर्स डेवलप करिए। और मुझे खुशी है कि इसमें बड़े प्रमाण पर इंपोर्ट करने वाले ऑटो स्पेयर पार्ट्स पर ड्यूटी बढ़ाई गई, उसके कारण मेक इन इंडिया और मेड इन इंडिया को बढ़ावा मिलेगा। और ये जो 4.5 लाख करोड़ की इंडस्ट्री है ये पिछले साल तक यानी आने वाले साल को पूरा करेंगी तो 6 लाख करोड़ की हो जाएगी। और ये देश में सबसे ज़्यादा एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल देने वाली इंडस्ट्री है। अब इसमें और दूध में शक्कर है, स्क्रैपिंग पॉलिसी जाहिर हुई है। अब स्क्रैपिंग पॉलिसी के बेनिफिट्स काफ़ी बड़े हैं, और इसके कारण क्या होगा कि हमारी जो अभी वर्ल्ड के सभी ब्रांड्स हमारे देश में प्रेजेंट है, मर्सिडीज से लेकर ऑल बिग मैन्युफैक्चर आ रहे हैं। अब हम लोग इलेक्ट्रिक, इथेनॉल, मिथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, बायो सीएनजी और हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल को भी इनकरेज कर रहे हैं। और कल अभी आने वाले 4-5 दिन में, अगले सप्ताह में शायद मीटिंग तय हुई है, प्रधानमंत्री जी के साइंटिफिक एडवाइज़र राघवन साहब, नीति आयोग और हमने ये जो लिथियम आयन बैटरी होती है, ये लिथियम आयन हमारे देश में नहीं है, तो इसका अल्टरनेटिव जो है एयर आयन और अलग दूसरे मेटल के आयन, एल्यूमिनियम या स्टील आयन, तो इसके आधार पर हमारी बैटरी बने और इसमें रिसर्च हो ताकि हमारी ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री जो है स्वावलंबी बने और हम लोग हमारे वर्ल्ड में हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी के आधार पर हमें कोई इंपोर्ट करने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़े। तो अभी पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि हमने लिथियम आयन बैटरी हमको इंपोर्ट करनी पड़ती है, तो इसका भी काम हमने शुरू किया है। ये जो स्क्रैपिंग पॉलिसी हुई है इसमें 51 लाख लाइट मोटर व्हीकल जो है जो 20 साल से पुराने हैं ये स्क्रैप हो जाएंगे। तो जो गाड़ी स्क्रैप करेगा वो नहीं लेने वाला ही है, तो ये ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री को और बढ़ावा मिलेगा। 34 lakh light motor vehicle are older than 15 years and 51.
All right. So since in fact Mr. Nitin Gadkari there was also talking about the Manrega allocation, a lot of which is of course jobs that are created via infrastructure projects. I'm just looking at the fund allocation under Manrega. The revised estimate for the current year that we are in stands at 1,11,500 crore, and the budgeted estimate now for FY22, the next year, is 73,000 crore. Now, would it be fair, Mr. Mukhopadhyay, to say, well, this drop is also to do with the fact that this year the government had to step up this spending because of lockdown, and a lot of people who had to go back to their villages and had no jobs? Mr. Mukhopadhyay, you're still on mute?
I said that is correct, but it remains to be seen, just as I said at the beginning, as to whether this particular budget generates enough jobs in a sufficient time frame, right? Early enough. Because what you will have, exactly like last year, is if this employment is not created, you will have a demand for Narega jobs. However, Narega is a right, and consequently, if it does happen that you end up having higher than a demand, which hopefully will not happen because you need to be able to generate employment, then the money will be made available. Just like it was made available last year, one hopes that the government would be able to make available money next in the coming fiscal year if it is needed. The government is currently expecting it will not be needed. We shall have to see whether that expectation will fall out.
Yes, Govind, what is your own sense? Not necessarily to be seen in a negative sense, because otherwise the capital spending fund allocation has gone up. So the government is hoping that that will lead to some more jobs and they don't need to spend here.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know, is your question specific to jobs or is it a general question?
To the Manrega allocation that they have made, which has been now brought down significantly from 1.1 lakh crore rupees this year to about 73,000 crore next year.
Right. I mean, I'm not sure about the reasoning behind this, but it could be that the expectation is that the broad economy has recovered, which it has. I mean, you have to look at things in context. You know, one of the things that's good about this budget is in a sense, it puts the whole COVID-19 year, which is last year, in the shadow. As in, it seems to be putting it behind us more so in tenor than perhaps in letter, and that's very, very critical. I mean, this is a budget that looks like we want to get back to work, we are reinvesting and so on. Now, if we are doing that, then Narega, which is obviously, I mean, at least from my perspective, is more of a dole scheme, as a defensive dole scheme, is not required to the same extent that you would require it were things to be going wrong. So also remember that more than 100 million jobs that were lost, according to CMI, in the peak of lockdown, most of those jobs have actually come back.
Yes.
While we do have job losses in the salaried sector, more amongst women and so on, the broader, particularly informal sector jobs have come back. So there is a certain resilience in the economy, which is good. Now the important thing is, of course, to say, can we convert this resilience into a strategy for growth? I'm not sure we've hit all the right check boxes there, but then we've never ever done that. I mean, in a true sense, in past budgets. So I'm not going to complain too much about that.
Well, as time proceeds, the markets are just getting more and more cheerful. Sensex is now up almost 2,000 points. That's about 4.3%. Vinay?
No. Yeah, so I always leave markets to the markets journalists. I never look at the markets for anything
I'm
to do with
not providing any
macroeconomy.
expert opinion on that. I'm just stating the fact here.
But to just take Govind's point forward, I think there are two things very important to see the NREJ. One, traditionally, unpopular view is that I've always seen the MNREGA as a poverty alleviation scheme. It's not an infra scheme or a development scheme in any case. It's essentially a poverty alleviation scheme. But having said that, I think what's important to remember is that in the last 6 months or 7 months or so, the number of MNREGA registrations had gone up manifold because people had gone back. And obviously that required a much higher fund allocation. And I think the government is assuming, and rightly probably, that the next financial, that will go down because people will start returning to the cities or they'll find work elsewhere and they will not really be there in their own villages working. So I think in that sense, if you see 72,000 crore in my book is not that bad an allocation actually, because it will cater in some bit of droppage that you'll notice in the next 12 months or so.
Okay, very quickly, I'm just again putting it out there that this is a Manrega fund allocation, but we have to keep in mind that even though it has come down, it is because government put in additional money.
That's right.
And now effectively we are looking at saying that, okay, because you're spending in healthcare and infrastructure and other sectors is increasing, that leads to a more sustainable employment scenario rather than this temporary job creation or money being given out. I'm just very quickly going to ask Rajni once again. Rajni, while we wait for some more clarity on the agri cess on fuel, can you just help us understand what the government might mean when they say it will not impact the overall price or the burden on the customer, the tweaking that can happen in a tax structure where you include one cess and remove another one? How does that help the government? You're on mute, Rajni.
Yeah. So we of course have to wait for details to see how these cess have been worked around. Is it really a replacement or is it a fresh one? My first guess would be that it won't be an altogether new cess because the overall focus has been in terms of increasing the disposable income. So that's something that seems unlikely. If it's really moving away from a previous cess and onto a more agri cess, that basically
if I can just read this out and then the experts can help us, maybe explain this better. From the budget document itself, it says, consequent to the imposition of the Agriculture, Infrastructure and Development cess on petrol and diesel, the basic excise duty, which is the BED, and the special additional excise duty, the SAED, have been reduced on them so that the overall consumer does not bear any additional burden. So consequently, the unbranded petrol and diesel will attract a basic excise duty of 1.4 rupees and 1.8 rupees per litre respectively. So there is a change in lowering of the basic excise, but an additional cess. Thereby, we may not have to pay more, but then what is the difference? It's just that an agri cess will specifically go to that sector and not to the generic offers of the government.
Okay. If it is put into one, this thing, from all these reforms, what they do and whatever structures they make in place, Narendra Modi government is very strict about where the money sits and how it is spent. So if it is put in a cess, it has to be spent in that sector
for that
only.
Sector, yes.
Okay. Yes, for that sector only. So if they have pushed it into a new cess, that means that it will be allocated only to tech sector and it will be only spent in that sector.
So effectively, the government may have reduced its own tax, the excise tax, and that said that, but we will still take some additional money which will go to the agriculture sector. Mr. Mukhopadhyay, would that be a fair interpretation of this?
Fundamentally, over this past year, the excise on petrol has been one of the main revenue raisers for the government. What the government is doing going forward is hoping that it will get more revenue from other sources. However, it is not giving up that additional revenue that is coming in from fuel, because it is seen that the people have agreed to pay that particular amount, and so why give them a break? So consequently, what they're now doing is scaling back some of the money that would have gone into general government revenues. There's already some money that's going directly to NHAI and to the infrastructure as part of the infrastructure cess that is put on fuel. So what they're doing is scaling back the general revenues that are coming in and directing a chunk of this revenue equivalent to 2.5 rupees on petrol and 4 rupees on diesel, which is quite substantial if you look at that in relationship to the overall infrastructure cess last year, which was about 8 rupees, and moving that into agriculture infrastructure, which may or may not include rural roads. I'm not very sure how exactly that's going to work out in that particular structure. We need to see what the expenditure is going to be for. But fundamentally, it just gives the government another excuse to continue with relatively high excise on fuel, which has generated substantial amount of revenue for the government in the past year. And with increasing consumption of fuel, they would expect to rake in even more money next year.
Additionally, yes. So the concept of bringing in more money via fuel taxes continues. It's just that the labeling of the tax has changed, And so the purpose may change, but there isn't any difference to our lives. But I mean, this is just the budget part I'm saying. Otherwise, on a very frequent basis, we see the tax structure change either by the center or the state, and we keep paying more and more money. Anand.
Yes, if you take the big picture, there's a massive change in our lives. The reason is government is not only doing this, okay, but on the other hand, the spending on green fuel, the spending on increasing the infrastructure of green fuel, then going towards environmentally friendly renewable resources of energy. This is increasing from the government side. So let's take this from the broader perspective. The government of India is very committed towards the environmental factors. Then secondly, the long term focus is to move towards renewable energy. This also establishes a very important point. If you see the import export deficit of India, it's mostly because of our fuel bills. Okay, so just giving a dole on the petrol thing is something everybody is speaking about. Yes, it affects our daily life, but in the long term, do we want to give more debt to our children? Do we want to give more debt to our next generation? That also is a thought process, and that is being balanced by the government by not reducing.
No, it's not a black and white here, Anand. There are always other ways. Please look at taxing the super rich. Please look at taxing the big corporates who are minting profits year on year. Why do you have to put a tax only on fuel, which the poorest of the section is and the middle class is also using?
Yes, I agree to your point that the cess is on the petrol. This thing. It is also as revenue of the state. If you see the state's revenue from the excise and cess, the cess especially on petrol is basically most of it part is going to the state because that is the direct income. If you see this portion and understand that this cannot be reduced considerably just by one budget.
No, there is.
Okay, it has to be like a balanced way of taking it, and that is the way government of India is handling it.
Anand, there is one other big takeaway.
In the long term,
there is one other big takeaway. It also tells you that till 2022, there is no question of this fuel coming under GST bracket going to come back again. That's not happening. Obviously, it's not going to happen.
And not the center, and neither do any states want that, because they all see it as a revenue generation cash cow when other methods
Absolutely, it's for states and the center. I mean, nobody's going to give that up. That and liquor, of course.
Ultimately, revenue generation should happen either through the direct taxes or the indirect taxes, and it is happening. But one thing we have to keep in mind is the long-term, usage of whatever is happening. Okay, in the long term, we go towards greener fuel, we go towards better things. So that also should be considered. I'm not telling that everything is perfect. Okay, but the long term, if you think, I think this is going in the right direction.
I think Mr. Mukhopadhyay also has a different view on this.
So first of all, 2 quick points. The revenue raised by the center through special excise is not shared with the states. The states levy their own VAT and they make money out of that, and obviously they need to retain it. Most importantly, revenue that comes in from cess is not shared with states as part of the sort of finance commission devolution. So when you say 40%, 41% is retained at 41%, if the mix of central revenue shifts more towards cess and away from taxes, the share of the states goes down. So and you're talking about agriculture, which is again a state subject, which is part of the education behind the current farm laws. So it is not particularly all hunky-dory, because the center is raising money which it will not share with the states to invest in things which are essentially a state subject. So fundamentally, in this particular case, I think there are issues regarding federalism that could have been addressed much more easily and clearly. And one other correction, I think I just looked up the CMI numbers that Govind was talking about. And in services and in manufacturing, you're still down about 17, 18 million jobs. So the pace of job growth is actually still quite low. And what's also happened is a lot of salaried jobs have moved into the informal sector. So we need to realize that while the GDP numbers are showing relative return, the employment numbers are not showing that. And that is something that we need to keep in mind throughout while looking at how this budget is going to play out.
All right, fair enough. It's been a great conversation and decoding of the budget. Thank you so much for all of you for joining in. I know it's always very difficult, you know, right at up front, basis the budget speech to really give an analysis. But thank you for, you know, taking the time out and joining us as we now go through more and more of the fine print. The budget documents are out and our team is looking at it, and we're going to keep pulling out these pieces for you. One was, of course, the agri-cess and its impact on fuel price. The other on the Manrega allocation and what that means. I'm going to take a very short break. Lots more on the other side. We've also got big reactions coming in from the Congress party. Let's listen into Mallikarjun Kharge first.
इनको याद आई है अब इलेक्शंस 2-4 महीने में होने वाले हैं, तो उस वक्त बंगाल की याद आई है, आसाम की याद आई है, तमिलनाडु की याद आई है, केरला की याद आई है, पौंडीचेरी की याद आई। ये क्यों? तो ये चुनाव जीतने के लिए जो करना है उसके डर से या उसके लिए उन्होंने ये काम किया है। तो ऐसा इस बजट में खासकर गरीबों के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है।
Investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces Union Budget 2021, says this year's budget rests on 6 pillars: health and well-being, physical and financial capital, development for the aspirational India, reinvigorating human capital, innovation and R&D.
PM Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana will be launched with an outlay of about 64,180 crores over 6 years.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announces highest ever healthcare budget of 2.23 lakh crore rupees. Says the focus will be to improve primary, secondary and tertiary healthcare. Also announces a new Swasth scheme.
Further work of more than 34,000 crores covering more than 1,300 kilometers of national highways will be undertaken in the state in the coming 3 years.
Union Budget announces a massive infrastructure boost for the pole-bound states. Tamil Nadu to get 3,500 kilometers of national highway, Kerala 1,100 kilometers at the cost of 65,000 crore rupees. Similarly, projects announced for West Bengal and Assam as well.
I propose to amend the Insurance Act 1938 to increase the permissible FDI limit from 49% to 74% in insurance companies, and allow foreign ownership and control with safeguards.
Budget also proposes that foreign direct investment limit in insurance be hiked from 49% to 74%.
Regime has undergone a sea change to assure price that is at least 1.5 times the cost of production across all commodities.
Amid farmer agitation on farm law, Sitharaman says agriculture procurement has increased steadily and benefited the farmers. Overall credit target for agriculture increased to 15.5 lakh crore. Good afternoon and thanks for staying with us here on this special broadcast on the Union Budget Announcement Day as we help break down the budget for you and tell you how it impacts you, your life, your lifestyle. Essentially, this is a budget one hopes will pave way for a new India after the worst kind of year that we've had, an unprecedented year of a pandemic, a lockdown and recession. Here is the government starting afresh with a budget that focuses on some of the sectors that really matter, be it the healthcare sector, be it the infrastructure sector that will then lead to more jobs creation, or even the farm sector. There has been absolutely no big significant change to the income tax slabs. Fine print may show if your overall outgo may go a little up or a little down, but there is no big relief coming in as far as income tax is concerned. The government's biggest focus has been on spending money so that you can revive the economy. Where will the money come from? Well, we don't know what the revenue collection estimates are. A deeper look at the financial document and the budget document will tell us about that. But there is a divestment figure of 1.7 lakh crore rupees. The government says they're going to sell stakes in a lot of state-owned companies, which will be identified by the Niti Aayog. They're also looking at the listing of the insurance giant, the LIC. Air India has been on cards for the longest time. We wait and watch to see how much of it is done. These are broadly the headlines. We also know that there is an agri-cess that has been put on fuel, but the government claims it will not impact you directly because this is just replacing some of the other duties that existed. So the final fuel price won't change, at least from the central government's end. That's the claim. We're also looking at the fine print to tell you whether or not this agri-cess gets implemented for other products, for other consumer products and food products or services that you may be using, and if that will actually impact your monthly kharcha. Some of these are the big takeaways. We've also got our panelists joining us to get you a detailed insight into what this budget means. Let me first go across to Mr. Nitin Khanna, CFO of Inorbit Malls. Mr. Khanna, what is the sense for retail and real estate industry? Does this budget help in creation of demand?
So, good afternoon. I think it's a directional budget. We'll talk about more about talks about strategic. I won't say it's a tactical budget. I don't see a direct money, coming in the hands of consumers as of now. Few of the segments, and you talk about retail and real estate. So let me first talk about retail. I see mobiles, the imported mobiles definitely, going up because of changes in the import duty. I could see gold and silver, the removal of the custom duties, probably we might get an upside on that part of the retail. Cotton and silk, again, there is a huge thrust on the Atmanirbhar India. And that's something which we are looking at probably might go upside. But overall, I think MSME products, they are withdrawing quite a few exemptions. We need to see the fine print coming here. Boost in terms of real estate, I think affordable housing, they have increased by 1 year, the tax exemption, even the tax holidays for the real estate companies. I think that's really good. On the REIT part, the finance minister did announce, some of the incentives. We have to see the fine print coming in. Big boost in the infrastructure spending. I'm sure it takes down more on the execution bit. We have to see, how the execution of these projects come in, so that the money in the hands of consumers might be high. So it's just a directional budget. It's not a very tactical budget. It doesn't give any direct money as of now in the hands of immediate consumer. From a super rich perspective, I think we were all expecting a COVID cess that probably you can say indirectly there is an increase in income. Otherwise, I don't see a serious efforts in terms of middle class or a super rich class, getting a higher income in their hands.
So there was also an announcement about extending the tax holiday on affordable housing by another year. Now, to what extent has that kind of a step worked and helped the industry? Will that really bring in any additional benefit?
Yes, that's it. Means, we have to see the fine print. We were expecting a little higher amount. This is a 1.5 lakh deduction. It's just a carry forward. We were expecting a higher amount to, get added over there. That's something which is, we were expecting. It would have given an immediate boost on that part. I think in the recent past, there were, a little bit of savings, which have been announced by the state governments on, on the registration and stamp duty, which has helped, the residential part in the real estate to boom in the last quarter. But a direct benefit, a huge benefit, I won't call it a huge benefit yet.
Okay, my last question before I let you go, Mr. Khanna. A lot of your business actually depends on how many people are walking into the stores in your malls, which means how many people actually have some more money to spend. In a pandemic time, most people have resorted to online shopping rather than offline shopping. Do you see that changing, and do you see any of the government steps really helping bringing in more customers to your malls?
I think we have in the last quarter, from a footfall perspective, we are already at 70% plus. If you see quarter on quarter, improvement, there has been a drastic improvement with the 2 vaccinations, drive coming in. I think after June we will be back to normal. On the impact of online, definitely there has been a shift of the consumers. But as you see, as we are coming out from the pandemic, there has been a lockdown. People want to go out, spend time. And malls are not only a place of consumption, there's also a place of, entertainment as of now. So we see a lot of, the entire F&B segment. And with multiplex now, the restrictions going off, we directly see, we see that there is a direct impact which is coming in the next quarter. With new movies also coming, getting released in March onward, we see the first quarter coming back to normal. That's our, best estimates of now. Keeping my fingers crossed on any COVID second wave or God forbid, anything happens in the same area. Yeah.
Yes, the whole nation is keeping their fingers crossed that doesn't take place at all, and we can now finally move on to the next phase in New India, and with all our efforts to reviving the economy and getting the jobs back. Thank you so much, Nitin Khanna, for joining us and sharing your reactions on this.
Thank you very much.
Let me also say good afternoon to Vishwas Pathak of the BJP, Amarjit Kaur, National Secretary for the CPI, Ghanshyam Tiwari, spokesperson for the Samajwadi Party, and Mr. Praveen Jha, Professor of Social Science, Economics and Political Science of JNU, joining us right now. Also saying good afternoon to R. Sriram, Associate Editor of Economic Times, and of course Vinay Tiwari, our Managing Editor, continues to stay with us here in our studios. Mr. Sriram, if I can very quickly come across to you, there wasn't much clarity in terms of the announcement speech itself as far as the government's revenue collections or tax collections estimates are concerned. Any insights that you can now give us, upon reading?
Additional borrowing of 80,000 crore for the rest of this financial year.
Yes.
That is the financial year that ends in March. So both for this year and for next year, a lot of the money that is going to be spent and will be spent will come from borrowing. It will come from disinvestment. There is a fairly big, ambitious disinvestment target that has once again been set for FY22. But the difference I suspect in this year is that a lot of the disinvestment proposals or candidates will actually happen, because we're already at a very advanced stage when it comes to Air India. We're at a fairly advanced stage when it comes to BPCL. The bill for LIC is going to be moved in the current session. And so we will have an LIC disinvestment partial stake sale that will happen in the new financial year. And plus the government has also announced that a couple of public sector banks will be privatized and one additional PSU will be privatized, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot of the money will come from the disinvestment. Plus one can also see if you are actually targeting a 11% economic growth for FY22, your tax collections, both the GST tax collections and the personal income tax collections are going to be direct, and the personal income tax collections are going to be much better than last year. That is the assumption, and that is probably will likely pan out unless and until something dramatic and something really cataclysmic happens. So a lot of the spending is going to be done by borrowing, by disinvestment, by tax collections, and by other measures that the government may want to do from time to time.
So, in fact, to the point that you made, yes, it's a larger borrowing plan. So the government is going to borrow more so they can spend more because the spending plan is unprecedented this time. But when it comes to the divestment, keeping in mind what we've seen in the last 2-3 years, do you think the process when it comes to the two banks or even LIC can really happen this year itself? I mean, or is that too ambitious?
I think you have to divide the government. When I say the government, the NDA government, right from 2014 onwards, their track record on privatization and disinvestment into two broad categories. The first category is the period from 2014 to 19, when probably very little of a substantive note was done. There was some buyback, there was some partial disinvestment, like 5-10% here and there in Coal India and a couple of other things, but there was no big major privatization that happened in this period. I think the pace started really quickening after the NDA was voted to power again in 2019. Then we had a bit of a setback with Air India, where I think they initially went with a bit of a tentative plan of, say, 75% with government holding some kind of a control, and then they later had to change track because there was very poor investor response. But from FY20 onwards, or FY20, FY21, that is this financial year onwards, there has been a very determined attempt to push through privatization as much as possible. Unfortunately, nothing could happen last year because we lost some 4-5 months because of COVID and people couldn't travel and all that. I think we are on the last leg of, to answer your question about whether we are hopeful of something happening in FY22, my answer would be yes, because we are on the last leg of privatization of Air India, and from all accounts, they are very, very determined to get this done, maybe this financial year itself. We are fairly at an advanced stage when it comes to BPCL, so that could also happen, maybe not in this financial year, but in the coming financial year. And as far as the two public sector banks are concerned, you need to change the act. So nothing is going to happen in the next 4-5 months.
Yes.
First, the bill needs to be amended. So that will happen probably in the budget session. And once the budget session ends, look, this is a great time to do privatization, right? I mean, the markets are buoyant, given what you're seeing in the markets today. And if they continue for at least 6-8 months of the year, the markets are buoyant, and there is going to be a fair bit of investor activity in India. There is going to be a fair bit of foreign investment activity in India. We've seen how they have reacted, how they have responded in the last 1 year. So if you really want to do your big bang privatization, you got to do it in the next 7, 8, 9 months.
Yes, in fact, one would have thought that some of it could have happened in the last couple of months when the market zoomed to levels like 50,000, but that didn't.
Yes. Yeah, but some of these things are very, very complex, right? Yeah. I mean, for instance, BPCL, you're not going to get anything done until somebody comes here and sees the plant, and it's an old plant. There are legacy issues involved in this. You do a proper due diligence. And I don't know whether all these things was possible in the last, say, few months of the year, or maybe it will happen now.
So let's see, in fact, what Niti Aayog draws up as a list and what they finally look at, putting on the block in terms of selling. But I'm just reading a comment that's also been made by the former member of the PMEAC, Ratin Roy, who says the most transparent budget speech on macro fiscal numbers in a long, long time. And then he's put emoticons of clapping hands. Would you agree, Mr. Praveen Jha, that in comparison to maybe last year, at least there is some clarity when it comes to overall numbers that the government, the maths that the government has put together?
No, the most important thing is that things which were sort of done in an off-budget manner through public sector borrowing, etc., it has been proposed that it will not be done, right? So that indeed is a good thing. Okay. Now, whether everything else in terms of sort of playing with numbers will disappear, that we do not know. Essentially, what Mr. Rathin Roy is alluding to, it is, if I understand him correctly, it is this particular aspect. Because, you see, if you look at the estimates of fiscal deficit, just look at the writings in the last 3-4 months, economists tell you that it ranges from for the last year, from 7-8% to 15% or so, right? Now, why does that happen? It is precisely because of this statistical chicanery, right? So if at least one important part of that has been promised to be done away with, that is a very good thing. Beyond that, transparency, etc., I would certainly not agree with Rathin. There is so much there which is, not only in the fine print, but actually beyond the fine print.
Yes.
We say a hell of a lot in terms of, for instance, infrastructure. There is a lot of enthusiasm amongst some of our panelists about how this is going to address very, very important needs. But you can say anything and then not do anything. Right? In terms of lots of these promises. Isn't that lack of transparency and so on? Isn't that lack of accountability and so on? Right? We have seen this happen year after year with respect to infrastructure promises. Year after year. Just look at what the promises were, what the investments were, what actual expenditure were, and so on. Right? Because many of these numbers are based on certain kind of optimism, certain kinds of situations which can create those promises to be fulfilled. Now, if that doesn't happen, you fall flat, right? So I think, I do sort of see what Dr. Rathin Roy probably had in mind when he claps for something.
If I may just add to that, I very well remember that last year, once the speech was presented, one of the biggest questions that many of us were asking is, well, all right, and if your fiscal deficit target is, 3.5%, where are you going to get the money from? The economy had already slowed down to about a 4.5%. The tax collections were down and out, and so where are you going to get the money from? And that math for many of the experts was also not adding up. Maybe right now, at least it is to say, okay, there is an admission that this year itself, our fiscal deficit for the current year will be 9.5%. And that is, and we are going to be borrowing a lot more. And for the next year as well, we will borrow a lot more, and it will be 6.8%. So yes, we will spend the money and we will borrow. We are not too hopeful about high tax collections. Maybe that's, one way of looking at it, as that's what Rathin Roy is talking about. Vishwas Pathak, to the point that Praveen Jha was making, at the end of the day, this is still just a statement of intent. It's still a vision document that your government has to implement and thereby see some results being generated.
So look at the intention of this government 2014 onwards. 2014 onwards, Mr. Modi has intended and promised that he wants to take this economy to 5 trillion. So from 2 trillion to 3 trillion, he has already reached, and is going to reach to 5 trillion also. While doing that, in 2014, our budget size was 14 lakhs crore, which is now today more than 30 lakhs crore. Our GDP size was 140 lakhs crore, which is now 210 lakhs crore. Therefore, we cannot doubt the intention. This pandemic situation is something very unprecedented situation, wherein we are going to receive around 12 lakhs crores through direct taxes, 12 lakhs crores through indirect taxes, totaling to 24 lakhs crores, and balance around 8 to 10 lakhs crores will come through disinvestment, sale of assets, and also borrowing. Now look at our debt to GDP ratio. Our debt to GDP ratio is very, very in control as compared to US, Japan, Germany, which is something like 4 times of India. Therefore, we should not be averse of taking loan.
This is what we've been saying all this while. Your government wasn't listening to us. This is what we said all of last year.
Okay, as long as our growth rate economic growth rate is higher than interest rate, we are in safe zone. That is what economic advisor also advised 2 days before. I think this government for last 6 years, without increasing a single % in direct taxes, on the contrary, increase the slabs, reach from 5 lakh crores to 12 lakh crore in 6 years. Indirect taxes also, average rate used to be 24%, which has come down to 18%. This all shows about the fiscal discipline. Therefore, whenever government intends something, rest be assured, it will be assured that way only. Now look at this LIC. It's a very good move because it is not the business of the government to run each and every business. Let it be run by private parties. And through that disinvestment, by making it 74% limit, I think it will achieve a great, to the great extent of 1.75 lakhs crore worth of disinvestment target. I think this budget is very, very balanced, taking care from Kerala to Leh, education to business and industry, agriculture, labor to businessmen, everyone.
Very, very balanced, taking care of states from Kerala to Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Assam. Ghansham Tiwari, a budget that also has some sops for the pole-bound states.
It is shocking that in India you present a budget without mentioning the most distressed sections of the country. We do not speak about regional disparities, say Bihar, Orissa, Jharkhand, parts of eastern Uttar Pradesh and overall Uttar Pradesh, which have faced a massive migrant crisis, and there is nothing being offered to those migrants as well as to those states that are facing this migrant crisis. 80% of the students are out of school, online and offline. You have not announced anything for those students, those parents, even those schools. You could have announced digital vouchers, if that is the case, that allows those states and those schools to have at least some appliances and devices so that they can bring back those children to school. Women have faced massive crisis on the domestic front. They are out of the labor force as well. There is no mention on that front. Those who have lost jobs, these people will walk back into the jobs. If this government was serious in enabling those who are in distress because of job losses, and they are in tens of millions, this government would have said that there will be vouchers, whether it is job vouchers or skill vouchers, that will be available for those who lost jobs in the last 1 year. There is nothing they have done to offer poor a relief, or poor who has been in distress due to their decisions. As far as the budget itself is concerned, if disinvestment is the big story from this budget, why was that big story not played out last year? Look at the numbers. Did they meet their target from what they announced last year or the year before? We talk about how the numbers add up, and Ratin's comment, this government has said something and done another. You remember that the year they announced Ayushman Bharat, and you look at the numbers today and the budget allocations that they made to Ayushman Bharat. Any big schemes, 20 lakh crore as last year's stimulus by this government was a plain jumla. So for this government, you have to read what is in the fine print and what is beyond. But for me, it is shocking that this government chose not to help those who are in distress, and they are the majority of the poor and the lower middle class in this country, and the regions in distress, which is the poorest states in this country.
Okay, before I move on to our other panelists, let's just quickly listen in to Mr. Amitabh Kant, who's giving a reaction right now on this budget.
बहुत ही प्रोग्रेसिव बजट है, और सबसे बड़ी चीज जो है कि टैक्स को टेम्पर नहीं किया गया है, कोई नए सेसेस नहीं लगाए गए हैं, और ये बहुत बड़ी चीज है.
सर, जॉब एम्प्लॉयमेंट को लेकर इस बजट में क्या देखते हैं?
जॉब तब बढ़ते हैं जबकि ग्रोथ होती है इकोनॉमी में, और ये बजट एक ग्रोथ डायनेमिक बजट है. और जब ग्रोथ होगी और सारे सेक्टर्स बढ़ेंगे, तो आप देखिएगा एजुकेशन के थ्रू जॉब्स आएगी, हेल्थ के थ्रू जॉब्स आएगी, और आगे चल के आपके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेक्टर के थ्रू बहुत ज्यादा जॉब्स आएंगी.
सर, फिस्कल डेफिसिट का टारगेट जो है 3.5 से बढ़ा के 9.5% कर दिया गया है. अगले साल के लिए भी इन्होंने टारगेट रखा 6.8%. उससे क्या लगता है आपको कि इन्फ्लेशन, महंगाई बढ़ सकती है या ब्याज दरें बढ़ेंगी क्या इसकी? नहीं, 6.8 देखिए, अभी खर्च नहीं कीजिएगा आप. अब ये समझना जरूरी है कि अभी अगर हम नहीं खर्च करते हैं तो आगे चल के आपके एमएसएमईज को बहुत दिक्कत आएगी, उनको क्रेडिट नहीं मिलेगा. तो अभी खर्च करिए, क्योंकि बाद में आपके पास बहुत ज्यादा एनपीएस हो जाएंगे. तो अभी खर्च करके इन सबको ठीक कीजिए, और ये बहुत जरूरी था इस बजट में करना, और इसीलिए 6.8 मेरे विचार से बिल्कुल ठीक फिस्कल डेफिसिट. सर, नौकरी पेशा लोग बोल रहे हैं कि इस बजट में हमारे लिए क्या है, वो अभी भी ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उनको आप बताएंगे कि इस बजट में नौकरी पेशा गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय
गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉयज के लिए तो बहुत कुछ है, हेल्थ पे है, एजुकेशन पर है, न्यूट्रिशन पर है और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर है। देश का जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ठीक होगा तो ये सारे के सारे गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉयज को फायदा होगा। तो इन सब के लिए और कोई नया टैक्स गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय पे नहीं लगा है, ये बहुत बड़ी चीज है।
लेकिन सर कस्टम ड्यूटी कुछ उस पर बढ़ी हुई।
All right, that's of course Mr. Amitabh Kant there talking about this budget and how there is a need to now spend, and the government recognizes that fact and will be doing so. Ghanshyam, quick point from you, and then I have to go across to Amarjeet Kaur as well.
Again, he was at loss to explain how this budget relates to employment. Yeah. And that is the problem that this government has. They have a generic answer for any specific question you ask. You take one simple idea. Once the vaccination drive is over, the domestic travel sector will open. That is a place that is there is massive distress. If this government had announced any ability for the consumers to spend on domestic travel in later half of this year, that will create economic activity. But if you don't focus on specifics and you focus on headlines, because you are now losing the faith of even the Modi backers, then you create a budget that will grab the headline, may joy the stock markets, but will not in reality help those who really need your help.
Let me get in a response. In fact, before I take a response from Vishwas Pathak, let's also get a quick word from Amarjeet Kaur. Amarjeet Kaur, there is also an allegation from the opposition party that there isn't anything for farmers. But there have been announcements when it comes to creating an agricultural market, including infrastructure within the APMCs, and the reforms that the government already announced are any which way is on hold. Is that a fair allegation to make then?
It is a fair allegation, but first of all, I want to say that this budget has been drafted keeping elections in mind, number one. Number two, this is only an extension. This is only an extension of what was being announced by Sitharaman as a package, 20 lakh crore package. It is only extension and further explanation of that only, nothing new comes. Third thing which I want to say is that this disinvestment target which they have fixed up, that itself shows that the government continues to be in selling spree of our national assets, and that is very true when they are saying they are going to disinvest and privatize 2 banks and LIC 49%, it will go to 75%. They are also have not talked about Manrega. We all know that that became a saving feature during lockdown period. Our rural economy, people who lost jobs went to the homes. They could at least depend on that. They are talking of spending in infrastructure. Yeah. So builders lobby will be getting a lot out of this. And when you are talking of farmers, they are saying 16.5 lakh crore will be given for loans. So farmers should be told to take more loans and be ready. When not being paid in a capacity to pay back the loans, then continue with their suicide free.
Okay, so just a couple of clarifications, Amarjeet Kaur, on the Manrega allocation fund. Because this year, obviously, the government had to step it up significantly because of the lockdown. It was 1.1 lakh crore rupees. For next year, the Manrega allocation is 73,000 crore rupees, which is still much higher than what they had announced last February. So that continues. The other thing, though, you said about not announcing in terms of the jobs. Well, the infrastructure spending, we are hoping will lead to some or the other kind of jobs creation. But let me ask Vishwas Pathak to respond to the issues and points that you've raised.
See, again, these kind of allegations or doubts are always raised against Mr. Modi for last 6 years. But for last 6 years, this country has witnessed our economy jumping from 11th rank to 5th rank. That is the reality. Similarly, from 2 trillion to 3 trillion. And now look at the GST collection. Nobody is going to contribute to the taxes unless he has done some business. The GST collection is now reached to the level of 1,20,000 crores. So what does it mean? It means economy is back to the normal. It is working out. People are getting jobs. Look at the infrastructure, roads, bridges, right up to China. They are there. Farmers are also benefited. During COVID, the way our leadership very decisively led this country and this vaccine drive for all across the world, I think post-corona, this entire economic scenario would be different. India would be looked differently. During corona period also, we have received 60 billion FDI. What does it mean? That means it shows a confidence in the leadership of Mr. Modi. India has reformed in various ways, be it labor reforms, agricultural reforms, banking laws, various things. I think in ease of doing business also.
Okay, Mr. Vishwas Pathak, I understand when you're being optimistic about the future. We all want to be optimistic about the future. I don't understand when you're being extremely optimistic about what's already happened. When it comes to our, our country, where the economy contracted 23% in one quarter, and over a period of 2 years, our overall growth will still be only 2 to 3%. So let's not get overly excited about what the numbers are showing to us right now.
Let me correct you.
No, the projection for 11% for next year is on the basis of a very, very low base this year. So we were already in a period of slowdown of 4%. Take a look at what happens over a period of 4 to 5 years. That gives us the larger sense of just how bad things are in our economy. So you can be optimistic about the future, but let's not paint a very rosy picture about what we've gone through right now. Mr. Praveen Jha had a point. Go ahead, please.
Tanvi, this was in the context of Narega, the numbers that you also shared. It is true that the BE is 73,000 crores, but look at the actual in 2019-20, that was already 71,686 crores.
Yes.
And if you look at the sort of saving role that Narega played this year in the context of the pandemic, and then not sort of putting it somewhere close to the revised expenditure, which, as you rightly noted, is 1,11,500 crores, is a gross injustice. Where are the jobs in rural India? You have to ask these questions. Let me tell you, Mr. Spokesperson for BJP, 11, 12 and 17, 18, for the first time in India's history, rural consumption, as per the official estimate, has gone down by about 9 percentage points. 9 percentage points, whole of rural India, across different social groups and so on and so forth. Can you please factor in these things in your rosy picture and your optimism? I would also like to be optimistic for this country. Everyone would want to be, right? But please look at the very basic facts. Look at basic consumption, look at employment, and look at these challenges.
Okay, before Mr. Jha, I get a response from Vishwas Pathak. Let's just see if we can cut across to Dr. Harshvardhan.
और साथ में 12 सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में इस प्रकार के ब्लॉक बनाने की योजना के लिए भी प्रावधान किया गया है। जो हमारा देश का प्रतिष्ठित सेंटर है, नेशनल सेंटर फॉर डिजीज कंट्रोल, जिसने कोविड के कंट्रोल में एक बहुत बड़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है सफलता के साथ, ये प्रावधान किया गया है कि उसी प्रकार के 5 रीजनल नेशनल सेंटर फॉर डिजीज कंट्रोल की ब्रांचेस सारे देश के अंदर स्थापित की जाएंगी। 20 मेट्रोपॉलिटन हेल्थ सर्वेलेंस यूनिट्स देश में स्थापित की जाएंगी और इसके साथ साथ 17 नई पब्लिक हेल्थ यूनिट्स को ऑपरेशनलाइज किया जाएगा। 33 एग्जिस्टिंग पब्लिक हेल्थ यूनिट्स को स्ट्रेंथन किया जाएगा और 32 एयरपोर्ट्स, 11 सी पोर्ट्स और 7 लैंड क्रॉसिंग्स के ऊपर जो ये सारी हमारी टेस्टिंग की, पब्लिक हेल्थ की जो एक्टिविटीज, जिनको प्रमुखता से हमने सबने देखा कि कोविड के दौरान उनकी कितनी आवश्यकता थी, इतने स्थानों पर इनको बड़े पैमाने पर स्ट्रेंथन किया जाएगा। 15 हेल्थ इमरजेंसी ऑपरेशन सेंटर्स और 2 मोबाइल हॉस्पिटल्स, इनको आने वाले समय में विकसित किया जाएगा, उसका प्रावधान किया गया है। एक नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन फॉर वन हेल्थ, ये हमारा जो रीजनल रिसर्च प्लेटफॉर्म हम लोग विकसित करेंगे वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साउथ ईस्ट एशिया रीजनल ऑफिस के साथ मिलकर, और
इससे भी ज्यादा हमारे लिए खुशी की, गर्व की बात है कि 9 BSL 3 यानी बायो सेफ्टी लेवल 3 जो लेबोरेटरीज हैं वो भी देश में विकसित की जाएंगी। ये बहुत ही प्रतिष्ठित और बहुत ही एडवांस्ड लेबोरेटरीज होती हैं। हमने सुना होगा कि जब कोविड की जंग शुरू हुई तो देश में एक ही जगह पर जांच होती थी, NIV पुणे में, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ वायरोलॉजी पुणे में। अब सरकार ने तय किया कि ऐसी 4 और रीजनल नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ वायरोलॉजी ये देश के अंदर स्थापित किए जाएंगे।
All right, well, Mr. Harshvardhan has his task cut out. His department has scored one of the highest allocations in the last many years, ever, as the government claims. But how he really spends that money will be interesting to see. In fact, let me just bring in Mr. Sriram on that aspect. Mr. Sriram, we've repeatedly spoken about healthcare being one of those sectors that's been ignored for so long. But the allocations that have been made right now and the breakup under the healthcare sector, do you think it will help in fixing our immediate problems of lack of infrastructure?
Well, I think, Tanvi, there are a number of problems with healthcare in India, right? I mean, we spoke about it in the morning. There is a delivery problem, there is a quality problem, there is a human resource problem, there is an availability problem. I think one of your colleagues, Vinay Tiwari, mentioned about the ambulance part of it, how it is very difficult to get ambulances in several parts of the country. So I think there are a lot of issues with healthcare. What this money will do, and this money is just the money that the center is spending. So there is going to be a lot of spending that is also going to be done by the states. Now, except for the poll-bound states, all the other states will have their budgetary announcements over the next month or two. So you will get to see what are the major announcements that they are making with regards to healthcare. And all these announcements, when they come through, and if you look at how the money is going to be spent, I think you will see a fairly substantive, hopefully, a fairly substantive increase in the healthcare infrastructure in the country. As far as the quality of services, the dependability, the availability, the way in which it is spread out and distributed, and the way in which the poorer and the sections of society are benefited, the way you are getting the healthcare facilities even in the hinterland, all that remains to be seen. But I think it's a lesson well learned. We realized last year that we need to ramp up spending on healthcare, and we decided to do that. And I think over the next few years, you are going to see a fairly large stepped up increase in healthcare infrastructure, and how much that goes to solving the problem. And also, again, the point that was again made in the morning regarding non-communicable diseases and how we are, as a population, suffering from lifestyle diseases. Well, that is a very big issue. I mean, that is not an issue that is going to be resolved only through increase in healthcare spending and increase in healthcare infrastructure. It's going to require a radical change in lifestyle and radical change in exercise habits, eating habits, the whole works. So it's a good start. It's a good start. It's good that more money is being spent. But yeah, we have to wait and see as to how it gets utilized and what kind of an impact it has on the population.
Well, 5 regional branches for National Center for Disease Control, 17 new public health units to be operationalized, 33 public health units will also be sanctioned. Adar Poonawalla has just tweeted saying, great announcements, Nirmala ji, especially on healthcare and vaccines. This is the best investment any country can make. A healthier India is a more productive India. A lot of it also, Vinay, many have been hoping, goes into R&D. We do say that we are the pharma's hub for the world, but we still need to do a lot more in terms of investing in research and creating those kind of facilities to give us that edge.
Yes, I mean, look, there are 2 cliches that are very often used about Indian medical health infrastructure, which sometimes get my goat. I mean, but my due apologies to Mr. Vishwas Pathak, it's not about the BJP, it's just about this way in which we tend to label everything. One is that India is a destination for medical tourism, and the other is that we are the pharmacy of the world. And I'll tell you why. Because ultimately, for a person who's in his or her home and has somebody who's fallen ill, what is the first thing that you need? The first thing you need is mobility to take your patient from point A to point B, where medical health is available. That's where the first hurdle in India comes in. And I'm blaming the state governments, frankly, a little more than the central government, because having a basic ambulance service in this country should be the state government's responsibility. We don't have it. So either people transport them on their personal vehicles or on scooters or on cycles or on telas. And I'm talking of the actual India, I'm not talking of the big cities, right? So you have the first problem of mobility. Then you have a very difficult, erratic and inconsistent access to healthcare and even quality healthcare. So which is why you see that in a large number of hospitals, people are reaching in rural areas when they're in a terminal state, because it's an expensive thing for them to go from point A to point B, and by the time they reach, they're in a bad shape. So for me, it's great that we are, the hub for medical tourism. It's great that we are a pharmacy to the world, but we have some very critical basic health infrastructure issues. I mean, there are hospitals in certain districts that are catering to 4 or 5 districts around them. The specialists are available, super specialists are not available, and people have to fly in. Please go and see AIIMS in Delhi. You will find people from like 7 or 8 states who land up there on trains. That's not something that they should be needing. You really don't need to, you shouldn't be requiring to, travel halfway across the country to go for a super specialist. So it's a long-term issue, and as I've, continuously said this is not an issue that only the central government can address. The state governments have to play a big part in that, and the central government has to become the big policy framework, the guide and the mentor for the states, because a lot of states still haven't woken up to the inadequacy of our health infrastructure.
Okay, if I can just step away from this for a bit, and I seek some more clarification from Mr. Praveen Jha. Mr. Praveen Jha, I'm just looking at this agri-cess that has been announced across categories of products. And the first one where there was a bit of a controversy was on fuel. But more scrutiny showed us that the government claims that while they have put in an agri-cess on petrol and diesel, they've also reduced the basic excise duty and the special additional excise duty. So they claim that the overall impact on us as a consumer doesn't change. What we pay for fuel doesn't change. Similarly, I'm looking at a proposed cess, agri-cess on gold, silver bars, alcoholic beverages, crude palm oil, apples, coal, peas, Kabuli chana, lentil, cotton, and this is agri-cess that is being put as part of the customs side. But again, the government says that because they're going to redo the basic customs rate, the overall burden on the consumer doesn't change. So what is this exercise supposed to do essentially?
Listen, all this we'll see only as things sort of evolve, that we will not change excise, we will not do anything else, etc., etc. Now, in general, I would argue that the economics of cess is a terrible economics, because cess is something which is never shared with the states, right? And then it also deprives states of the possibility of raising resources on a whole range of important things which is in their domain. So number one, if you cannot get money from anywhere else, you turn to cess. This we have seen repeatedly in the sort of with this particular government, the government before this, and so on and so forth. So this is the first point which we need to note. Second, I am not convinced at all that if you simply look at the way prices have increased in the last sort of several years of petrol, diesel, etc., right, when actually the crude prices had really crashed. Now, it was all through the excise and additional sort of duties and so on and so forth, right? Now, what sort of assures you or me that this will not happen? Because there is some agri-cess, right? Now, yes, we can say that let's take the government for its word and so on and so forth, but I'm not convinced of it as yet, right? So these would be my 2 points with respect to the agri-cess. Just before, when Mr. Vinay Tiwari was talking about the health kind of issues, I just want to add one point. It is indeed the case that in the context of the pandemic, you needed to pay a lot of attention to the health sector. But look at the budget for the National Health Mission. That has increased marginally by 2,000 crores or so. It is indeed the infrastructure where a lot of attention has been paid in the budget speech, and it will take time to unfold and so on. So all this then does not sort of give us something in the very immediate context. It will take some time to unfold, but it's a good thing. Let me certainly say that this is a good thing, that there is greater attention being paid to it. something, Bore committee way back in 1940s had said that we should spend 2 to 3% of our GDP on health. We were to spend about 1%. So any increase there is welcome, but under what heads and so on and so forth. And this is where I think the points that Vinay made are worth considering, and we need to decode that much more carefully. Thank you.
Okay, point well taken. Quick reaction also from Ghanshyam on the healthcare part. Ghanshyam, we've had many conversations about the need to focus on healthcare, the shocking state of our primary healthcare centers, even the tertiary healthcare centers, the availability of staff, and the fact that we need a universal health scheme. Now, yes, I know many raised questions on the Ayushman Bharat scheme 2 years ago, but the government seems to be going ahead very strongly with that and only adding to that plan.
Well, Tanvi, the Prime Minister speaks about आपदा को अवसर में बदलना है. If really there was a vision in healthcare, then this government will be thinking about using this crisis, which is global, to make India a net exporter of healthcare services across the world. Healthcare is as much community subject as it is about skill and knowledge together. And we have a very young population. They could be trained in NEET exam, and we have debated about NEET exam. 16 lakh students write the NEET exam. Out of that, 70,000 students become doctors. That are the number of seats that are available. There are 15 lakh students who would not enter healthcare as a result, because there's no clear roadway for them. This government could have created programs for concentrated workforce to enter healthcare when healthcare has become both national and global need. What is lacking is the vision that they want to create in healthcare, not the allocation. The allocation is a momentary thing, and that is similar to other things that they have done. Infrastructure, for example, changing course. What jobs will infrastructure announcement in poll bounds create for a country in distress? So you cannot have it both ways. You cannot play your petty politics and please the headlines and yet expect a fundamental transformation of a country in distress. So I think it is more about their lack of vision. It's a good thing that they are doing, and I think at this point in time, India has seen a lot of heroes emerging from healthcare sector, doctors, the frontline health workers. If this government was really to double down and enhance the workforce of healthcare that is available, and next look at health infrastructure, I have always believed that people and their training and their knowledge comes first before you enhance infrastructure, and that is going to be a way forward for the country.
Well, okay, let me pick up on the point that you made and take it to Amarjit Kaur. Amarjit Kaur, yes, the allegation can be that the government is rolling out doles for poll-bound states, but which government doesn't? Which government hasn't in any kind of election year? All governments do that. At least this way, Kerala and West Bengal get some additional roads, infrastructure projects that will create some jobs.
I'm not saying other governments have not been doing. Neither I want to say that when you announce for those states which go for election, you should ignore other states. Then other states should not be ignored. And when you are talking of health conditions, then you have to look into that situation also. Then the question of unemployment, which is so severe, and job creation is need of the hour. What is happening when we, even Manrega, which became a savior point, and others have also spoken that that is neglected. We were expecting something like that in urban areas also. Some job schemes for urban areas also, because unemployment is great. If there is no money in the hands of people, then how economy will revive? So on that part, this government is totally failing. They are allowing the looters to run away. Now what they have announced for 3 years, only 3 years onwards, these files will be opened for looking at those jinhone tax chori kiya. What about others before that? And what about those who are in the slab, which they are telling within that slab or more than that slab? So you allow the tax money, tax chori. Also, you reduce the gap between the corporate tax and the common man's tax. You are reducing that gap. Is it a wise decision, I should say? So I fully want to assert this thing, that the government's budget is totally for sellout of the country on the one hand side, ignoring the needs of the people who need jobs, who need money, all those people who suffered heavily. now Mrs. Sitharaman says that 80 crore people could be given free food. The need was for more than 110 crore.
Okay.
There is a big gap. There is a big gap. So this budget is out and out pro-corporate budget, and it is out and out against poor people, workers and farmers.
Well, I think if you acknowledge the fact that all governments look at doles in poll elections, this government is equally aware of the fact that some amount of welfare for the poor and the vulnerable in the rural areas is necessary for their vote bank politics, and that part is there. To what extent are they able to now implement it going forward is a big question. We have many questions, and we're hoping some of them will be taken by the finance minister at the briefing that she now holds at 3 p.m. A big thank you to all of the panelists who have joined us here. With their initial reactions and analysis, as we bring out more and more details now from the fine print, not just the headlines that we got from the budget speech. So stay with us here on this special coverage on Mirror Now.
From savings accounts to
Karnataka, rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu. The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told. A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees. I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me. Are you planning the farmers braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas? Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet. Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka. The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu. The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told. A poll
इसमें यथार्थ का एहसास भी और विकास का विश्वास भी है। कोरोना ने दुनिया में जो प्रभाव पैदा किया, उसने पूरी मानव जाति को हिलाकर रख दिया है। इन परिस्थितियों के बीच आज का बजट भारत के आत्मविश्वास को उजागर करने वाला है और साथ ही दुनिया में एक नया आत्मविश्वास भरने वाला है। आज के बजट में आत्मनिर्भरता का विजन भी है और हर नागरिक, हर वर्ग का समावेश भी है। हम इस बजट में जिन सिद्धांतों को लेकर चले हैं वो हैं ग्रोथ के लिए नए अवसरों, नई संभावनाओं का विस्तार करना, युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों का निर्माण करना, मानव संसाधन को एक नया आयाम देना, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर निर्माण के लिए नए नए क्षेत्रों को विकसित करना, आधुनिकता की तरफ आगे बढ़ना, नए सुधार लाना। साथियों, नियमों और प्रक्रियाओं को सरल बनाकर आम लोगों के जीवन में ईज ऑफ लिविंग को बढ़ाने पर इस बजट में जोर दिया गया है। ये बजट इंडिविजुअल्स, इन्वेस्टर्स, इंडस्ट्री और साथ ही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेक्टर में बहुत सकारात्मक बदलाव लाएगा। मैं इसके लिए देश की वित्त मंत्री निर्मला जी को और उनके साथी मंत्री अनुराग जी और उनकी टीम को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, ऐसे बजट देखने को कम ही मिलते हैं जिसमें शुरू के 1-2 घंटों में ही इतने सकारात्मक रिस्पांस आए। कोरोना के चलते कई एक्सपर्ट्स ये मानकर चल रहे थे सरकार आम नागरिकों पर बोझ बढ़ाएगी, लेकिन फिस्कल सस्टेनेबिलिटी के प्रति अपने दायित्वों को ध्यान में रखते हुए सरकार ने बजट साइज बढ़ाने पर जोर दिया। हमारी सरकार ने निरंतर प्रयास किया है कि बजट ट्रांसपेरेंट होना चाहिए। मुझे खुशी है कि आज अनेक विद्वानों ने इस बजट की ट्रांसपेरेंसी की सराहना की है। साथियों, भारत कोरोना की लड़ाई में रिएक्टिव होने के स्थान पर हमेशा ही प्रोएक्टिव रहा है। चाहे वो कोरोना के काल में किए गए रिफॉर्म्स हो या फिर आत्मनिर्भर भारत का संकल्प, इसी प्रोएक्टिवनेस को बढ़ाते हुए आज के बजट में भी रिएक्टिव का नामो निशान नहीं है। साथ ही हम एक्टिव पर, स्टेटस को पर भी अटके नहीं हैं और हमने इस बजट में भी प्रोएक्टिव बजट देकर के देश के सामने प्रोएक्टिव होने का संदेश दिया है। यह बजट उन सेक्टर्स पर विशेष रूप से केंद्रित है जिनसे वेल्थ और वेलनेस दोनों ही तेज गति से बढ़ेंगे, जान भी जहान भी। इसमें एमएसएमईज और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर विशेष रूप से जोर दिया गया है। इसी तरह ये बजट जिस तरह से हेल्थ केयर पर केंद्रित है वो भी अभूतपूर्व है। ये बजट देश के हर क्षेत्र में विकास यानी ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट की बात करता रहता है। खास तौर पर मुझे खुशी है कि इस बजट में दक्षिण के हमारे राज्य, पूर्वोत्तर के हमारे राज्य और उत्तर में लेह लद्दाख जैसे क्षेत्रों में विकास पर विशेष ध्यान दिया है। ये बजट भारत के कोस्टल स्टेट्स जैसे तमिलनाडु, केरल, पश्चिम बंगाल, इनको एक बिजनेस पावर हाउस बनाने की दिशा में एक बड़ा कदम उठाए। नॉर्थ ईस्ट के राज्य जैसे असम के अनएक्सप्लोर्ड पोटेंशियल को टैप करने में बजट बहुत बड़ी मदद करेगा। इस बजट में जिस तरह से रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम पर बल दिया गया है, जो प्रावधान किए गए हैं, उनसे हमारे युवाओं को ताकत मिलेगी। भारत उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए बहुत ठोस कदम रखेगा। साथियों, देश के सामान्य मानवी का, महिलाओं का जीवन आसान बनाने के लिए उनके स्वास्थ्य, स्वच्छता, पोषण, शुद्ध जल और अवसरों की समानता, इस पर इस बजट में विशेष बल दिया गया है। बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर खर्च में अभूतपूर्व वृद्धि के साथ साथ कई व्यवस्थागत सुधार किए गए हैं, जिसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा देश में ग्रोथ और जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार के लिए बहुत लाभ होगा। देश में एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर को मजबूती देने के लिए, किसानों की आय बढ़ाने के लिए इस पर बजट में बहुत जोर दिया गया है। कई प्रावधान किए गए हैं। एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में किसानों को और आसानी से और ज्यादा ऋण मिल सकेगा। देश की मंडियों को यानी एपीएमसी को और मजबूत करने के लिए, सशक्त करने के लिए एग्रीकल्चर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड से मदद का प्रावधान किया गया है। ये सब निर्णय ये दिखाते हैं कि इस बजट के दिल में गांव है, हमारे किसान है। एमएसएमई सेक्टर को गति देने के लिए, रोजगार के अवसर बढ़ाने के लिए इस बार एमएसएमई सेक्टर का बजट भी पिछले साल की तुलना में 2 गुना से ज्यादा कर दिया गया है। साथियों, ये बजट आत्मनिर्भरता के उस रास्ते को लेकर आगे बढ़ा है जिसमें देश के हर नागरिक की प्रगति शामिल है। ये बजट इस दशक की शुरुआत की एक मजबूत नींव रखने वाला बजट है। सभी देशवासियों को आत्मनिर्भर भारत के इस महत्वपूर्ण बजट के लिए मैं बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। फिर से एक बार वित्त मंत्री जी और उनकी टीम को बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं, धन्यवाद करता हूं।
All right, that was Prime Minister Modi, his reaction to the budget. Essentially, Prime Minister saying that this budget is more proactive than reactive. That's the way that India has dealt with the entire pandemic situation, and also pointing out that it's rare that one gets to actually see this kind of budget, and the focus was to ensure that there is all-round development, and also to ensure that there is transparency in the budget, and pointing out to the health and wellness part of it as well. Remember, there has been a massive outlay for the health expenditure as well, that the budget has done a more than 130% increase in health expenditure. That is what, in fact, the Prime Minister also spoke about, saying that health and wellness has been a big focus area of this budget, and that is going to be something that it's going to improve significantly. Ease of living is something that the Prime Minister has spoken about, constantly, and that is also something that the budget focuses on. Those are the reactions, that is reaction there coming in from Prime Minister Modi with respect to the budget that was presented just a short while back by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, the first, in fact, budget in this pandemic period. Well, amid a massive expectations and a COVID-hit economy, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented the budget for 2021-22. This focused primarily on 6 pillars that included healthcare, agriculture and infrastructure, among others. Tax slabs, in fact, personal taxation remained unchanged, but the centre also announced its highest ever allocation towards healthcare, a total outlay of 2.23 lakh crore. In fact, those were some of the important points that were mentioned in the budget. But let's also talk now about the specific sectors that are important here. One of the sectors which needed the most attention, of course, during the pandemic was healthcare. A big boost coming in by the centre. Finance Minister announced a total outlay of 2.33 lakh crore. This is the highest ever allocation for the budget. Also, a new scheme has been announced called the PM's Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana, which will focus on improving primary, secondary and tertiary healthcare.
Even at the outset, I would like to say that the investment on health infrastructure in this budget has increased substantially. Progressively, as institutions absorb more, we shall commit more. Taking a holistic approach to health, we focus on strengthening 3 areas: preventive, curative, and well-being. Health systems. A new centrally sponsored scheme, PM Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana, will be launched with an outlay of about 64,180 crores over 6 years. Honorable Speaker, I have provided 35,000 crores of rupees for COVID-19 vaccine.
Meanwhile, even as a mega vaccination drive is underway, Finance Minister has said that 2 more vaccines will be announced and given approval soon. She added that the government will provide 35,000 crore for the COVID vaccination.
India has 2 vaccines available and has begun medically safeguarding not only her own citizens against COVID-19, but also those of 100 or more countries. It is added comfort to know that 2 or more vaccines are also expected soon.
Meanwhile, with polls in several states around the corner, there were schemes announced for poll-bound states. Sitharaman announced highway projects for the poll-bound states, including of Assam, West Bengal, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. FM also announced special scheme for welfare of women and children and schemes to the tune of 1,000 crore for tea workers in both Assam and Bengal.
further augment road infrastructure, more economic corridors are also being planned. Some are 3,500 kilometers of national highway works in the state of Tamil Nadu at an investment of 1.03 lakh crores. These include Madurai-Kollam corridor, Chittoor-Tachur corridor, and construction will start next year. Second, 1,100 kilometers of national highway works in the state of Kerala at an investment of 65,000 crores, including 600 kilometer section.
All right, let's in fact now focus a little bit on the entire healthcare sector and the kind of boost that it has got this time round. Joining me at this point in time is Sangeeta Reddy, Joint Managing Director of Apollo Hospitals at this point. Thank you so much, Sangeeta Reddy, for joining us. Your first reaction to the budget, of course, this is as far as healthcare is concerned. It was expected we might see a big jump in the healthcare spends. But of course, the important part is not just how much, but it is also where the spending is going to happen.
So clearly this has been a very well thought through budget. I think it's focused on health and well-being. It has created physical and financial capital, infrastructure. It is focused on inclusive development. It's looked at human capital, innovation, R&D, but just focusing on the health and well-being. I think the headline point truly is that with the enhanced allocation of almost 137% of the original budget, we have finally moved to 1.9% of GDP. So this is an increase that we've been waiting for many years. It's also been powerfully segregated into 64,000 crores under the PM Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana, which will be laid out over the next 6 years. But it also looks at primary, secondary, and tertiary health.
All right, Sangeeta Reddy, I think we're having a little problem with your line. We'll just try and get that fixed and come right back to you. But of course, that is one of the key focus areas of this budget. We're seeing it now, the health expenditure increasing to, at least that's what the plan is, to increase to 1.9% of the GDP. Earlier, it was just about 1.3% of GDP as far as healthcare expenditure is concerned. All right, we've got Sangeeta back with us. Yes, please go ahead, Sangeeta Reddy. All right, we'll try and get that sorted, but those are some of the important details here as far as the allocation for healthcare is concerned. 2.23 lakh crore is what we're talking about as far as healthcare, and the promise to ensure that, across the board, primary, secondary and tertiary healthcare is in fact taken care of. Sangeeta Reddy with us once more. Sangeeta Reddy, yes, please go ahead. You were talking about the importance of, the fact that the budget does look at primary, secondary and tertiary healthcare.
Exactly, Avani, and it also looks at what can be done with new public health units, strengthening the rural health sector units, the wellness centers. I think the significant outlay of 2 lakh crores in the urban Jal mission, that's another very important one because water is critical to health. The vaccine allocation of 35,000 crores for vaccine, I think we estimated that it needs about 30,000 crores. If you look at 200 rupees as the cost per vaccine, then 2 doses is 400, then the cost of administering it. So this allocation should enable us to get to at least 30 to 40% of the population. This in conjunction with what public will spend and corporates will spend will bring us to the critical 50 to 60% of the country, which will enable herd immunity. So this is a significant public health program that we should commend I think we should be very happy about the budgetary allocation to healthcare. The only thing which I, wish that we had seen more was enhanced enablement of health insurance for the middle class. And while that is there, we had asked for increase income tax to enhance the amount, but hopefully that also will come. Right now, we commend the health focus of this budget.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, the other part is that, like you're pointing out, this takes the healthcare spends to as much as 1.9% of GDP, which is what, we wanted for some time now, that entire spike in the spends. But at the same time, the important part here, like you were also talking about, the rural sectors, the rural areas, those parts also, as far as the infrastructure is concerned, need significant overhauling and building from ground up. So it's going to be important to see how this allocation is done and which are the areas it actually gets spent on.
So absolutely, and I think that the strategy to build health clusters in every district headquarter as a stated intent is very significant, not only from its health focus, but also from its infrastructure focus. So as we all know, whenever you spend on infrastructure, many other sectors get benefited along with it, and health infrastructure should be totally prioritized, which is what we're seeing here in this budget.
Right, Sangeeta Reddy, do stay with us. What we're going to do is slip into a very quick break. We'll be back and come back with more questions for you.
From savings accounts to
promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirana tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Srija MS reporting for Mirana. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to be.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirana tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Srija MS reporting for Mirana. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to be.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirana tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Srija MS reporting for Mirana. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to be.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirana tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Srija MS reporting for Mirana. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to be.
Are you planning the farmers?
All of us desire to give greater impetus to the economy. And that impetus we thought would be qualitatively spent and give the necessary demand push if we choose to spend big on infrastructure. That is why, if there are two important features of this budget, it is that we chose to spend big on infrastructure, which spans across roads, bridges, ports, power generation, and so on. And also to, as a second feature, attend to the need of the health sector. And even there, capacities for better health management had to be brought in the light of what we have gone through in the last year. And therefore, capacity building in health has taken a very big place in the budget. I've just given a probably just a feeler on what capacities we are talking about, whether it is establishing of labs, whether it is establishing of National Institute of Virology, or whether it is looking at the blocks where you need critical care centers, or whether you're looking at testing labs. Let's just remind ourselves that when the lockdown happened, we had probably just a few, two, if I'm right, 2 or 3 testing labs in this country. During the lockdown, that number was increased to a couple of hundred. Now, therefore, one of the things that we've aimed here is testing labs, Institute of Virology, aspirational districts having better health care. So, infrastructure spend for health has gone down to the level of planning for the block level requirements, aspirational district level requirements, state level requirements, and national institute level requirements. So 2 features, when I said, are one, in general spending on infrastructure, for which there is a 37% increase in the budget. 5,45,000 crores is what we are giving for this year. And health, it was also something which received something like 94,000 crores in BE of this year, has gone to 223 lakh crores. So you find big numbers in health, big numbers in infrastructure. But this doesn't really mean that we've ignored agriculture, where there too we have placed emphasis. I've increased, as I read it out in the budget, the allocation for NABARD for being able to send more credit through to the farmers. Agricultural infrastructure development cess is something which we are bringing in without on any one single item wherein we are putting the cess, the end consumer paying more than what he is paying today. It is just a restructuring we've done, for instance, of the basic customs duty, where it was, let us say, 12%, we brought it down to 7% and added possibly only 3% on the infrastructure development cess. End of the day, the consumer has ended up paying that much only or less. In no category has he ended up paying more after the agricultural infrastructure development cess. That we have done only because we wanted to be sure that in order to improve agricultural infrastructure, we have a dedicated amount coming out of the budget, rather than that going into the consolidated fund. It might still go, but we know what has got to be used for agricultural infrastructure. So if these are the kinds of things broadly we've done, equally important is the reform that we're bringing in the financial sectors. Disinvestment to continue, LIC to have IPO, insurance sector to have more in terms of opening up for 74% for FDI. These are very clearly steps, progressive steps in financial sector. Other than that, one major cry of all the banks have been the NPAs, for which we have been repeatedly giving capital infusion. In order that the bank books are cleared and cleaned up, we have come with an announcement of a formulation through which the NPAs will be culled out of the bank's books based on some formulation, not any discretion there. It goes to a holding company-like structure, which after doing the necessary, sprucing up and also cleaning up and weeding out problems of that particular asset, will be through an open process, attract asset reconstruction companies which can come and bid for those assets. Even at that stage, after some haircut, obviously, banks will get some money back to those NPAs, for which they only kept provisioning for the NPA, but didn't have the wherewithal to dispose them off legitimately. So we are giving that comfort to the banks. And also for funding the infrastructural requirements, a development finance institution is being brought in. All lessons learned from the IDBI, which started as a DFI but later went on to become a scheduled commercial bank-like functioning and couldn't succeed at that, are taken on board. So this DFI, even as it comes with about a 20,000 crore given by the government, which with a little more every now and then added, will eventually be used for raising about 5 lakh crores in a matter of next 3, 4, 5 years, is a formulation where when the law gets passed on that, we will still have an opportunity for the private sector also to set up their own development finance institution. So this country is not going to be, the needs of this country are such that just one development financial institution which is set up by the government will be adequately meeting up with the demand requirements. No, and therefore we see a future for a DFI which is partly funded by the government and raises capital from the market, is also competing with private sector DFIs. Largely this much, but very quickly I'll move over to talking about how we have not lost the opportunity to clean up government's own books. I had started it in July 2019-20, continued it in February 20, and even now we have made accounts more transparent. Nothing is pushed under the carpet. You're showing clearly where's the money going. Money given to FCI is also brought on board. So accounting of government expenditure and revenue statements are all now lots more transparent and open, and absolutely upfront stated the fiscal deficit, where everybody was advising, and rightly because everyone had concern that the economy should revive, advising us, please spend more. We not only ensured that the capital expenditure of the government was repeatedly reviewed and spending was encouraged and pushed, we ensured that the spending will not get delayed, and that is why even though we announced one capital expenditure amount during the BE, even that has gone up, that in the RE I had to make additional provisions for it. With that in mind, we have also increased the spending in the forthcoming year. As a result, borrowing increased. Our fiscal deficit, which started at 3.5 during February 2020, has gone to 9.5% of the GDP. So we have spent, and we have spent. Otherwise, your fiscal deficit wouldn't have reached this money, this number. But does that mean that we are going to show it and forget it? We've also given a clear glide path for deficit management and bringing it down. The Finance Commission has also been suggesting that we should be giving a glide path. We've given our glide path, I think, which broadly explains where we are, broadly gives you a broad picture. Specific items are also there about which we can expand, but I suppose in response to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. 6.
Ma'am, you rightly said that the glide path has been mentioned, and you did lay it out that over the next 5 years we might see the fiscal deficit coming down. But how hopeful are you with the current expenditure roadmap that you have given, that the fiscal deficit for the next year will be contained in that particular figure of 6.8%? Because the borrowing number also again continues to be quite high. And what gives you confidence in terms of job creation? That is what people have been wanting to hear from you, because a lot of people in the pandemic lost their jobs and they are yet to get back their jobs.
Haven't we announced an incentive scheme for people to join back and people to take their jobs back, for employers to take employees who were thrown out, to bring them back and have some money paid from the government for their EPFO and so on? So we have worked out a scheme. And that scheme will run for the course of I think till about next year, June. We've allowed people to get all those people who they threw out of their jobs to be back in the job, for whom we will pay the EPO for 2 years. So we have given an incentive for people to take them back.
That's the next question. I think let the next question be moved to the next person, 31.
Lakshman bol raha hu,
1 minute.
You asked a question on the deficit, whether we'll be able to contain ourselves in 6.8% or not. If you notice our revenue figures for this time, the revenue figures, if anything, are understated and not overstated. Because otherwise, by this time, all of you would have been coming out and telling us that we won't be able to achieve. So we have taken our nominal GDP 14.4% and the revenues at 16.7. So the buoyancy is only 1.16. We are hopeful that we will be able to get more than this and also achieve more in the other areas of non-tax revenue and the disinvestment. And we will definitely be within 6.8 and could be lower also.
Just to add on the job creation, the significant increase in outlay for infrastructure that ma'am has done will also have a sharp impact on job creation, especially in the informal sector, because construction activity actually creates both positive and negative, spillovers, linkages, and thereby job creation in the informal sector.
Ma'am, है कि से पहले ये कर एस्टैब्लिश से ज़्यादा डिमांड पैदा की आम लोगों से जो सेविंग है वो करने के में ऐसे ये डिमांड पैदा सकती है आपके हिसाब से, क्योंकि जो इंफ्रा पे खर्च करने की बात है या दूसरी चीजें उसमें लॉन्ग टर्म डिमांड आएगी, लेकिन इमीडिएट डिमांड है उसके लिए आपके हिसाब से कौन से प्रावधान किए गए?
No, that's not true. Infrastructure project may take long time to complete, but the demand creation will happen immediately, because as the work starts happening in the ground, people are going to get wages, orders are going to be booked for core commodities, for building of those assets. So demand generation happens immediately. The project completion may happen later.
Number 10.
मैम, मैं मोनिका जी मीडिया से। मैम, मेरा सवाल है कि कोविड और लॉकडाउन की वजह से बैंकों में काफ़ी एनपीए बढ़ा और आरबीआई की रिपोर्ट के हिसाब से भी कुछ 14% तक बढ़ सकता है इस साल सितंबर तक। तो ये जो 20,000 करोड़ रुपए की जो राशि जो बैंकों के लिए आपने जो अनाउंस की है, क्या ये पर्याप्त है उनको रिकैपिटलाइज करने के लिए? साथ ही ये जो 9.5% जो फिस्कल डेफिसिट है जीडीपी का, इसका इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ और इकोनॉमिक स्टेबिलिटी पर क्या असर रहेगा?
इसका असर अच्छा ही रहेगा, क्योंकि इसका मतलब है खर्च कर रहे हैं सरकार। इसके कारण एफडी फिस्कल डेफिसिट इतना तक पहुंचा है। जब खर्च कर रहे हैं और क्वालिटेटिवली अच्छा खर्च कर रहे हैं, उससे एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ेगा। असर यही है। एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ने में हर एक आदमी का हाथ में और पैसा होगा, जिससे डिमांड बढ़ेगी. सो द वर्चुअस साइकिल गेट्स बिल्ट.
और मैम ये जो
बैंक
रिकैप के लिए जो 20,000
Monica, this is 30.
20,000. Let them absorb it first. We'll see as it goes. They are our banks.
33.
मैं शैलेश यादव हूँ A9 न्यूज़ एजेंसी से. मैम कस्टम ड्यूटी जो है गोल्ड पे एक तरफ तो आपने जो है कम करी है, 7.5% कर दिया उसको, और लेकिन सेस उस पर बढ़ा दिया है. तो इसका कितना इम्पैक्ट जो है गोल्ड और सिल्वर पर पड़ेगा? दूसरा मैम एक अल्कोहल पे है कि वो एक्साइज ड्यूटी जो है, सॉरी कस्टम ड्यूटी, सॉरी सेस जो है 100% बढ़ा दिया गया है. तो उसका कितना इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा अल्कोहल पे?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, मैंने जैसे शुरुआत में कही, कस्टम ड्यूटी का रिडक्शन करने के बाद सेस को उसके ऊपर लगाने में पूरे कस्टम ड्यूटी के गिरावट जो हुआ वो भरपाई करने के लिए सेस नहीं किया, उसको कम किया, मगर सेस जो ऐड किया वो कम ही स्तर पर ऐड किया है, जिससे एंड कंज्यूमर के ऊपर ज्यादा और एडिशनल बोझ ना पड़े. मीनिंग we reduced the customs duty and we levied a disproportionate amount of cess. So it was not the exact amount of reduction of customs duty that we levied in the form of a cess. So if, for example, 10% was brought down of customs, we have only added 5 to 6% of cess. So Baki, if anything, has reduced the price to the end consumer, or else in some cases it retained the price. किसी का प्राइस उसके कारण ज्यादा नहीं हुई. ये रीएडजस्टमेंट है जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी के नाम पर हमें आता था या कस्टम ड्यूटी के ऊपर से हमारे कमाई थी, उसको रीस्ट्रक्चर करके उससे एक कार्व आउट निकाल करके एग्रीकल्चरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए उसको नाम देकर अलग तलग कर दिया. उससे एडिशनल कंज्यूमर के ऊपर बर्डन नहीं है.
15.
Ma'am, this is Ruchi Bhatia from ET Now. I want to understand from you, the economic survey projected a nominal GDP of 15.4%, the highest since independence, but the budget has pegged just about 14.4%. Why the difference, and why does the budget not share the same optimism that the economic survey did on the nominal GDP?
If I can give a light-hearted reply, there are two different institutions preparing it. They are not opposite to each other. One may be conservative because it's finance ministry. The other is flamboyant because it's economic advisor.
56.
नमस्ते, मैं आलोक प्रियदर्शी हूँ CNBC आवाज से. मेरा सवाल यह है कि जो आम आदमी कोविड के बाद एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा था कि उसकी जेब में पैसे पहुंचेंगे थ्रू टैक्स में डिडक्शन एग्जम्पशंस के जरिए, सरकार ने वो रास्ता नहीं चुना है, लेकिन फिर भी इस बजट से आम आदमी समझने की कोशिश कर रहा है कि आखिर किस तरह से उससे राहत मिली है. अगर 2-3 पॉइंट्स अगर बता सके तो.
एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्रिएशन के लिए बहुत सारे खर्च हैं. पैसा पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करने के लिए बहुत बड़ा पैमाने पर दिया गया है, जिससे आम आदमी को तुरंत जॉब्स का अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगा. छोटे मोटे कारोबार करने वाले का एक्सपोर्ट के लिए इंसेंटिव स्कीम्स भी लाए हैं, और डेफिनेशन MSME का बदल दिया. उनमें टैक्स सर्टिफिकेशन और ऑडिटर सर्टिफिकेशन ना लेने का वो सुविधा भी हम दिए. सो छोटे मोटे कारोबार करने वाले को उनके ऊपर कंप्लायंस का बर्डन कम कर दिया. डिमांड बढ़ाने के लिए एक्सपेंडिचर कर रहे हैं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में. सो जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के खर्च हो रही है, उनके व्हाटएवर प्रोड्यूस दे प्रोड्यूस, वो सब मांगने के लिए, डिमांड बढ़ाने के लिए हम कदम उठाए. सो छोटे लघु उद्यमी को, मिडिल क्लास को इससे जरूर राहत मिलेगा.
156.
वित्त मंत्री जी, यहाँ पीछे प्रणय उपाध्याय हूँ ABP न्यूज से. मेरा सवाल यह है कि बजट के अंदर एक प्रस्ताव रखा गया है कि जो भी हाई इनकम एम्प्लॉइज हैं उनके प्रोविडेंट फंड से जो इनको टैक्स में इनका जो इंटरेस्ट में इनकम होती है उसका कैप 2.5 लाख के करीब रखा गया है। क्या आप इसे थोड़ा सा समझा पाएंगे कि क्या एग्जैक्टली ये प्रोविजन है?
मैं ब्रॉडली बोलती हूँ, एंड ऑल्सो एक्सपेंडिचर सेक्रेटरी इज हियर, ही कैन ऑल्सो एक्सप्लेन इट टू इट. Up to 2.5 lakhs we have kept as a ceiling that you can annually give it for this purpose, for which you get tax exemption, for which you get at 8% guaranteed interest return on that money, even that is tax exempt. What we have done now is this fund is actually for the welfare of the workers, no doubt. And workers are not going to be affected by it because anyone who earns less than 2 lakhs per month will still be paying his 12% without a hitch. It is only for big ticket money which comes into it because it has tax benefit and also assured about 8% return. You find huge amounts, some to the extent of 1 crore also being put into this each month. For somebody who puts 1 crore into this fund each month, what should be his salary? So for him to give both tax concession and also an assured 8% return, we thought is probably not comparable with an employee with about 2 lakhs who puts that money, gets tax concession and also gets 8% return. That person who will still be allowed to put money, but of course with a ceiling of 2.5 lakhs, will get for that amount tax concession and for that amount 8% interest. So we are not reducing any worker's right, but at the same time getting tax exemption and also getting 8% rate of interest for somebody who puts 1 crore per month into the account, we thought maybe is not right, and therefore we have put that ceiling. 1 minute. Somnathan, would you want to explain something more to it?
No, I'll just add two statistics. The number of people who actually contribute more than the sum that we have indicated is less than 1% of the total number of contributors in the EPFO. So the people it affects is actually those who are not workers by any stretch of imagination but are using the EPFO, which they were entitled to do, but they are a very, very small fraction of the total number of contributors.
264.
Ma'am, this side. This is Abhishek from Republic TV. Ma'am, you made a very interesting mention of a portal for gig economy. I think this is the first time this was found mentioned. Like, what kind of social security measures are we expecting for gig economy, contractual workers, laborers? Because post-COVID, I think the numbers must have swelled.
So a portal is going to be created where the gig workers, the construction workers, the migrant workers, their data would be picked up and kept there. And all the schemes relating to health, education, even the ones that we were trying to do during the COVID times would actually flow from there. So basically this is an attempt. We have a lot of data available with us for various segments of the society. This is one data we thought we should have because people come and go, and we saw during the COVID times that we actually needed that. So it is for that reason. And the codes that have come up actually will provide benefits to these gig workers. The contributions will come from their employers, and they would also be entitled to the benefits of Social Security as much as is available to the labor today.
22.
Hi, ma'am. Somesh Jha from Bloomberg Quint. I would like to read out an extract from the Finance Commission report to seek a clarity. It says that keeping in view the strategic requirement for national defense, we have recalibrated the relative share of union and states in gross revenue receipt by reducing our grants component by 1%. So does it mean that the devolution to states is actually 41% and not 42%? And second, you've said that in the Finance Commission, you have accepted the glide path in terms of fiscal deficit. They have said that the fiscal deficit target they have recommended to be at 4% for FY26, and I think we have targeted it at 4.5%. So,
please brief.
So it's different from the one which is.
I have Somanathan answer some of the questions as much as DEA, but then the coming down to 41% has nothing to do with defense. It came down to 41% even last time when J&K was formed and when a state became a union territory, the funding of that state or that union territory will be with the center and not with the state itself, which is a union territory now. So the 42 was brought down to 41. And to that extent, because it was recognized as a union territory, the center has been given the responsibility to fund it. So 41 has nothing to do with defense funding.
The Commission has recommended a deficit of 4% and a conditional extra deficit of 0.5% dependent on power reforms. So that is exactly what has been accepted. There's no deviation between what has been accepted for the states and what has been recommended for the Commission, by the Commission for 21-22.
80.
Ma'am, this is Mukesh Kaushik from Dainik Bhaskar. Ma'am, at a time when country is facing huge military challenge at eastern border, armed forces were expecting a substantial hike in their budget, which is not reflected in this budget. How can we counter a country like China, whose defense budget is close to $200 billion, 5 times higher than us?
I will give you the exact figures as to what has been given for defense. Defense expenditure, in the sense, in the last 3 years, has been accommodated. A lot of powers have been delegated to the vice chiefs, who can take instant call on revenue, and some capital expenditure accounts were also, the power were also given to them to expend as is required by the situation. So for defense, we have not really undermined any of that. And one other thing was accepting in principle the suggestion that non-lapsable fund should be provided for defense, which was one of the recommendations given by the Finance Commission. In principle, we've accepted that, but what formulation that will take will be different. That is something which the ministries will have to work out as and when they will want to work out. But specifics, Tarun, would you want to give? Somnathan wants to.
So, I would point your attention to the fact that defense consists of 3 components. There is a revenue component, which is predominantly salaries, fuel, etc. Then there is a pension component, and then there is a capital component. The most significant component to your question is the capital component. The budget allocation in 2020-21 was 1,13,734. It has gone up to 1,35,060, which is an increase of close to 20%, which is a substantial increase.
116.
मैडम नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अतुल अग्रवाल है। मैं हिंदी खबर न्यूज़ चैनल का संपादक हूं। हम लगातार बात करते हैं किसान की, हम बात करते हैं जवान की, हम जय जवान जय किसान कहते हैं। आपने कहा सरकार खर्च कर रही है। सरकार इसलिए खर्च कर रही है कि सरकार को टैक्स के तौर पे एक रकम मिलती है जिसको सरकार जनहित में खर्च करती है। हम अन्नदाता की बात करते हैं, हम करदाताओं के मोटिवेशन के लिए हमने बजट में क्या है, करदाताओं के मोटिवेशन के लिए इस बजट में क्या है, वो हम जानना चाहते हैं।
करदाता के ऊपर जो प्रेशर था कि क्या डिस्क्रिशन के वजह से उनके ऊपर दबाव आएगा, क्या टैक्स टेररिज्म की बात करते थे 2 साल पहले तक, उन सभी विषयों में by bringing in faceless assessment, faceless appeals, डायरेक्ट टैक्सेशन में भी, इनडायरेक्ट में भी धीरे धीरे से ले आ रहे हैं। करदाता के ऊपर रॉन्ग डिस्क्रिशन बेस्ड प्रेशर नहीं होना चाहिए, वो एक विषय है। दूसरा, 6 साल तक आपके अकाउंट ओपन करेंगे, ऐसे एक सुविधा टैक्स अथॉरिटीज को था, उसको हम कम करते हुए we said within 3 years you open or do whatever but close the whole thing, जिससे करदाता के ऊपर जो अनसर्टनिटी था, पता नहीं कब खुलेगा मेरा अकाउंट, उसके पीछे क्या इंटेंशन होगा, that uncertainty has been removed. So nobody's account will be opened after 3 years. However, 10 साल तक ओपन कर सकते थे अगर आपके ऊपर सर्च हुआ या कुछ हुआ, उसको भी हम बोल रहे हैं कि ओनली इन केसेस वेयर 50 लाख से ज्यादा आपका अनडिस्क्लोज्ड इनकम था, फिर 10 साल तक ओपन करने का possibility hai, and that too when it is opened with the permission of the principal commissioner of tax. Ye sab, huh?
No.
No, 1 minute. You've not even heard how it's going to be implemented. Motivation ke baare mein aap judgment kar dijiye. Aap please explain kariye how motivation kahan missing hai ji? Abhi ye ghoshna hua policy.
We go to the next 14.
Ma'am, very good afternoon. Sapna Das here from CNBC TV 18. Ma'am, a quick one on disinvestment, ma'am. You have said in your budget speech somewhere that basically a bare minimum presence will be required as far as the strategic sectors are concerned. You already listed those. What does it indicate? And also, ma'am, this 1.75 lakh crore number that you've set out for FY22, it's lower than 210 of last year. Does it include your the new announcements that you've made for the banks and the insurance company? And one quick one, ma'am, also on this bad bank, you're not calling it bad bank, but you're saying like, a new ARC, we should pick up the bad loans and dispose it off to AIF. So what is that you have envisaged there? Any amendments that may be required down the line, ma'am? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Actually, the policy has been announced that there will be 4 sectors, broad sectors, and there will be a bare minimum presence of these sectors.
All right, that was the press conference after the budget there. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman talking specifically about the various issues that the budget has addressed, and also importantly explaining that the new cess that has been imposed on fuel, the agriculture infra development cess, is not going to impact consumers because the customs duty structure has been changed and the cess has been levied with that change. So essential burden on the consumers is not going to be there. That is the clarification there coming in. On that note, we're going to slip into a quick break. Be back with more.
Through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas. Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet. Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka. The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu. The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me. Are you planning to farmers? Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas. Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet. Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me. Are you planning to farmers? Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas. Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet. Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
So ये भी हम ध्यान में रखना जरूरी है.
Ma'am, Meghna Mittal from News Rise. I wanted to ask you. Here, ma'am. Ma'am, I wanted to ask you that will there be a concerted effort from the government in FY22 to improve the quality of fiscal consolidation and reduce the off-budget borrowing so that we can put all the expenses on the balance sheet?
You are asking a government which has set a record in it. If only I allow Somanathan to speak about it, if I allow the CEA to speak about it, he can speak for hours. It will be a matter of or subject of study in universities as to how public finance has to be cleaned up, has to be transparent. I think, and I am not boasting here, we've made brave decisions to keep it all open and transparent and clean it up. I would like each of them to say a few things so that it will benefit you.
There are, in fact, there is a statement here. There was a statement
that was the finance minister there talking about the budget and answering various questions on the aspects of the budget. On that note, we're completely out of time on this show, but lots more lined up on the other side. Stay tuned.
From savings accounts to
Moving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTI response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going.
You are on top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
Prime Minister hails the budget 2021, calls the budget proactive, saying that the main focus here, which was to ensure transparency in the budget. And in her first reaction post the budget presentation, our Finance Minister assures there will not be any extra burden on consumers due to the agriculture cess. Finance Minister there announcing the union budget there says this year's budget rests on 6 pillars, which includes health, development, for aspirational India, reinvigorating human capital, R&D, and minimum government, maximum governance.
Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana will be launched with an outlay of about 64,180 crores over 6 years. Calls for a measure.
And this is also the highest ever healthcare budget allocation of 2.23 lakh crore rupees. The government says focus will be to improve primary, secondary and tertiary healthcare.
Further work of more than 34,000 crores covering more than 1,300 kilometers of national highways will be undertaken in the state in the coming 3 years.
And with assembly polls round the corner, the central government there announcing several schemes for poll-bound states. Highway projects for the states of Assam, Bengal, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Special scheme announced for the welfare of women and children in Assam and Bengal.
I propose to amend the Insurance Act 1938 to increase the permissible FDI limit from 49% to 74% in insurance companies and allow foreign ownership and control with safeguards. 1,08,000.
The budget also proposed that FDI, which is the foreign direct investment limit in insurance, is to be hiked to 74%. Earlier, FDI was capped just at 49%.
The MSP regime has undergone a sea change to assure price that is at least 1.5 times the cost of production across all commodities.
Amidst the farmers' agitation on farm laws, Finance Minister says agriculture procurement has increased steadily and it has benefited the farmers. Overall credit target for agriculture has been increased to 15.5 lakh crore rupees. Good evening, you are with the news here. I'm Seher Zama. Let's make a start. If you haven't followed those announcements through the day, let's get you the big takeaways on what has been the focus area or the focus areas for the Government of India today in announcing the Union Budget 2021. And the emphasis here today has been on healthcare, on agriculture and infrastructure. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presenting the Union Budget 2021, presenting the first paperless budget, which was read off a tablet. The minister announced that the centre has decided to allocate 2.23 lakh crore rupees towards healthcare, where the focus is going to be upgrading infrastructure in primary, secondary and tertiary healthcare centres. There have been no changes made in tax slabs either. And keeping in mind ongoing farmers' protests against the farm laws, the government today reiterating that it's working towards the welfare in agriculture, announcing regulated agriculture markets as well, and increasing the presence on e-markets, on the e-platform as well. These are, of course, some of the takeaways here from today's budget. But the biggest chunk of the expenditure that is going to healthcare, let's get you those details now. The sectors that needed the most attention amidst the pandemic, the healthcare that has been given a massive boost today by the centre. The finance minister here, as we said, in a total outlay of 2.23 lakh crore rupees here for the sector. This is the highest ever allocation that we've seen for healthcare. It is a new scheme that was announced there as well, called PM's Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana. the focus to improve the primary, secondary and tertiary healthcare centres across India.
Even at the outset, I would like to say that the investment on health infrastructure in this budget has increased substantially. Progressively, as institutions absorb more, we shall commit more. Taking a holistic approach to health, we focus on strengthening three areas: preventive, curative, and well-being. Health systems. A new centrally sponsored scheme, PM Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana, will be launched with an outlay of about 64,180 crores over 6 years. Honorable Speaker, I have provided 35,000 crores of rupees for COVID-19 vaccine.
Even as our mega vaccination drive is already underway across the country, Finance Minister saying there will be 2 more vaccines that will be announced and will be given approval soon, under which trials are already underway. She's added that the government will provide 35,000 crore rupees for COVID vaccination.
Today, India has 2 vaccines available and has begun medically safeguarding not only her own citizens against COVID-19, but also those of 100 or more countries. It is added comfort to know that 2 or more vaccines are also expected soon.
And let's go across to our expert, our guest with us this evening. We have Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi, who's the Managing Director and CEO of Fortis Healthcare. Good evening, Doctor. Thank you for being with us here today. Your first reaction to this massive allocation that has been made by the government, of course, given the manner in which the health infrastructure, in what it's been through in the past year. The larger chunk of the allocation, of course, is for vaccine development, vaccine allocation and distribution here, but also a focus on increasing and improving infrastructure in all kinds of health centers that we have, the primary level, the secondary and the tertiary as well.
Yeah, I think it is very encouraging to note that one of the 6 pillars, rather the first pillar, has been considered by the Honorable Finance Minister is health. And I think that is something which all the healthcare industry has been saying for a long time, that for India to be a strong nation, it's important that healthcare is focused. So I'm very, very excited about these announcements. 137% increase in the healthcare outlay, plus the Atmanirbhar Bharat Swasth Bharat Yojana, which is being announced. 64,000, I believe, is a little less, but I hope over the years even more funding is provided for that. What is also very, very encouraging is that certain, not only the primary centers, etc., has been kept in mind, but government is also planning to build 602 critical care blocks in district hospitals and 12 central institutions as well. I think that is the crying need of the hour, so that the community has access to critical care, and that will greatly improve the health outcomes in critical illnesses. Other than that, I think there are many other things which are very, very encouraging. One of them is the insurance FDI increase. I think that will have beneficial effects on healthcare insurance as well. And that is also another very, very major need for the country. And I believe that it's going to definitely be very helpful.
Right. Dr. Raghuvanshi, if we're further assessing this in what has been promised in the previous years under the structure of Ayushman Bharat, with respect to what has been announced today, there was already an upgrading within the system that was promised in the primary, secondary and tertiary centers previously as well. So what has changed today in that regard? Is it just the amount of the allocation here which is encouraging?
So the amount of allocation is definitely encouraging, but more than that, as I said, that we are talking here about the two elements. One is the secondary and tertiary infrastructure as well. Earlier, the focus was only on wellness centers and the primary centers. Now the focus is on the entire spectrum. Plus, what we have believed for a long time is that in India, serious reforms are required on healthcare workers. And nursing council, new nursing commission, plus a commission for allied healthcare professionals, which has been announced as well. I think that is a step which is going to make a major difference to the healthcare of the country, because we are going to have adequate number of people providing care. Otherwise, physical infrastructure was the easy bit. But of course, the funds which have been provided are very encouraging. But as I said earlier, I think even more funding is required for healthcare.
Right. Doctor, you're saying, of course, there would be more required, despite the fact, of course, that we're looking at the largest allocation ever that has been seen a hike of at least 137%, as you just stated as well, as was, in fact, highlighted by the finance minister here. Under healthcare this time, in the budgetary allocation, which has further been broken down, Doctor, that also includes access to clean water, water sanitization for livelihood purposes, for survival purposes, that coming under the allocation of the health budget this time.
Yes, so I think public health and the basics like water supply and sewage are very closely connected with each other, and a good prevention of all the infective diseases, etc. I think it is a very important element that potable water is of high quality. So I think giving that a central importance is also a health reason in my view.
Yes, and some of the expenditure that is also going to come under the National Center for Disease Control. This is going to take into account not just existing but newer branches of rural and urban health centers here as well. Doctor, in your understanding, where should the spending or the focus rather be more in upgrading infrastructure at the existing centers, or in increasing the availability of the number of centers across states?
I think upkeep of the existing centers is the most important thing, because you can utilize them faster and quicker and make them more effective. Right now, the efficiency levels may be low. I think the first focus should be on that rather than building new infrastructure. That's my personal opinion. However, in the country, there is a need for new infrastructure as well. But one of the focus which I would always urge and request the policymakers to consider is the human resources element in healthcare. Because physical infrastructure is something which a nation can provide. But I think if there are shortages or any weaknesses on the human resources side, that takes a very long time to address. And that's why it is very important that this is focused on. And I'm very glad that today this has been taken up as one of the initiatives.
Right. On the expenditure, about 35,000 crore rupees, which has been mentioned especially for COVID vaccines, that India is now on the cusp of sharing with the world and with people of India here two more other COVID vaccines which will be made available. As far as expenditure on COVID related area is concerned, this is specifically come in only for the vaccines here. Do you think there should have also been talk about COVID specific centers that would also be required as much now across the country?
I think COVID has been managed remarkably well, and the WHO and everybody has appreciated what India was able to do with the deficient infrastructure, mind you. So because of that, I don't think a separate infrastructure needs to be provided for COVID. The expenditure on vaccine is a good idea. And it's a matter of national pride that we are not only able to address the vaccination needs of our own country, but we are looking at helping all other nations also who may not have the infrastructure to develop vaccines of their own. And it is also very heartening, which you would have noticed, is that the drive is not only related to the COVID vaccines only, but pneumonia vaccine has also been given adequate funding. And I think that, again, is a very, very powerful statement as how much focus is being given on wellness and prevention of disease. And I think that's the step in the right direction for a country like India.
Dr. Raghuvanshi, Managing Director and CEO of Fortis Healthcare, appreciate you being with us here on Mirror Now, speaking with us here this evening. Many thanks. And with assembly polls round the corner, a lot of the announcements that have been made by the Finance Minister today, specific to assembly-bound, poll-bound states here, announcing highway projects for the states of Assam, West Bengal, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. The FM there also announced special scheme for the welfare of women and children, but those who are in Assam and Bengal, schemes to the tune of 1,000 crore rupees for tea workers there, specifically in these two states. Take a listen in.
To further augment road infrastructure, more economic corridors are also being planned. Some are 3,500 kilometers of national highway works in the state of Tamil Nadu at an investment of 1.03 lakh crores. These include Madurai-Kollam corridor, Chittoor-Tachur corridor, and construction will start next year. Second, 1,100 kilometers of national highway works in the state of Kerala at an investment of 65,000 crores, including 600 kilometer section of Mumbai-Kanyakumari corridor in Kerala. Third, 675 kilometers of highway works in the state of West Bengal at a cost of 25,000 crores, including upgradation of existing road Kolkata-Siliguri. National highway works of around 19,000 crores are currently in progress in the state of Assam. Further works of more than 34,000 crores covering more than 1,300 kilometers of national highways will be undertaken in the state in the coming 3 years. I propose to provide 1,000 crores for the welfare of tea workers, especially women and children in Assam and West Bengal. A special scheme will be devised for the same.
And for the manufacturing sector here, the Finance Minister has outlined a plan to boost the sector, ensuring that it witnesses a double-digit growth, committing 1.97 lakh crore rupees for the next 5 years. She's also, in fact, announced production-linked incentive schemes here for 13 sectors within this in a bid to push projects under the Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Atmanirbhar Bharat production-linked incentive schemes are things which I would like to place an emphasis. For a $5 trillion economy, our manufacturing sector has to grow in double digits on a sustained basis. For this, the government has committed nearly 1.97 lakh crores over 5 years starting this financial year. A scheme of mega investment textiles park will be launched in addition to the PLI schemes. 7 textile parks will be established over 3 years.
Let's now get you as far as concerns in the agriculture sector here is concerned. Amidst the farmers' protests against the 3 farm laws here, the MSP that has continued to grab headlines here as well on the farmers' insistence that there be a written assurance there on that. The finance minister today reaffirming the government's promise that the central government here is committed to the farmers' welfare, adding here that the MSP procurement will continue and it will be at a steady pace. This is Nirmala Sitharaman there, also saying that the provisions that are towards a rural infrastructure development fund that have now also further been increased up to rupees 40,000 crore rupees from the existing of what was 30,000 crore rupees.
Our government is committed to the welfare of farmers. The MSP regime has undergone a sea change to assure price that is at least 1.5 times the cost of production across all commodities. The procurement has also continued to increase at a steady pace. This has resulted in increase in payment to farmers substantially. In case of wheat, in 2020-2021, this amount paid to farmers was 75,060 crores.
And the union budget there not having brought any relief to the middle class as far as tax slabs are concerned, the income tax slabs here that have remained unchanged. So far, the government has decided not to touch them. A status quo on that continues. However, senior citizens who are above the age of 75 years, there is relief for them, who have in fact only pension as their earning and interest income. They will be exempted from filing tax returns. The FM there also announcing that the NRIs will be spared from double taxation.
For senior citizens who only have pension and interest income, I propose exemption from filing their income tax returns. The paying bank will deduct the necessary tax on their income.
And stay on with us. My colleague, our news editor, Tanvi, is taking us through the special conversation with Congress MP Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Go ahead there, Tanvi.
Thanks for that, Seher. Well, let's say good evening to Congress MP, Mr. Shashi Tharoor. Thank you so much, Mr. Tharoor, for joining us here as we bring to our viewers the detailed analysis of the budget and various reactions. Mr. Tharoor, I'm just looking at the tweet you put out a short while ago. This BJP government reminds me of the garage mechanic who told his client, I couldn't fix your brakes, so I made your horn louder. Would you like to elaborate?
Yes, absolutely, because, you know, fond though I am of our finance minister, the fact is that her rhetoric over the last few years has consistently failed to be matched by actual implementation. And it looks like the hype. I'll give you a couple of examples. As she mentioned today, for example, 137% increase in the health budget. And then she said the details are in annexure to my speech. So it wasn't mentioned in the speech. We went and looked at the annexure, and it turned out 35,000 crores of that are just for COVID vaccinations, a one-time expenditure, and 60,000 crores are for the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. So the actual increase in the allocation for health and family welfare is 10%, not 137%. Now, this is typical of what we've seen of the government in the last few years. You remember last year, the Prime Minister announcing the big dramatic sort of 20% of GDP boost on the fiscal, that he was giving a fiscal stimulus of 20 lakh crores. The finance minister upped the ante today and said 27.1 lakh crores, 13% of GDP, she said. But all the numbers, when you crack it down, shows a fiscal impact of only 2 lakh crores, which is 1% of GDP. So my worry is the horn sounds very loud, but the economy has been sliding downhill and no one has been able to fix the brakes. And this has been precisely my critique of this government. For the last couple of years, that is getting worse each year. Have you noticed that this year's budget has a disinvestment target of 1.75 lakh crores? Now, you tell me in the last 6 years, have they ever fulfilled their disinvestment targets? When Mr. Jaitley had announced a 99,000 crore target, he couldn't sell one item. Today, they have 1.75 lakh crores. When you question them, they say, well, of course, we need buyers as well. But the problem is if you can't find buyers for the conditions under which you want to sell, you essentially do not have 1.7 lakh crores of revenue that you have now pledged to spend on various schemes. So this is again the question of will the numbers ever match what they're supposed to try and do? And I might add that if you look very objectively at a lot of what they're trying to do, there is this obsession we've seen now with ease of doing business, cheaper credit to business, all of that, which I applaud, but very little concern about how to put money in the pockets of consumers. As you yourself observed, no relief for the salaried classes. The middle class has got no joy out of this budget. They are in a position in which the money that they have put into the pockets of the big industrialists and business people last year has not yet been invested in the economy and generated real jobs. You might now talk about boosting manufacturing, but how will manufacturing thrive if consumers don't have the money to buy what is manufactured? So I do worry that we have got another whole lot of talk and very little concrete, except perhaps in infrastructure, where Mr. Gadkari has a lot of money to spend building roads and so on, and at least he can employ some road workers and construction workers in the process. For that, I'm quite willing to applaud.
Well, yes, absolutely. And I think everybody is looking at the infrastructure segment and the plans to start these new projects and what jobs they will create as a big positive. But Dr. Tharoor, will it really be fair to say, oh, it's all good to make these announcements? What about the implementation? Effectively, the budget presentation is an exercise of renouncing your intent. Now, we could have said that even the previous governments, including the UPA government, would announce an intent, but at the end of the day, end up with a bloated fiscal deficit number and a huge rollover of subsidies about payments that they never made. So the intent part, perhaps we could judge the government later on, shouldn't we?
Well, look, intent is all very well, but here the problem is this government is not a new government. It's got 6 years of track record of announcing intentions they've never fulfilled. The finance minister quotes Tagore and says, faith is a bird that you've got to flap its wings around the place. The truth is that that faith will be based on your prior experience of how that bird has flown. This bird has not flown in the last 6 years, Tanvi, and this is why intent alone is not enough for some of us. I'm actually, honestly, as an Indian, I want to see my country flourish and thrive. I wish this government can actually succeed in doing half the things they say they will do. But where have they ever done it? You know, ever since the demonetization disaster of 2016, it's been downhill without brakes. And our unemployment figures today are the worst they've ever been since figures were ever recorded. Where are we going to find the faith from that they want us to feel? You know, and you know, all we're seeing now is this business of monetizing government assets. I mean, I'm all in favor of selling the family silver if you're broke, but then in that case, don't expect to be leaving anything for future generations. Ultimately, selling that family silver in order to sort of buy a tractor that you can then use to harvest grain and make money for the future generations, that makes sense. But this kind of monetization of government assets, unrealistic privatization targets, if this is going to be how they're hoping to raise revenue, I see very little in this. You've seen a few promises, manifesto promises to election-going states. The finance minister was very careful to mention West Bengal, Assam, Tamil Nadu, and even briefly Kerala. But that's about it. I mean, this is such a, you know, I must say, transparent exercise in budgetary cynicism that you'll forgive me for saying that I don't have a lot of faith.
All right. So let me take it to the next point. For a while now, many experts, we here as well, even the Congress party has said, well, the government needs to spend more money. The government needs to forget about the rating agencies, forget about the constraints of a fiscal deficit number, because we are in unprecedented times. Just accept the reality and spend more money. Now, here is the government that is saying that, yes, this year our fiscal deficit will be 9.5%, next year 6.8%. We are increasing our borrowing target to 12,000 lakh crore rupees. So at least on that front, would we give it to the government to say, well, at least you're being realistic now, you need to spend money, you acknowledge that reason?
You know, I must say that you've noticed I did not criticize them on the fiscal deficit, even though every year that's a normal standard line for critics. Because I really felt that this time they needed to spend beyond. I mean, you can't put the fiscal deficit above the well-being of ordinary Indian citizens. But I do want to say that they also have to look at the fact that in each of these 6 years, they have never met their fiscal deficit target. They've shot over their target by at least half a percentage point every year. When they announced the target of 4.5, they hit 5. When they announced 4, they hit the 4.5, etc. And you may remember the original target announced by Mr. Jaitley in 2014 was by 2020, we would be at 3%. As you know, the government is admitting that we are at 9.5%, and they intend to bring it down to 6.8. Now, first of all, even 6.8 is a hefty number, and it remains to be seen how Moody's and all those ratings agencies are going to react to that. But more significantly, suppose we exceed even the 6.8, and in that case, what happens? Are we going to find that our bonds and everything else are going to be reduced to junk status? Will investors put money in our economy from investors from abroad? These are questions we really have to worry about. But I have not criticized them because I think some honest truth telling that we cannot possibly maintain a fiscal deficit kind of accounting when we've got this entire challenge of an economy and a people who are reeling from the shock of the last few years, and particularly of the pandemic. That's something that I have to accept that the government needed to do.
Okay, let me ask the next question, and which is, a sector that we've been speaking about for many, many months now, the agri sector. Now, from the government's point of view, they came out with 3 set of bold reforms. They ran into a hurdle. They're still trying to fix that problem. They've now gone ahead and said, okay, we're going to set up separate funds to build further infrastructure for APMCs. We're going to focus on the agriculture market and bring in more logistics and infrastructure there. Instead of saying, I'm just going to give some more money to the farmers, I'm going to increase the annual money from 6,000 rupees to 9,000 rupees under the PM Kisan Yojana. Is that a prudent way to go forward by saying, I'm not simply going to give you doles, I'm going to set up a structure that empowers you?
I'll see it, I'll believe it when I see it, because even PM Kisan, you do realize that at the moment, they're giving 6,000 rupees, but they're charging 1,200 rupees per acre from every farmer in terms of diesel tax. So that a 5-acre holding farmer is paying their entire 6,000 rupees back to the government. That's the situation we are at the moment. Now, they're going to raise it to 9. What other taxes or cesses they may go with, I don't know. But again, as I say, let's see it. Let's see how it's implemented. The agricultural cess that's being added on to everything, including, I believe, 100% increase in the price of alcohol, all of which is going to go to agriculture, which sounds like an interesting innovation. And they've got, I think, a dozen other items on which they're applying an agriculture cess. Let's see how they spend that money. I would love to see, because agriculture is one of those areas in which we have far too many people producing far too small a percentage of GDP. We need to actually modernize, renovate, reform agriculture. And again, I'm willing to suspend to some degree my cynicism if we can see some concrete movement in the course of the next few months towards genuine action to improve and renovate the agriculture structure. At the moment, every detail I look at is not reassuring.
So, Dr. Tharoor, my last question to you. If you were part of this planning team of the budgetary exercise, what is that one thing that you find missing here that you would have included?
Well, I mean, I've already mentioned a number of things and I won't repeat myself, particularly relief for the middle class and so on. But one thing I was very concerned about in the light of what happened in the course of the last year, the loss of 20 Jawans' lives in Ladakh and so on, was there was barely any mention of defense in the actual budget, despite these border hostilities. And in fact, the total increase is not significant enough, given that the total increase about 7% from last year, whereas the Parliamentary Committee on Defense had highlighted that just for modernizing the army, and I'm talking about the previous year, 35% increase was necessary. Now, that's before the hostilities became acute with China. So 35% for modernization in a pre-China hostility environment versus the current acute preparedness we need to be able to equip our military forces with, worries me that this has been so completely neglected in the defense budget. And, it's one thing to have money to pay for pensions, but we absolutely need to have money for everything from assault rifles, missiles, land systems, airborne systems, the works, and that money does not seem to have been adequately provided for.
But is it fair in a year which has been so unprecedented and almost every sector, every class and category of people in this country are expecting the government to help them out, to say, well, in defense, you should have addressed the problems that have actually been built up in the last 15 years. That a lot of these problems are not overnight, Dr. Tharoor. Modernization of our military has been a long-standing issue.
I couldn't agree more. The fact is that, if you won an election criticizing all the things that you feel haven't been done right, and then you spend 6 years in power, and you talk a lot, you talk a good game, but you don't actually fix them, whom should you point the fingers at? You're going to continue blaming the past? Or the people who claimed they had a diagnosis, claimed that they had a prescription, assured you that they had the right intention, and didn't deliver the results?
All right, point well taken. In fact, the defense budget is actually a conversation we just had before I got into this interview with you, to say the allocation hasn't increased even as much to match the inflation, and that does seem to be a concern. Thank you so much, Dr. Tharoor, for joining us and speaking with me.
Thanks, Tanvi.
Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome, and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome, and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome, and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome, and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to will run out.
She deceived those who were listening to her speech, especially the members of parliament, who had no clue that she had imposed cesses on a large number of products, including petroleum and diesel. Rupees 2.5 on petrol per litre and rupees 4 on diesel per litre is a cruel blow to the average citizen, including the farmers. It was a vengeful act against the thousands of farmers who took out the longest tractor rally in history. It was also a cruel blow to federalism because the states do not get a share of the revenue from cesses. There are other important matters that the FM did not mention in her speech. For example, she did not mention defense at all, as if the Chinese had vacated occupied Indian territory. She did not mention that defense expenditure in 2021-22 will see no rise. It is flat at rupees 3,47,088 crore, almost the same as the rupees 3,43,822 crore in the current year. The FM gave out a mind-boggling figure of rupees 2,23,846 crore for health, a breathtaking rise from the BE of the current year of rupees 94,452 crore. As I had warned, it was a conjurer's trick. She added the one-time cost of vaccination, rupees 35,000 crore, and, mark this, and the Finance Commission grants amounting to rupees 49,214 crore. She also included the allocations to the Department of Water and Sanitation. Shorn of these add-ons, the allocations for health were rupees 72,934 crore in 2020-21 and rupees 79,602 crore in 21-22. Given inflation, the increase is practically nil. However, on page 10 of the budget at a glance, the two numbers are very different. They are rupees 82,445 crore and rupees 74,602 crore, which means a reduction in expenditure from the level in the current year. What kind of additional health infrastructure can be built with this parsimonious allocation? Hence, on the two non-negotiables that the Congress party had listed on 28th January at the press conference, namely defense expenditure and healthcare expenditure, the government has miserably failed the people of this country.
That they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Thanks for staying on. We're going straight across. We're connected with Mrs. Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, Biocon Chief with us. Appreciate you, ma'am, being with us. Good evening. Your first reaction along the lines of your expectations of what you've heard in the union budget today?
Well, my first takeaways from the budget were that it was focused on growth, investment and jobs. And I think that is a very good focus for a post-pandemic budget. I think there were no negative surprises, so that sort of buoyed up investor and market sentiments. And I was particularly impressed with the focus on healthcare, which is but natural after the pandemic. And I think what is important for us to understand is that the investment focus on infrastructure projects, mega projects and healthcare to create jobs and to bring back the lost jobs into the economy is extremely urgent. The big challenge we have is how quickly can we get the financial model working? Because I'm very, obviously supportive of the government in its divestments, its monetization and privatization plans, but it's always a worry that it may not happen fast enough. So I think the focus has to be on how quickly we can get the funding organized, because we really need to get into this investment mode very, very rapidly. The other point that I wanted to make was that, private sector has to be a very integral part of this budgetary allocation. For instance, research and innovation. There were huge, statements made on how much they were going to invest in the public sector research ecosystem, but I would like to see a strong industry academia focus in this allocation. So, in everything we do, even whether it's divestment and monetization, I think private sector has to play a very important role. And unless private sector is taken as a close partner in all these measures, we will find it very difficult to implement in time.
Right. Mrs. Kiran Majumdar, this was, of course, very, very specifically also asked to the finance minister with respect to the point you raised in the first press conference that she just done earlier this afternoon in ensuring that there is a jobs creation. She stated that this is a cycle which will eventually fall into place and come into place? This is a budget that has incentivized growth. This is a budget that is spending for growth, and that would eventually happen. That shouldn't be a concern being raised for immediate job creation. It's a cycle, and let's wait for the cycle to play out.
Well, unfortunately, we have seen huge job losses. And even though it's a cycle, and I agree with the finance minister that it is a cycle, we don't have the luxury of time to wait for that cycle to happen. So we have to almost kickstart it. And that's where I think we need to focus a bit. I think the healthcare sector is a huge opportunity for us to create an immediate job opportunity for millions of jobs. Because, the allied workforce in healthcare is huge, whether it is ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers, nurses, paramedics. You can see that this pandemic actually exposed the vulnerability that we have in delivering healthcare services and healthcare in general. And I think if this is an area we can really focus on, we can create large number of jobs in this sector. I think infrastructure projects is another big job creating sector, and that's why I want these projects to take off as soon as possible. So we do need to focus on how we unleash and unlock value from many of the PSU divestment or monetization or privatization measures that we are planning to take. So I don't think we have the luxury of time to wait for the job cycle to start working. So we need to give it a kickstart. You know?
Okay. Yes. Also, with respect to allocation here that's coming for the health budget, of course, each time the expectation is more, that there should be more, but this is the maximum in decades that we've ever seen, a record 137% increase here in allocation. In your understanding, in your calculation here, as far as within that allocation for the health budget that is coming for COVID vaccine expenditure, it's a one-time expenditure. The criticism now that is coming in that it is of course 35,000 crore rupees here for COVID vaccine, but it is a one-time expenditure, and this is going to be falling short as well.
Well, the way I look at it is that, look, if we can spend 35,000 crores for COVID vaccines this year, then we should be able to spend 35,000 crores every year for our disease burden, which is a health emergency, if you think about it. We cannot ignore anymore the communicable and non-communicable diseases like TB, diabetes, cardiac, cancer. We have to invest in those as well. So I think it's a good thing that we have decided to spend 35,000 crores on vaccines, but I hope the same 35,000 crores can be rolled over in coming years on these areas as well. Secondly, I think we also have a one-time spend on that 64,000 crores on beefing up the primary, secondary and tertiary care infrastructure. I think this is an amount that needs to keep, being spent on our healthcare system, and especially when we get into the National Digital Health Mission. So I think this extra amount of almost 100,000 crores that we have allocated to healthcare ought to be spent every year, because we have to get up to the 2.5% over the next 4 or 5 years. And if we want to get up to 2.5% by 2024, then we've just got to keep this pace of spending going. So I, for one, believe that this is a signal that we can spend this much, and we should spend this much and more in the coming years.
Right. As an assessment, if you could bring across this this assessment from your side very quickly here on, once again, on what has been announced within the health budget here, in your view, and what we've had in the past few years for what had been another landmark announcement in terms of Ayushman Bharat, and what we've heard today under PM's Atmanirbhar Swasthya Bharat Yojana, under which these announcements have come in. How do the two pan together with respect to what has worked so far under Ayushman Bharat vis-a-vis what we are expecting to work today in other areas under this new Yojana?
So I think Ayushman Bharat is a very important and a very great initiative that has been rolled out. I think it has helped a large number of BPL families already. And I think we need to, make sure it's a comprehensive universal healthcare from preventive, promotive, and curative healthcare. So we need to look at all these aspects. Secondly, we need to strengthen our primary health center. We need to primary healthcare structure, and we need to basically make sure that wellness is going to be a big focus. So I think the finance minister has done well in terms of budgetary allocation for all these areas.
Chairperson Biocon, Mrs. Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, appreciate you speaking to us. Your first reaction, your first big takeaways for the Union Budget 2021 that has been announced today. With that, we're slipping into a very tiny breather. Stay on with us here, please.
From savings accounts to
Moving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded area.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded area.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded area.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning the farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded area.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me. Are you planning the farmers? Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas. Where I'm standing.
You are on top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has announced the union budget today. This year's budget that rests on 6 pillars, including health, development for aspirational India, reinvigorating human capital, R&D, and minimum government, maximum governance. This is the word that's coming from the Finance Minister.
PM Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana will be launched with an outlay of about 64,180 crores over 6 years. Calls for a measure.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman there announcing the highest ever healthcare budget of 2.23 lakh crore rupees, saying the focus will be to improve primary, secondary and tertiary healthcare. In her first reaction to the post-budget presentation earlier today, Finance Minister has assured that there will not be any extra burden on consumers due to the agriculture cess that has been announced.
Further work of more than 34,000 crores covering more than 1,300 kilometers of national highways will be undertaken in the state in the coming 3 years.
With assembly polls round the corner, the central government has announced several schemes, and this is specifically for poll-bound states this year. Announcing highway projects for the states of Assam, Bengal, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, a special scheme for the welfare of women and children in Assam and Bengal.
I propose to amend the Insurance Act 1938 to increase the permissible FDI limit from 49% to 74% in insurance companies and allow foreign ownership and control.
It has also proposed a foreign direct investment limit in insurance, which is to be hiked to 74%. Earlier, the FDI in this was capped just at 49%.
Regime has undergone a sea change to assure price that is at least 1.5 times the cost of production across all commodities.
Amid the farmers' agitation against the central government's farm laws, the finance minister says agriculture procurement that has increased steadily and benefited farmers. The overall credit target for agriculture increased to 15.5 lakh crore rupees. Stock market surge 5%. This is on the back of the budget announcement. The Sensex surges over 2,300 points, while the Nifty closes up nearly 650 points. Prime Minister hails the budget 2021, calling it a proactive budget, says the main focus is to ensure transparency in the budget.
वैक्सीन को लेकर के आपने 35,000 करोड़ रुपया दिया, तो इसको किस तरह से खर्च किया जाएगा? केवल इसी साल के लिए है या फिर अगले साल भी आप इसको प्रोविजनिंग करेंगे?
इस साल के लिए ये बात बोला और तुरंत ये भी जोड़ा उसमें, अगर उससे ज्यादा भी पैसा आवश्यक पड़ेगा, मैं कमिटेड हूँ वो भी देने के लिए। इस साल के 35,000 के अतिरिक्त वो भी देने के लिए कमिटेड हूँ।
Other than health, because health was one of the things that everyone knew you would spend more on, it was very, very necessary. One of the other expectations that people had was actually on the slightly negative side. Everyone expected a COVID tax. Everyone expected a COVID cess. Some people said there would be a new tax on the super rich. There were fears of a wealth tax, because in some ways your revenue had to come back. You have steered clear of all of this. How difficult was it to, one, resist the temptation of a tax, and two, how well do you think we will be able to address the challenge of revenue generation? Because you are continuing to spend more money, and clearly public spending is going to lead the way in this, because private spending will take some time to kick in. How well do you think we will address the challenge of revenue generation?
At least for this year, we have clearly shown, this year meaning year ending March 31st, we have already shown our intent about how to improve the GST collections. We have not done anything other than usual. Only we made a conscious attempt by using artificial intelligence and big data to plug the loopholes. And as a result, you see the compliance is improving. The false and fake bills which were being used for refunds have all stopped. And even more, people see the point in complying rather than any bad temptation among few people to evade. So that is on the one side. On the other, I've also made it very plain that disinvestment, asset monetization are both going to take top priority. Asset monetization from utilizing all those idle assets which are lying, which cannot really help the economy, are going to have to be monetized. So we are pushing on asset monetization on the one hand, and on the other, looking at better revenue collection. With these two, we think we'll be able to realistically achieve the targets we have given ourselves. But on the tax rise, I have been very clear from the beginning, meaning even when the Atmanirbhar announcements were being made, and also when many other country examples were quoted to me, I would quote back an example of a country, and I'm not taking the name here, of a country which spent more than 15% of its GST for giving stimulus, but came at the end of it in December to say they may look at a comprehensive tax increase across the board. That is the point at which I've started saying that we've not even thought in those lines. And today we are showing that that has not been on the board ever.
So you weren't tempted by
no,
the tax?
not at all.
Sorry, just one quick follow-up on the tax thing, because one of the things you've done is this agricultural infrastructure and development cess, the AIDC, which has created a stir of sorts. Can you just tell us about it? Is this on top of the...
No. See, I'll start with an example. Assume there is an item or a commodity in which we had put a 12% basic customs duty. What I've done is to bring down the customs duty, say, to 7%. And on that, I've added, let us say, for example, a 3% this AIDC, which eventually means the customer or the consumer or the importer is going to pay 10% only and not 12.5. To him, it's a reduction in the overall BCD that he paid, although he is now paying a BCD and an AIDC. I've only made sure that the duty is brought down substantially, from which I get also, by adding the cess, a certain amount dedicated for agricultural infrastructure, and this, end of the day, if anything, should retain the price, if not bring it down, but it cannot increase the ultimate burden on the importer. That was clear formulation with which we've gone through, and therefore there is nothing in this which will burden the person who's importing and paying the basic customs duty. Similar with petrol and diesel also. People have already started talking, I'm told, that, oh my God, they have put the cess on this also. Not at all. There is a component in the additional surcharge which the government of India, additional excise duty which the government of India imposes, which is purely for central government. It doesn't become a part of the devolution. On that, we've brought the cess down, extra excise duty down, and added the cess to it. It is not going to increase the fuel price on this score at all. If it gets increased because of the oil companies, I don't know that, because that is purely a market-based operation with the oil market companies. But my cost is on the additional excise duty, which is a purely central government business.
So you're basically splitting it and
Taking a carve-out for only agricultural infrastructure. Otherwise, the duty would go into the consolidated fund, and that's the end of the story. Here too it will go, but it will be dedicated for getting out for the infrastructure.
What are your estimates in a year?
About 30,000 is what I'm thinking of. 30,000 crores.
वित्त मंत्री जी, पिछले साल के बजट में हमने देखा था कि आपने एग्रीकल्चर या खेती बाड़ी के लिए 16 सूत्रीय कार्यक्रम की घोषणा की थी। इस बार भी आप कह रहे हैं कि 16.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए आप किसानों को कर्ज के रूप में देंगे और मंडियों को लिंक किया जाएगा। ये जो किसानों पे फोकस है, ये कितना असर डालेगा और वाकई क्या हम डबलिंग फार्म इनकम वाले जो लक्ष्य है उसकी तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं?
बिल्कुल, हर साल डबलिंग किसान के आय कुछ ना कुछ रूपरेखा में बजट में आ जाता है। आज जो किसान इस 3 फार्म लॉस के ऊपर प्रश्न उठा रहे हैं, उसके जवाब देने के लिए हमारे मंत्री श्री तोमर जी तो तैयार बैठे हैं और उनसे खंडवार बात करने के लिए तैयार हैं। मगर ये हर बजट में कुछ ना कुछ जोड़ते हुए किसान के आय दुगुनी करने के लिए ये सब रास्ता है।
तो ये मंडियों की जो बात आपने की कि मंडियों का जो 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फंड है उसमें एपीएमसीज भी उसका इस्तेमाल कर पाएंगी। और ये जो 30,000 करोड़ रुपए है
एग्रीकल्चरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जहां भी आवश्यकता है वहां उपयोग करने के लिए है, चाहे वो एपीएमसी हो।
तो ये जो 30,000 करोड़ रुपए आएंगे, क्या ये 1 लाख करोड़ के एक्स्ट्रा हैं जो आप खर्च करेंगे?
हाँ, 1 लाख करोड़ तो पहले ही आत्मनिर्भर के समय अनाउंसमेंट हो चुका था। ये अलग से एक फंड ही क्रिएट कर रहे हैं जिसके द्वारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए खर्च उठा पाएंगे।
You spoke about asset monetization. I couldn't find a target for it in the documents. You've not taken a target for it this year?
No, I've only said through disinvestment a total 1.75 is what we are expecting. It might be difficult immediately after Corona, the year of Corona, for me to put a number there because I really don't know now what the enterprise value is, what the market is going to look at it as its net asset value, how are these PSCs after public sector undertakings after the Corona. So it might be very difficult for me to commit a number and not be able to.
A lot of it is land.
Yeah, but even then, because see that is one difficulty which I must admit the DIPAM has always had. If it's got to sell off a piece of land which is somewhere in, let us say, Balia, or somewhere in Tumkur, or somewhere in Salem, sitting in Delhi, DIPAM will not be able to get a clear picture of what the market value is. But however, that land has got to be disposed by DIPAM. So the layers of price and net asset value estimation or the land value estimation to be arrived at is a complicated process.
What's the next step in it? And the reason I'm asking you this is because there have been suggestions on this front before. And I think it's a good way to generate revenue from assets which are pretty much lying idle, right? But what is the next step to make sure that it gets done?
We are giving ourselves a time-bound push within the ministry. We have not declared the time-bound calendar otherwise. Because I do remember in July budget of 19 for me to have given a big number. And due to the market being a bit tepid, I couldn't even get going with it. Sure. End of the day, I was questioned saying, but you did give this number, you have not. But the matter remains there that market also and the kind of sentiments which prevail in market also determine how you're able to succeed in your disinvestment plan.
Question on the LIC IPO. That number has also not been figured
Not yet, because LIC will have to be internally also. They have to get their books and systems all proper.
Structure it a little bit.
We've already appointed somebody.
But it will be in 21, 22,
yes.
the IPO?
Yes.
But you've not decided on the quantum?
Not yet, because I've appointed a committee, not a committee, a set of professionals to look into LIC for these reasons. Because many of the things which they have to do being in a marketplace, they haven't done because they've been...
This would mean a significant addition to your revenue, right? Because this
That's right.
LIC number is not part of the disinvestment
No,
number.
anyways, that is a LIC number.
At
least about 3.5 to 4 feet, reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka. The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu. The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told. A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees. I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me. Are you planning the farmers braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded area? Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet, reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka. The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu. The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told. A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees. I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me. Are you planning the farmers braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded area? Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet, reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka. The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
कुछ गांव को हम लोगों ने पायलट प्रोजेक्ट के रूप में लिया था स्वामित्व। इस स्कीम के माध्यम से 1 लाख से अधिक ग्रामीण लोगों को उनकी मकान का मालिकाना हक प्राप्त हुआ है। अब यह स्कीम पूरे देश में लागू की जाएगी। संपूर्ण राज्य को इस स्कीम के अंतर्गत कवर किया जाएगा। यह मैं समझता हूं कि देश के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। ग्रामीण विकास के क्षेत्र में चाहे वो आवास योजना हो, चाहे वो राष्ट्रीय आजीविका मिशन हो, चाहे अधोसंरचना की दृष्टि से ग्रामीण सड़क का विषय हो, मनरेगा हो, इन सब में बेहतर बढ़ोतरी की गई है, जिसका लाभ ग्रामीण भारत और किसान को मिलेगा। कृषि के क्षेत्र में किसानों की आमदनी दोगुनी हो, इसके लिए सरकार प्रयत्नशील है और इस दिशा में जो प्रावधान बजट में किए जाने चाहिए उनको प्राथमिकता दी गई है। नगरीय क्षेत्र में भी नगर की अधोसंरचना, सॉलिड और लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट और पीने का स्वच्छ पानी ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में मिले और शहरी क्षेत्र में भी मिले, इस पर भी सरकार का फोकस है। इसका फायदा आम जन को निश्चित रूप से मिलेगा। इस बजट की सबसे बड़ी खासियत यह है कि कोई भी नया कर इस बजट में जनता के ऊपर रोपित नहीं किया गया। मैं इस जन उपयोगी और जन हितैषी बजट का हृदय से बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं और फिर एक बार प्रधानमंत्री जी और वित्त मंत्री जी को बधाई देता हूं। देखिए, यूपीए और एनडीए, यूपीए के 10 साल और एनडीए के 6 साल, इन दोनों को तुलनात्मक दृष्टि से देखेंगे तो चाहे वो गांव का विकास हो, चाहे वो कृषि का क्षेत्र हो, बजट की दृष्टि से बढ़ोतरी का विषय हो, उत्पादन की दृष्टि से, उत्पादकता की दृष्टि से, निर्यात की दृष्टि से, समर्थन मूल्य में वृद्धि की दृष्टि से, समर्थन मूल्य पर खरीद की दृष्टि से जमीन और आसमान का अंतर है। इन आंकड़ों को वित्त मंत्री जी ने अपने भाषण में स्पष्ट किया है।
सर, एक है मंत्रालय के लिए कुल मिला के 13 लाख करोड़ प्लस एलोकेट किया है सर, उसमें आधा तक पीएम किसान के लिए जाता है, तो जो हम कैश में देते हैं, और बाकी जो बचता है 65 to 67,000 करोड़, उससे कैसे आप देखते हैं कि ये सफिशिएंट है किसान इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और उस चीज के लिए?
देखिए, भारत सरकार नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में कृषि हितों के प्रति पूरी तरह प्रतिबद्ध है और लगातार हर वर्ष इस बात की कोशिश की जाती है कि न सिर्फ बजट की बढ़ोतरी हो, वरन दूसरी ओर स्कीमों का क्रियान्वयन भी हो। कृषि का क्षेत्र और ग्रामीण विकास का क्षेत्र, पंचायती राज का क्षेत्र, ये ऐसे क्षेत्र हैं जिनमें सारा काम राज्यों के माध्यम से होता है। किसी भी मंत्रालय में या किसी भी स्कीम में बजट को बहुत बढ़ाया तो जा सकता है, लेकिन बजट खर्च करने की गति एक निश्चित है। कृषि के क्षेत्र में कोई भी योजना जब हम लॉन्च करते हैं तो उस योजना को फलीभूत होने में, परिणाम तक पहुंचने में काफी समय लगता है। लेकिन मैं समझता हूं कि कृषि के क्षेत्र में जो सरकार ने ध्यान दिया है वह बेहतर है और इसके परिणाम भी आने वाले कल में बेहतर कृषि के क्षेत्र में आएंगे ही।
सर, क्या आपको लगता है कि जिस तरह से कृषि कानून को लेकर हिंसा हुई थी कुछ दिनों पहले, इस बजट के बाद कहीं ना कहीं किसानों के दिमाग में कुछ चीजें कुछ समझ आएगा, कहीं ना कहीं लगेगा कि फायदेमंद और जो आंदोलन है उसमें उसको खत्म करने की कहीं ना कहीं बात आगे बढ़ेगी?
मैं समझता हूं कि कृषि सुधार बिलों की दृष्टि से जिन लोगों के मन में शंका है वह शंका इस बजट से निर्मूल हो जानी चाहिए। इस बजट में एमएसपी के प्रति प्रतिबद्धता भी जाहिर किए, एपीएमसी को सशक्त बनाने की दृष्टि से भी सरकार ने ध्यान रखा है। मुख्य रूप से यही 2 प्रकार की शंकाएं किसानों के मन में हैं। मुझे आशा है कि बजट की प्रतिबद्धता को देखते हुए किसान सकारात्मक रूप से विचार करेंगे।
बजट में जो चीजें रखी गई हैं, तो क्या इस लिहाज से अभी जो किसान आंदोलन कर रहे हैं तो उनको क्या बातचीत के लिए बुलाएंगे कि भाई नई चीजें आई हैं बजट को समझाने?
मुझे लगता है आज इस बात को रहने दें, बजट तक सीमित रखें, फिर कल इसके बाद अपन करेंगे ही वो बात।
सर, कुछ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैं जिन्होंने बायकॉट भी किया बजट का, वो बाहर आके प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे और कह रहे थे किसान विरोधी नीतियां हैं।
That's the first reaction, in fact, the first word that has come in from the Union Agriculture Minister post the announcement of the budget. Entirely, of course, supportive with respect to especially the announcements that have been made regarding the agriculture sector. I'm going across to our news editor, Tanvi Shukla, for this further conversation here. Tanvi, of course, this is with respect to what the government has promised, keeping in mind the context of what has been going on at Delhi borders in the past 2.5 months here, in emphasizing here that MSP is something that will continue to remain, that will continue to be strengthened as far as agriculture market reforms here is concerned, in strengthening agriculture markets as well. An emphasis that was brought in from the finance minister today while making those announcements in the budget.
Yes, absolutely, sir. And just, the point that the Agriculture Minister was right now making is that they've made announcements specifically to strengthen the agri-market. The fund that they have announced right now, which will be used to strengthen the current APMC markets. Now, as we all know, the biggest concern there has been about the mandis going away under the new reform. So here is the government saying MSP is not going away, we're using it. Mandis are not going away, we're making new announcements about it. Sir, just to move away from that, and addressing the other big controversy that has happened, which is about the agri-cess and the impact it will have on the fuel price that you and I have to pay. And I think that's an important point that we should explain to our viewers, that according to the government, this agri-cess which is being implemented on petrol and on diesel, government says it will not bring about any change in the price that you and I actually pay. So effectively, it's about a little over 2 rupees on petrol, about 4 rupees per litre on diesel that the government has announced as agri-cess. This will be the part of the fuel tax structure that we have. This is the cess that has been announced. But this doesn't mean that our prices go up by this amount. And that's the explanation which is there in the budget document, which has now also been reiterated by the finance minister, even by Prakash Javadekar, that we will not have to pay. Why is that? Why are they saying that? Because in proportion, they are actually reducing the basic excise duty and the special additional excise duty on fuel. Now, for fuel, there are different kinds of taxes, different categories of tax, cess, central level, state level, that is actually put in place, which is why our fuel is so expensive for the common man. That duty will now get reduced, Seher. And so, while there is an additional cess coming in, that excise duty gets reduced. So the loss isn't ours, the damage isn't on us, but the damage actually will be for the states, because effectively the share of states tax goes down, while the cess that the government has now introduced goes only to the central government. Sir?
Absolutely. Tanvi, that's a fair point to note here. While it won't be directly hitting our pockets, the cess is going to be adjusted in such a manner here, but it would be hitting earnings of the state, because once again the argument here being that the agriculture that remains the prerogative of the state, which means a state subject, revenues are for the state here, but this is a cess which will now directly, once again, not to the state but be going to the central government.
Yes, and essentially says whichever entity brings it in gets the money. So this is a central government cess, which is why the central government will get the money. States are free to bring in their own cess and additional duties as well. States often do that even for fuel. They often bring in their own additional COVID cess, and then they hike up the state taxes on fuel and use that money. So like even the Congress party right now highlighted just a short while ago, sir, that this is an attack on federalism, where you've changed the taxation structure in such a way that while you're protecting the common man and their burden is not going up, the states may lose out and the center stands to benefit. The same logic actually of the agri-cess has also been used for custom duties on lots of other products, including pulses and chana which gets imported. This is the customs duty, including gold bars, including imported alcoholic beverages that get imported. The customs duty there is being reduced and an agri-cess being added, which means benefit for the center, no change for us, but maybe not a great news for the states.
Absolutely. Tanvi, appreciate you much explaining that for our viewers here with respect to what this agri-cess means and how it's going to play out in different parameters. Many thanks. But talking about the massive allocation that has come in for healthcare that has been given a boost by the central government here. The finance minister announced a total outlay of 2.23 lakh crore rupees. This is for the health sector, and this is the highest ever that we've seen. It is considerably going up by 137%. In those announcements, a new scheme that has been named Prime Minister's Atmanirbhar Swasthya Bharat Yojana. It will focus here on infrastructure upgradation. This is not just for the primary centers. This is going to be for the secondary and tertiary healthcare centers as well.
Even at the outset, I would like to say that the investment on health infrastructure in this budget has increased substantially. Progressively, as institutions absorb more, we shall commit more. Taking a holistic approach to health, we focus on strengthening three areas: preventive, curative, and well-being. Health systems. A new centrally sponsored scheme, PM Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana, will be launched with an outlay of about 64,180 crores over 6 years. Honorable Speaker, I have provided 35,000 crores of rupees for COVID-19 vaccine.
And talking about the vaccines here, this is, of course, despite the fact that India considerably in a comfortable stage as compared to other even developed nations here, as we already are undergoing vaccination drive here. In yet another announcement, the government here saying that 2 more vaccines will be announced, which are to be given approval soon, have concluded their phase 3 trials here, and the government will provide 35,000 crore rupees for the COVID-19 vaccination.
Today, India has 2 vaccines available and has begun medically safeguarding not only her own citizens against COVID-19, but also those of 100 or more countries. It is added comfort to know that 2 or more vaccines are also expected soon.
On that note, going across to our news editor Tanvi Shukla, now in conversation with Mr. Rajiv Kumar, Vice Chairperson of the Niti Aayog. Go ahead, Tanvi.
Thanks for that, Seher. Well, let's say good evening also to Mr. Rajiv Kumar, Vice Chairman of the Niti Aayog. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Always a pleasure to have a conversation with you. Mr. Kumar, I want to start off with, what has been one of the biggest focus areas for us even here at Mirror Now, which is the healthcare segment. And today, even for the government, it's one of those segments that's, like the government says, seen the record ever allocation of 2.24 lakh crore rupees. Could you give us a sense of where we hope to spend this money, how we hope to utilize this entire budget?
Is that a question to me, Tanvi?
Yes, Mr. Rajiv Kumar.
Would you be good enough to repeat it, please, because I couldn't hear your voice to begin with?
Mr. Kumar, the first question to you is about the healthcare allocation, and it's an unprecedented number that has been given to us, 2.25 lakh crore. If you could explain to us what the breakup will be.
Because the breakup, the allocation represents 137% increase over the previous year. This is, as you say, unprecedented and a response to the pandemic. And as the finance minister said in his speech, rather briefly, that this will be used to strengthen the national health system by launching a new scheme, which will make it more accessible to all the people, which will include digital technology, which will encourage telemedicine. It will strengthen, it will open the 17,000 strengthen and open the 17,000 health and wellness centers in the rural areas and 11,000 health and wellness centers in the urban areas. It's also going to have open 17 new entry point checking facilities that will ensure that we have enough checks to not import any such infection in the future. And 32 of these entry points that are already there will be strengthened. Moreover, it will be spent on improving the nutrition. The government will launch a nutrition 2.0 that will merge supplementary feeding programs with the National Nutrition Mission that is in place, and that will be further strengthened to improve our nutrition performance and get to those targets. So those are the different various details about its health allocation, but the essential point is that this will be used to strengthen the public health infrastructure so that we are not found wanting if ever, unfortunately, we get an onslaught of a similar pandemic in the future.
Since this announcement has been made, we've had many of your rivals come out and question. The Congress party said, well, if you effectively see 35,000 crore rupees is for the vaccine project, 49,000 crore rupees is the Finance Commission grants, then about 60,000 crore rupees is the drinking water and sanitation plan. All of this is what is pushing the number up, but effectively it's not a 135% increase in healthcare budget. Now, what would your response be to that?
I don't agree with this at all. This is nitpicking of the highest order. In fact, the 137% increase does not include the higher allocation for the Jal Jeevan Mission and also for the Swachh Bharat urban mission that will make sure that all our large cities have a fecal disposal program, etc., because those two will also contribute directly to improving our health prospects. And also the announcements for improving the air quality, which has got 2,270 crore for cities above 1 million population, as well as the scrapping policy for vehicles that will both help to reduce pollution. I think that again should be added to the health outlay. And therefore, there is no reason for us to try and as it were, raise spuriously the health allocation, because it's all there, and then the budget numbers are there for everybody to see, and this will make sure that there is a 137% increase in health outlay this year over the previous one.
Okay, let me come to the other aspect, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, which is the divestment plan. Very essential to the government's plans of raising additional funds in a year where you are stepping up your spending, also you're borrowing, but you need some more money. Now, can you give us some insights into what kind of state-owned companies will you be looking at when you draw up that list for stake sale and divestment?
Before I answer that question, Tanvi, I think you should appreciate the fact that for the first time there is a pipeline which has been given for all the sectors from which asset monetization will take place, and a real-time dashboard is being set up for closely monitoring this asset monetization and disinvestment program, so that the implementation is ensured. And therefore, I think the target of 1.75 lakh crore, which is, I think, conservative, will be achieved and maybe even overachieved. Now, and also, she mentioned in her speech already some of the very large companies that are, that are there for this investment. And I know that a lot of work has already been done, and these are really at the threshold of completing the disinvestment process. Going forward, the criteria for the drawing of the list will remain the same, which is to unlock maximum value from our public sector enterprises and other assets, and to identify those companies and those assets where capital is being underutilized in a big way. Now, beyond that, to mention any companies, I think it'll be difficult, because we've just received the request in Niti Aayog for drawing up the list. We will be identifying them in the next few weeks and communicating those to the Department of Public Asset Management for taking them forward.
If I may just follow that up with the question on the land monetization, what percentage of this target do you think we will be able to achieve via this tool?
Again, I'm afraid cannot give you an exact figure, because that will depend very much on the lands identified, on their location, on their values, whether it's going to be for leasing or sale. So, at the moment, it's far too early for us to give you precise numbers on how much would land monetization. But the fact that there is now a budget proposal for land monetization of surplus land, I think is in itself a very big step forward.
I agree with you, and I do appreciate the fact that the government is looking at different methods now to bring in the money, to raise the money, from the traditional ones that we've seen in the past few budgets. Let me take it a step further, and Mr. Rajiv Kumar, this is a question about the smaller businesses, the MSMEs and SMEs. While yes, in the last 1 year, there have been several schemes that were announced to help these companies and businesses survive the pandemic and the lockdown. The experts say not too much has now been announced in this budget in terms of now revival and perhaps flourishing of these businesses. Has that been a conscious choice?
I think this is wrong. This is a wrong perception. The budget allocation for MSMEs has been more than doubled this year to more than 18,000 crore. That itself would mean that these MSMEs will have, as the finance minister said, now greater access to modern technology, to digital platforms, to even machine learning and artificial intelligence, and that's what we're hoping for. I mean, the small and medium enterprises, that their definition has been changed. Their top line revenues can now go up to 250 crores. The amendments in the company affairs list that the finance minister announced of the audit requirements of now being raised from 5 to 10 crore for revenues, I think would reduce the regulatory burden significantly. The ability for single person companies to change their form and format and do their business in whichever way possible is a very good step forward. Plus also the fact that now the tax audit has been the limit has been raised to 10 crore in case 95% of your business is done digitally. So all of these are impetus to the small and medium enterprises. So it's, I think, very wrong to say that this sector has not received the attention that it was due. Let me also say one other thing. The ability of the banks to lend to the small and medium enterprises would depend very much on their being able to clean up their balance sheets, and that would become possible. And that would become possible by the setting up of these two asset management and asset reconstruction companies, which can take the non-performing assets of the banks and let them get on with the business of expanding their credit to the MSMEs. So I think the government is very conscious of the very important role that the MSMEs play in employment generation and in export performance, and therefore we will do whatever is required to improve their access to credit, technology, and market information as we go forward.
In fact, you raised a very pertinent point, and I wanted to ask you a little bit more about this. The two asset restructuring companies that have been announced, there was a large expectation about a bad bank. Essentially, that's what you're doing in a different format. But how will these companies be different from the arsenal that we already have? Will there be a government guarantee or a backing involved here? How will this function differently to ensure it's a more successful process?
Well, we have learned from the past, that some of these asset management companies have not worked as well as they should have. But while some have, and that's very clear, the whole UTI scheme was managed very well. I don't have the details yet, but my impression is that these companies will be managed by highly trained professionals and will be given the autonomy and the resources for them to be able to perform their functions and role as well as they can.
All right, Mr. Kumar, my last question to you, and this, of course, is about a sector we must talk about, which is the farming sector. At a point where the government's 3 bold reforms have run into a hurdle and are currently in suspension, what was the idea behind the announcements that were made today, whether it was reference to MSP or even, the steps being taken for creating infrastructure within the APMCs? What's the messaging here?
Well, the messaging is very clear, that this government is hugely cognizant of the importance of the agricultural sector for our country and our economy, and of the farmers' income and the assurance of raising the farmers' income as has been promised. That they are at the core of our economic policy making, and therefore the messaging was to show that we have done so much in the past few years, which has been much more. And the best figure that the finance minister gave was the outlay for procurement of pulses, which has risen from 256 crore to 25,000 crore, from 2013-14 to 2020-21. And then in the fact that the Agricultural Infrastructure Fund will be used to further strengthen the APMCs, there are 1,000 more mandis will be brought into the ENAM. All of this to say that the government is committed, deeply committed to the modernization of this sector, to improving its value addition, to setting up the food park, and to greatly enhancing the farmers' incomes in times to come. And this was a message to our farmers to say that one should not overlook this government's continued commitment to the welfare of the farmers and to the improvement of the agricultural sector.
Point well taken. I hope that message works as far as the government's efforts to assuage the farmers is also concerned. Thank you so much, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, for giving us time and speaking to us here on such an important day.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning to farmers?
Braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. Where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me.
Are you planning to farmers?
The Prime Minister has also, in fact, spoken regarding the union budget, hailing all the announcements that have been made, saying that the budget presented amidst exceptional circumstances this year. And it has focused on sectors that are related both to wealth as well as wellness. Prime Minister further adding here that unprecedented focus that has been given this time to infrastructure and the healthcare sector. The measures announced for the agri sector will also help boost income and stabilize secure income of farmers.
यह बजट उन सेक्टर्स पर विशेष रूप से केंद्रित है जिनसे वेल्थ और वेलनेस दोनों ही तेज गति से बढ़ेंगे, जान भी जहान भी। इसमें एमएसएमईज और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर विशेष रूप से जोर दिया गया है। ये बजट जिस तरह से हेल्थ केयर पर केंद्रित है वो भी अभूतपूर्व है। ये बजट देश के हर क्षेत्र में विकास यानी ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट की बात करता रहता है। खास तौर पर मुझे खुशी है कि इस बजट में दक्षिण के हमारे राज्य, पूर्वोत्तर के हमारे राज्य और उत्तर में लेह लद्दाख जैसे क्षेत्रों में विकास पर विशेष ध्यान दिया है। बजट में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर खर्च में अभूतपूर्व वृद्धि के साथ साथ कई व्यवस्थागत सुधार किए गए हैं, जिसका बहुत बड़ा फायदा देश में ग्रोथ और जॉब क्रिएशन, रोजगार के लिए बहुत लाभ होगा। देश में एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर को मजबूती देने के लिए, किसानों की आय बढ़ाने के लिए इस बजट में बहुत जोर दिया गया है, कई प्रावधान किए गए हैं। एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में किसानों को और आसानी से और ज्यादा ऋण मिल सकेगा।
And let's now get you details. These are with respect to announcements that have specifically made an absolute dedication focus here as far as the healthcare sector is concerned. The finance minister there announcing a total of 2.23 lakh crore rupees for the health sector, which means the allocation is increased up by 137%. And announcing a new scheme which is called Pradhan Mantri's Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana, where the focus is going to be not just on infrastructure upgradation of the primary healthcare sector, but also taking into account other areas, the secondary as well as the tertiary healthcare centers. Let's take a listen in.
Even at the outset, I would like to say that the investment on health infrastructure in this budget has increased substantially. Progressively, as institutions absorb more, we shall commit more. Taking a holistic approach to health, we focus on strengthening three areas: preventive, curative, and well-being. Health systems. A new centrally sponsored scheme, PM Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana, will be launched with an outlay of about 64,180 crores over 6 years. Honorable Speaker, I have provided 35,000 crores of rupees for COVID-19 vaccine.
And talking about COVID-19 vaccine, this is regarding, of course, not just, it is over and above the vaccination drive, which is already underway across the country. But the finance minister saying that 2 more vaccines will be added to the system. They are in the completion of the third trial phase here, and they would be given approval soon. For this, there's an allocation separate for this here as well, that the government will provide 35,000 crore rupees specifically for the COVID vaccine drive.
India has 2 vaccines available and has begun medically safeguarding not only her own citizens against COVID-19, but also those of 100 or more countries. It is added comfort to know that 2 or more vaccines are also expected soon.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And this is why the opposition has been criticizing that several of those announcements made only keeping poll-bound states. This is regarding the infrastructure area here. The finance minister announcing highway projects for the poll-bound states of Assam, Kerala, Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. Also announcing a special scheme for women and child welfare to the tune of 1,000 crore rupees. And this is specifically for the tea workers in Assam and Bengal.
Augment road infrastructure, more economic corridors are also being planned. Some are 3,500 kilometers of national highway works in the state of Tamil Nadu at an investment of 1.03 lakh crores. These include Madurai-Kollam corridor, Chittoor-Tachur corridor, and construction will start next year. Second, 1,100 kilometers of national highway works in the state of Kerala at an investment of 65,000 crores, including 600 kilometer section of Mumbai-Kanyakumari corridor in Kerala. Third, 675 kilometers of highway works in the state of West Bengal at a cost of 25,000 crores, including upgradation of existing road Kolkata-Siliguri. National highway works of around 19,000 crores are currently in progress in the state of Assam. Further works of more than 34,000 crores covering more than 1,300 kilometers of national highways will be undertaken in the state in the coming 3 years.
In multiple reactions here that have come in, some that we're going to playing out from the government and some from the opposition, who are largely calling it disappointing despite landmark allocations that have been made in certain areas. The opposition, they're saying there have been no big decisions as far as immediate revival of economy is concerned, that the announcements that have been made, keeping essentially elections in mind.
Regional नेशनल सेंटर फॉर डिजीज कंट्रोल की ब्रांचेस सारे देश के अंदर स्थापित की जाएंगी। 20 मेट्रोपॉलिटन हेल्थ सर्वेलेंस यूनिट्स देश में स्थापित की जाएंगी और इसके साथ साथ 17 नई पब्लिक हेल्थ यूनिट्स को ऑपरेशनलाइज किया जाएगा। 33 एग्जिस्टिंग पब्लिक हेल्थ यूनिट्स को स्ट्रेंथन किया जाएगा।
डिफेंस बजट की कोई बढ़ोतरी नहीं हुई और एग्रीकल्चर में इन्होंने कोई स्कीम नहीं दी। हालांकि आंकड़े दिए हैं और आंकड़ों के आधार पे ये कहते हैं कि किसान खुश है, लेकिन किसान तो आंदोलन पे बैठा हुआ है। जो कृषि के लोग हैं, जो किसान आम किसान हैं, उनको कुछ नहीं मिला। ये एक बड़ा भारी मौका था, तो ना उन्होंने कृषि की बात की, ना किसान की बात की और ना डिफेंस की बात की।
नेशनल पाइपलाइन जो बनी है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की, इसमें स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का भी कंट्रीब्यूशन है, उनको भी मदद मिलने वाली है और पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट को मिलने वाली है। तो सबसे पहली बात तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को और वित्त मंत्री जी को धन्यवाद दूंगा। और हमारा बजट भी जो 91,000 से अब 1,18,000 करोड़ तक बढ़ा है, तो ये भी बहुत अच्छा है कि जिसके कारण इसमें काफ़ी गति आएगी।
हमें भी उम्मीद था कि असाधारण स्थिति में जब बजट पेश होगी तो इसके असाधारण कोई कदम उठाने की झलक मिलेगा, लेकिन ये बजट में असाधारण स्थिति में बड़े साधारण और एक निजीकरण की राह पकड़ते हुए सरकार खुद को बचाना चाहते हैं। कुछ राज्यों में चुनाव है, चुनाव के मद्देनजर रोड फॉर वोट बना दिया। हमारी ये उम्मीद था कि सरकार कैश ट्रांसफर करेगी गरीब लोगों को बचाने के लिए, कंजम्पशन एक्सपेंडिचर के लिए कुछ करेगा, लेकिन कुछ नहीं। सरकार की राय ये है कि country should be put on sale. बेच दो।
The focus on health in India's budget 2021 is testimony to India's commitment to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. And not only that, it also shows India's commitment to build stronger health systems. Right from the beginning, India has been very proactively handling and responding to the pandemic. It has not only done this for its own country, it has also gone out of its way to support other countries of the Southeast Asia region with supplies and now vaccines.
On that note, it's a wrap on the show, but stay on with us here. News and updates, more discussions in further scrutinizing the big takeaways of Budget 2021.
Through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas.
Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet.
Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka.
The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu.
The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going. where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me. Are you planning the farmers braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas? Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet. Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka. The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu. The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
I am Shrija MS reporting for Mirror Now. You first. Information that impacts us all is news to me. Are you planning the farmers braving through the harshest winters and reporting from the flooded areas? Where I'm standing is at least about 3.5 to 4 feet. Reporting from the remotest of areas across Karnataka. The rape of a minor girl took place in Dharmapuri district of Tamil Nadu. The insatiable desire to report news is what keeps me going, where reporters and video journalists are less welcome and investigating the real stories where governments don't want told.
A poll promise of 46,000 crore rupees, but this RTA response to Mirror Now tells that they have so far dispersed only 1,150 crore rupees.
You are on top of the world with Times Network. And you're watching Mirror Now.
PM Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana will be launched with an outlay of about 64,180 crores over 6 years.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced highest ever healthcare budget of 2.23 lakh crores, says the focus will be to improve primary, secondary and tertiary healthcare. Government introduces new agriculture cess on certain imported goods, but Finance Minister assures that there won't be any extra burden on consumers due to the new cess.
The MSP regime has undergone a sea change to assure price that is at least 1.5 times the cost of production across all commodities.
Amid farmers' agitation on the farm law, Sitharaman says that agriculture procurement has increased steadily and benefited farmers. The overall credit target for agriculture is increased to 15.5 lakh crore.
Further work of more than 34,000 crores covering more than 1,300 kilometers of national highways will be undertaken in the state in the coming 3 years.
New schemes for poll-bound states. Nirmala Sitharaman announces highway projects for the states of Assam, Bengal, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Special scheme also announced for welfare of women and children in Assam and Bengal.
I propose to amend the Insurance Act 1938 to increase the permissible FDI limit from 49% to 74% in insurance companies and allow foreign ownership and control with safeguards. 1,08,000.
Budget proposes hiking foreign direct investment limit in insurance to 74%. Earlier, the FDI was capped at 49%. Stock market surged 5% on the back of the budget announcement. Sensex surges over 2,300 points, while the Nifty closes up nearly 650 points. Prime Minister Modi calls it a proactive budget, says the main focus was to ensure transparency in the budget. Congress slams Budget 2021. Former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram says the government has failed the defence and healthcare sector, calls agri-cess a cruel blow to the common man. Good to have you with us. I'm Avni Raja, and this is our special coverage of the big budget announcement that took place today. And of course, some of the main takeaways, key highlights was the agriculture sector, healthcare sector and infrastructure spending, as well as agriculture that the finance minister talked about, the kind of outlays for all of these sectors. In fact, this was the first paperless budget. The minister announced that the centre was allocating 2.23 lakh crore towards healthcare. This is the biggest allocation ever for healthcare. However, there were no changes made as far as the tax slabs are concerned or any sort of tinkering with respect to personal taxation. In fact, let's talk a little bit about the specific parts of the budget and some of the important highlights here, starting with what was announced for specifically the healthcare sector. And it was, in fact, 2.23 lakh crore that was announced as the outlay for the healthcare sector.
Even at the outset, I would like to say that the investment on health infrastructure in this budget has increased substantially. Progressively, as institutions absorb more, we shall commit more. Taking a holistic approach to health, we focus on strengthening three areas: preventive, curative, and well-being. Health systems. A new centrally sponsored scheme, PM Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana, will be launched with an outlay of about 64,180 crores over 6 years. Honorable Speaker, I have provided 35,000 crores of rupees for COVID-19 vaccine. To further augment road infrastructure, more economic corridors are also being planned. Some are 3,500 kilometers of national highway works in the state of Tamil Nadu at an investment of 1.03 lakh crores. These include Madurai-Kollam corridor, Chittoor-Tachur corridor, and construction will start next year. Second, 1,100 kilometers of national highway works in the state of Kerala at an investment of 65,000 crores, including 600 kilometer section of Mumbai-Kanyakumari corridor in Kerala. Third, 675 kilometers of highway works in the state of West Bengal at a cost of 25,000 crores, including upgradation of existing road Kolkata-Siliguri. National highway works of around 19,000 crores are currently in progress in the state of Assam. Further works of more than 34,000 crores covering more than 1,300 kilometers of national highways will be undertaken in the state in the coming 3 years. For senior citizens who only have pension and interest income, I propose exemption from filing their income tax returns. The paying bank will deduct the necessary tax on their income.
Well, so the big announcements are all done with, and now, of course, it's down to the fine print and what all of this is going to mean going forward. And to sort of assess all of that, joining me at this point in time is Sudhanshu Mittal, Senior Spokesperson of the BJP, Mohan Kumar Mangalam, Working President, Tamil Nadu Congress Committee. We've got Managing Editor Vinay Tiwari with me in the studio as well, and also Aditi Nair, Principal Economist of ICRA, who's going to be joining us as well. Thank you all of you for joining me today. Vinay, let me start with you. Of course, markets are extremely happy with the budget. We've not seen this kind of a spike on budget day, I think, for about since '97, if I'm not wrong. And people seem happy, the reactions that we've been seeing. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to the fine print and how things are going to be implemented. So, for example, if we talk about healthcare, the headline number is great, but where is it going to be spent? That's the question.
Yes, look, I mean, I think normally I don't look at the markets to judge any macroeconomic decision, but I think for once you'll have to concede that given all the constraints that the government was operating under, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman, and despite all that the opposition will say, look, it's the opposition's dharma to criticize everything the government does. I think we have to look at it more objectively. The honest truth is that this is a budget that is much better than what possibly a lot of people would have expected. It has addressed some of the key issues. It certainly has also cheered the market because it doesn't bring some of the bad news people were expecting, one of them being that widely speculated COVID cess. That hasn't happened.
Yes.
There is no additional surcharge on wealth tax, which again industry expected and a lot of people expected might happen as a measure of raising finances. So that, of course, has cheered the market. I think what has also cheered the market is if you see one of the rises has come from the banking stocks, and that also tells you that they are happy with what the government has announced insofar as the banking sector is concerned, which is also one of the big concern areas. I think you have to accept and agree that as on today, the budget exercise of the finance bill is really a statement of intent that the government presents on the first day of a beginning of a new financial year, or at least a month in advance of a financial year. The crux now is that while the government has shown great intent in the plan, it now all boils down to the execution of it, because the government very rightly, in fact, has decided that infrastructure boost is the way forward, whether to raise employment or whether to generate demand. Consequently, when employment goes up, people will have more money in demand. But then, infra-led recoveries also are a lot to do with how efficiently things are implemented on the ground. Because this is something that we've been debating even before the budget, Avni,
yes,
that in India, infrastructure projects tend to get stuck in a myriad of problems, whether sometimes there are environmental issues that halt it up, sometimes litigation halts it up, sometimes controversy, sometimes sheer politics halts. Right? In the very city that we are sitting right now, 5 mega projects are either badly delayed or are halted because of a variety of reasons, from politics to litigation to controversies. That can slow down the speed of recovery that one would want. So I'm just